No,
Is Dan retarded? A bill is far from the same as getting arrested. Are you fucking with me? This guy, I miss Poke. You may be retarded. That is unbelievable.
Wait, I don't even know what Dan is talking about right now. What?
Okay.
A bill is probably worse than it. Well, it depends on what the bill is. Wait, I can't tell who's trolling who right now.
I think the chat was saying like a bill is not as bad as like getting arrested.
Oh, well, I mean, it's to some extent. I mean, a bill accusing you of anti-Semitism is probably not as bad as getting arrested for murder. But what Dan was saying was that it's not like we know for a fact that David killed the girl. It's just an allegation right now. But he was still banned from Twitch for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, it's not a bill; it's a resolution. Ooh, now that guy.
Well, it's a House bill, right?
Which is a House resolution.
They're all, well, whatever, same.
They're
shit.
resolving to do something.
But yeah, I think I don't know how they aren't. Here's the real question: if it goes through and it passes, well, if it goes through, it will pass because every Republican will vote for it, and a bunch of Democrats will vote for it as well. So,
What?
Will they ban him if it goes through?
No.
No. Hassan is, for some reason, untouchable. I hope somebody has a documentary. God, there's so many questions I have. I just want to know why. Like, Dan Clancy.
A Twitch documentary would go fucking hard.
Yeah. Dan Clancy is not like a tanky,
hard.
right? Dan Clancy is not a hard lefty. I know a lot of the San Francisco office was.
I don't know. He might be.
No.
Unironically, he might. Yes.
This is a man, not to be mean, but I don't think he even possesses enough to have like a political ideology.
No, I. Okay, hold on.
Holding.
Holding?
Holding? Holding!
I messaged you it.
Oh.
I mean.
Wait, why can't you just say that?
Well, I don't know. Sounds weird. Well, the second part I could say. Well, no, I don't want to say any of it.
What? Oh my God. Dan is pussing out now. God damn it.
I got to be on my best behavior.
Why?
Well, once you're found guilty of all these crimes and get sent to jail, it's going to be really awkward for me. I'm going to have to make sure that I start denouncing early, you know?
Why would I get sent to jail?
Your leader would never get sent to jail.
Now the Clippers have that one, Dan. Thanks.
That's out of context, though.
Oh, true.
It is out of context.
They meant jail in GTRP.
And just say you apologized for that as well.
Yeah. You have to say it, not me, because I didn't actually, but you have to say I did.
Perfect.
Destiny apologized.
True. Good job.
A Twitch documentary would go fucking unbelievably hard, but I don't think anyone would ever. There's just not enough crazy shit there. There would have to be something really crazy to happen, and then they could get it done. But as it stands right now, it's
I
just
was
like,
thinking it would have to be like it would have to be like a commentary YouTuber documentary. Like it would be like super interesting for online people, but not like a BBC documentary or something, or like a. Yeah.
Oh no, I don't even want that. I want like a Deepwater Horizon movie. Like what was the name of that movie? Like that's what I want. A fucking
Horizon?
movie, like the social network. I want the social network, but for Twitch during this period of time.
That would be.
What's the name of that guy who directed that fucking movie?
Deepwater?
You hate that fucker, right? No, the social network. I think he also did.
You're talking about the writer. I think the script writer or whatever was Sorkin, right? But wasn't I think Fincher was
you don't like Sorkin, right?
No, I don't. I like him.
Which one? Do you hate Fincher then?
No, I just make fun of Sorkin. Just has a particular writing style that's easy to make fun of. But it's good.
Oh.
I mean,
yeah. So we need a movie from Sorkin and Fincher on Twitch.
Okay. Well,
it'll be good.
Get to it.
Did you watch any movies, Steve?
What's the last movie I've watched? It's probably something with chat.
You didn't see the Spider-Man one or anything?
No, I haven't seen any fucking Spider-Man movie, okay?
Oh my God.
Jesus, dude. What do you... Oh, you said it was an 8 out of 10.
It was good. Top 5 Marvel movie.
Does it have all the other Spider-Mans in it still?
No.
God damn it. Top 5 Spider-Man movies. How many Spider-Man movies are there?
No,
like
I said
10?
Marvel movie.
Oh, okay.
You could call it Terrorism.tv, the movie.
What?
He's corn popping.
Don't fucking what me.
Oh, I'm just trying to understand. Terrorism.tv.
Forget it.
So it's like that, huh? So what have you guys been doing today?
Yeah. Oh, just hearing Moot
Hasan.
talking about this secret move to DC. Apparently that's happening. I didn't know about this. No one consulted with me.
What's going to DC?
When's the last time you hung out with Steve, Dan?
When's the last time you hung out with Steve?
2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago?
Oh, okay.
How many times over the past few years, Moot?
Oh,
Probably the same amount as you.
well,
Absolutely not.
definitely not.
If
Not
it wasn't
even-
podcast related?
Well, that doesn't
Yeah, we
count.
did
Well,
stuff
that
as
counts.
well.
Yeah, and we did stuff.
doesn't
Yeah, me and
count.
Dan always do
Yeah.
stuff.
And
Doesn't
we
count.
did do stuff as well.
Nah, doesn't count.
Okay.
You weren't invited to the Talmudic meetings. Something.
Moot's trying to drive us apart, I think.
Yeah,
True.
he's like that. He's one of those types of friends who's not happy if he's not like. He has to be like the king friend.
I've noticed that he stopped typing in the group chat. He's just doing the one-on-one things. I mean, we can both play that game. Though.
Yeah, we can play that.
We can play that game. That's fine.
Ooh, yeah. When you're at like a group hangout and there's the two friends that are always just texting each other and not including the other friends. That's what Mootin wants to be.
Yeah, it's not good.
Wow.
Let's see the last person to type in the group chat. Huh, it was me. Curious.
That's because all my shit deletes.
That's not true.
Oh, not true.
Yeah, he pinned
Isn't
some
it?
messages so it didn't delete.
Yeah, but the ones after that deleted.
Nope. Prove it.
You do have to prove that now, Dan.
You have to prove that, Dan.
You've got 2 seconds.
Yeah,
It's over, Dan. You're gone.
that's-
You're done, so.
you lost.
No, I know why. Because they said your messages are just going to delete though, and I said no. If I pin them, they won't. Boom.
Nope.
Wait,
What do you mean?
do
no?
they auto-delete?
His, yeah.
Holy shit, that's got to be a ton of time and effort that you put into doing that, no?
Yeah, it's fine. Everyone knows about redact.dev. We don't have
It's
to.
a whole redact.dev
We don't have to
thing.
shell.
Oh, okay, never mind. Jeez, my bad for trying to help.
I mean, look at all those. Look at all that data there for you. I mean, I figured you were gonna do more with it than you did, but I just emptied my fucking folder and deleted it afterwards.
all that. Oh, what? All the videos?
Discord. Yeah.
Oh, I have my little Hasan video folder now too. I just throw them out there whenever I see a tweet that calls
I've
for
got
one.
my Hasan video folder too.
Hell yeah.
I can't fucking. Oh God.
What?
He's just such a bad person. Like, I genuinely think he would just let the country fall to shit if it meant that he was like 10% more popular. He just doesn't care.
If he could
He
get
hates
clouded
the
up on it,
country.
yeah.
Yeah, like if it got bad, he would just leave. That would be it. Be like, all right, we'll see you. I'm gonna go back to Turkey now. That was fun. Thanks for the money. Okay. But he just wants health care, Dan.
I still can't get over how selfish he is. With, dude, I would kill myself if fucking like a guy who is like the Senate pick has to be on TV constantly disavowing me over and over and over again. Oh my god. Oh wait, did you watch that? The clip I was talking about?
Which clip?
Wait, link the lady asking when. This is the first time I've seen El-Sayed hung out a little.
Oh yeah, we watched that this morning. The one where she asked 3 times about Hasan, and he doesn't answer each time, right?
Kind
He
of,
like
yeah.
rambles. Yeah.
Hold on.
He's gonna Oh, share screen.
Yeah. Okay. It's 2 minutes. They'll watch
He'll
it.
have to.
Sanders called it a dumb.
More focused on who I'm campaigning to rather
Why did you? Who timestamped this? This was so. You timestamped it past the first ask.
around
As you well know, including
sustainable. That's more empowering. That's more American than the vision that Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Mike Rogers have for it.
You know, you face scrutiny for campaigning with socialist streamer Hamas Piker, who has made a series of inflammatory comments, as you well know, including saying America deserved 9/11, describing Hamas as a lesser evil than Israel. Do you plan to continue to campaign with Hamas Piker in the general election campaign?
Look, I'm less concerned now with who I'm campaigning with, a lot more concerned about who I'm campaigning to. We got a lot of work to do to continue to build the coalition that's going to be Mike Rogers. I'm
Would you
looking forward
welcome
to
him, though?
continuing to
On the campaign trail with
like
you?
I said, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to. So I think we have this notion sometimes on shows like this that we cannot or should not talk to certain groups of people. And I'll tell you that the 3 million people who listen to Hasan are people I want to make sure understand that there's a pathway into our politics around getting money out of politics so we can keep money back in pockets and pass Medicare for all. And so I'm going to continue to have the conversations with those folks who we desperately need to reach out to, just like I'm going to continue to have conversations.
You see this dumb, this dumb conflation again of like what it means to be on a show versus like fighting somebody as well, right? Like, do you really, like somebody goes on to Joe Rogan and pals around with him for an hour and it's like, is that really appropriate to go on Joe Rogan and do that? And they're like, oh, well, Joe Rogan has a lot of viewers and I think it's important for us to reach out to them and talk to them. You think I shouldn't talk to anybody? And it's like, well, no, it's not about talking to them. It's that you're like, you kind of seem like you're on the same team as them, which is kind of weird. But it's that same talking point, yeah.
Conversations with seniors in senior homes, folks up north, folks in Detroit, folks in Grand Rapids. So again, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to rather than who I might campaign with.
When asked about Hasan Piker's comments on 9/11, Senator Bernie Sanders called it a dumb statement. Do you agree? Do you disavow those comments that America deserved 9/11?
Of course. Of course it was a dumb statement. And of course, I think Hasan himself would say that was a dumb statement. He disavowed it. So yes, America didn't deserve 9/11. But, you know, to sit here and play gotcha.
See, you just have to say he apologized, even if he hasn't, see? Taste.
I also noticed that they won't say, I disavow, when it feels like they're already doing 90% of the work. Why not say, yes, I do disavow that?
I mean,
or maybe they want
here, I think.
to disavow him. I think that's what they want.
Disavow the comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not the person. If one of these fucking journalists just did follow up, you say that he disavowed this and that he apologized, but how do you explain that a week ago he hung up a newspaper of 9/11 and that his moderator would do rewards for flying planes into cakes of the Twin Towers? Does that sound like someone who's disavowed that?
Maybe, yeah. The 9/11 point, I think it probably works because 9/11 is such a charged topic, but it is like the weakest factually, I think, of the points.
Yeah, but they don't even do a good job at the
weak
part.
attacks.
That's annoying.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. But I feel like just like the guy is watching terrorist attacks on a stream for children and saying, you know, that they're doing a great job. That's insane.
You saw his new puff piece?
Yeah, the Rolling Stone one.
Yeah.
Yikes.
With a dumb thing somebody said out of context that they disavowed themselves to say, oh.
Like, why would you... Like, it's so obviously stupid. Why would you disavow a thing that's said out of context? How does that make any sense?
Well, what does that mean about what you think? I want to be held accountable for what I say and what I do, rather than this idea that we're so stuck in cancel culture that all of us agreed was a bad idea back in 2020, but we seem to want to bring back.
We are out of time, but I have to ask you before I let you go, if you win, you will be the very first.
And then I'm going to almost a hit out on you. One of these days, Hasan Piker is going to talk shit on the wrong person, and then I'm going to make that person a give, send, go. Yeah, she's demanding someone kill me. I mean, that's literally what it is. That give, send, go will raise millions. I donate so much money. I mean,
that's crazy to say something like that. Like, I would give like 100K or whatever to somebody who would do like violence against my political opponents. Wouldn't that be insane?
This is like contracting a hit.
Really?
It's just a death threat, and it's not even like a hidden death threat. She's literally saying she will fundraise for someone who will.
Really? Do you think so? Mike from PA?
Yeah.
Really?
Mike from PA did that, and Hong went on with Mike from PA, right? Pretty crazy.
Will kill me. Okay?
Oh, I don't have all the threat clips. I need the... I think I need the on-site one from Mike. And I need the Gremlo one. Somebody Discord those at me.
Now, of course, will liberal media turn around and make a big deal out of Laura Loomer, who's in and out of the White House, actively trying to hire a hitman against a prominent critic of Israel, a prominent leftist, No, of course not. Why are you being hysterical about the Loomer thing? It's not that much different than the Rick Scott bit. I think you have a very different understanding of how language is used in this circumstance. Me saying if Republicans were serious about, if the Republican Party, including Mike Johnson, were serious about Medicare fraud, they would punish Rick Scott. Okay?
You said they would
using
kill.
No, punish, Moot, punish.
Like that, the underlying sentiment behind that is punishing Rick Scott.
Yeah, punishing.
It's a conversation about
the Republican
punishing. Hypocrisy and how much they lie. Laura Loomer, on the other hand, is very clearly saying someone has to do something about Hasan, and I will pay them to do it. I will fundraise for them. Offering a direct cash incentive.
He's
He's what?
Crazy. He's malicious. Never mind.
Well, to be clear, I mean, I do agree with him. That is what Laura Loomer's tweet is heavily implying, which I do think is fucking crazy. But
yes, but he's unwilling to see his own side.
Yeah, but you guys do it. You deserve it. Like, I mean, 100%. Like, why would you be surprised that people would engage with you politically this way when when you engage politically that with other people? Like, I mean, what do you expect? Yeah, this is why I said a million times, nobody should want to live in a violent United States where we're fucking politically assassinating each other. It's fucking crazy. It's insane.
Is contracting an assassination. It's very different. One is literally illegal.
Nothing she did there was illegal, but okay. Hold on. Mike, 100K offer. Is this when they realize it's not just funny and based to call for murder? Well, I don't think people will care until, this is why I said, I don't mean this as a threat. I don't want it to happen. I don't think it should happen. But this is what I mean when I said I feel like somebody in this space is going to get killed because nobody's going to take any of this seriously until it happens. Again, I guess I say it should be again because Charlie Kirk already got fucking assassinated. But I just don't think anybody takes it very seriously right now. SOYPILL laughs at dead Israeli children. Oh, fuck. There was one Iranian one. I retweeted it. It was kind of like fucked up. Was it? I think it was when the Iranian... some Iranian leader, somebody was on the news saying, like, we're going to shoot at American people like cattle or something. It was... Or he said something like that. And I was like, damn, that was crazy. It sounds like laughing along with it. That's insane. Gee. Sheesh.
I got that one. That's a new one. Hold on.
The Gremlin one.
That's a rare. That's a rare one. The you need that?
Oh
wait, never. Someone already linked it. Probably.
got it.
Yeah, there it is. It's on your Twitter. Fuck it.
This whole little cut is crazy.
Is there any other way that Americans should be concerned that Iran could attack the American homeland?
No, they have enough bases around us. Why we should go further than that?
He said, nah, you got plenty of cattle in the region. Don't worry. We got plenty to shoot at. Dude, it's so awesome. No,
Cattle.
there is no situation where like both sides are bad. One side is always going to be worse than the other side. America is worse than Iran. That much is 100% something I stand on. It's not even a comparison. America's the greatest terrorist on the planet. Also, you might have noticed something finally framed. Newspaper from 9/11, the morning of 9/12, the newspaper right there. And I moved the North Korean poster.
Is there any other way that America...
Now that's freaking epic.
I mean, the crazy shit is Jon Stewart who's the dude who like went to fucking bat for 9/11 people, like super fucking hard to get them the shit that they needed, is like now probably because his fucking podcast assistant girls, whoever the fuck those people are like, oh no, you need to be on this side. You need to be sweeping for this, is like literally excusing someone who thinks it's, to be honest, fucking based that 9/11 happened. He's thrilled about it.
Yep.
He is.
Yeah.
What a fucking discredit to fucking Jon Stewart's legacy.
It also sucks that like a lot of the stuff is just a little bit too like cult. Like you have to just know kind of like a lot of lore and know the lay of the land to understand like how weird some things are. Like, do you remember there was a while where I don't know where, if it came up on TikTok or something, where people rediscovered Osama bin Laden's letter to America, and they only read a few parts, and everybody on Twitch, like Denims, and I think Fergan, they're like, well, actually, this is kind of based. Well, this Osama bin Laden guy was kind of spitting. Oh my God, wow. It's like, really?
Pretty nasty.
Hi again, everyone.
Oh, this fucking guy, dude.
The only thing we have on our side is a people-powered movement.
People. My populism.
Institutions,
People.
at least for the time being, will not defend us. That's the unfortunate reality. Institutions will not defend us. Prominent liberal Democrats in opposition to the Trump administration will not defend us. Federal law enforcement won't defend us. Only we can defend us. So it's important for us in this community to
Stay
push
together,
back to the
guys.
best of our ability. It's important for us to reach out to liberals.
Oh, now he's doing his reverse call to arms after we've done our open call to arms. There we go. Hell yeah.
Right? Who are, who might fall victim to this kind of propaganda, especially because the liberal media outlets are also leaning into it. I have unfortunately made an enemy, not just of the Republican Party, but also...
Bruh, nobody knows or cares about you on the Republican side. You're a lolcow used to make fun of Democrats. Nobody's afraid of you. Nobody cares about you. You're just somebody that people use to shit on the rest of us.
Of a lot of very powerful people in the Democratic Party as well, and certainly...
Nobody is attacking you in the Democratic Party even. People are finally starting to play like the lightest of his clips, but that's it. Nobody is like targeted Hasan for deletion. In fact, I feel like all of the most prominent Democrats are still basically tacitly defending the crazy shit he says.
They're corporate benefactors, the executives, the big donors that donate to both of these parties.
True.
And I welcome their hatred. But I can't go at it alone.
He needs you.
So at some point, we do have to harden our defenses. The professional misunderstanders that claim to speak for this larger base.
It's so crazy. Fuck. If there was a way to do it via federal lawsuit or whatever, there's no way that Twitch should be allowed to have any kind of like neutrality, Section 230 protection, whatever the fuck else, when they are like exclusively hosting one political side that can do like mass political warfare in like the most protected fucking manner possible. It is so crazy that they have like an actual enforced with permaban monopoly on that platform. I would also just really love to see, I know they never do these comments publicly, but the idea that I just want to know what I'm perma-banned for. I would like to see a public statement on that, because the shit that this guy says is fucking crazy. It's insane.
Well, you know why you're perma-banned. They just won't comment on it, right? Like, you saw the message. It was posted. Like, do not unban. And then
no, yeah, I know, but it would just be because Asmongold just got. Is it a 3-day ban? I don't actually know how long he's banned for.
It's 2 weeks.
Oh, so saying that you would go out and kill immigrant children, that's a 2-week ban? Whoa!
It'll get down to 1 week probably.
2 weeks. Damn.
The appeal will go down to 1 week.
If it was white children, would that have been a 4-week ban or a month ban?
Well, if it was Jewish children, it would have been fine.
True, because it's on
or Israeli children.
Oh yeah. Moot, what the fuck? Moot, anti-Semitic. Chill.
I just don't understand. Like, there's a fucking rule. in Twitch's TOS, it just says you can't discriminate or say anything negative based on national origin. And that's just Hasan's entire stream every day.
Yep, that's true. It's funny because didn't they even make like a carve out to where you can't say Zionist anymore? As like a negative thing?
When calling someone an animal. Yeah. You can't be like Zionist dogs. But like I don't understand. Like it says in there you can't discriminate based on national origin. What am I missing?
It's not discrimination, it's just criticism, Dan.
Got it.
Got him.
When he says that like all Israelis shouldn't be able to walk a dog.
Yeah.
Or something. Like that shit. Yeah.
That
generally, though, since something's been done so far with Twitch regarding their bias, can anything be done unless the rules are changed? Twitch itself won't do anything. Twitch is fully okay as a platform, I guess, like supporting terrorism.
With terrorism.
The question would be if there's ever enough pressure on Amazon, which I don't know what that ever looks like. Like how
they lost all their ads.
Old as fuck information, but like my understanding is that Amazon is the type of company where they usually like buy stuff and they don't fuck with it that much. They just kind of want to own all the underlying stuff, and sometimes they'll utilize some of that underlying stuff for other tech in the future. So it might just be that they would never realistically get involved in anything like that. It would be a little spooky though. Obviously, you saw fucking Elon the retard tweeting, but he tweets about a lot of shit. Like if Elon were to make the right call to Jeff Bezos, and was like, hey, you know you got a terrorist on your platform, right? That'd be kind of spooky.
He did back in the day. Elon, I think, did at Jeff Bezos about Twitch.
Sure, yeah, he might have, but I don't know if Bezos gives a fuck.
Well,
I feel like
also, is he even there anymore? It's Jassy now.
Oh, did he get rid of his controlling stuff, or does he just not like be doing any shot calling anymore?
Well, he's I don't know. He's not the CEO. He might be on the board, but he's. No, Twitch is not 1% of Amazon. Twitch is less than 1% of Amazon. That's delusional. If you think that Twitch is 1% of Amazon, that is absolutely not the case.
The only weird thing that might make that more true than not would have to do with how they've utilized like that underlying tech, the IVS shit or whatever. But like it's just like a thing.
Yeah, but that belongs
like
to Amazon, not to Twitch.
Yeah.
Speak for this.
Amazon's worth $3 trillion. Man, is Twitch really worth $30 billion?
The Twitch part, probably not. But the underlying tech. But I guess
so.
That doesn't matter now, yeah, because they already own it, so.
Larger base that claim to speak for this larger base in the Democratic Party do not have a real base of support. They do not have the interests of the masses at their heart.
The people!
But unfortunately, they have a lot of control over what the party does.
Oh.
And right now, we are in a
Oh, that's true. Hold on one sec. I got to go get on a call with Schumer again to give him some fucking strategy direction. Jesus Christ. I don't even know if those guys exist in cyberspace. Like, Schumer seems like, they seem like the kind of guys who, like, fax each other? I don't know.
Battle to bring back that control to the left flank, to bring back that control to the truest democratic expression, what the voters actually want. Because at the end of the day...
God, I hate these little prepared quips that he has, the little speech mode shit that he goes into. Fuck, it is so annoying to me.
What they oppose is the democratic process. And we've seen that. They can't run around and yell, oh, you fucking stupid voters, you're voting in the wrong way. So they try to engage in this disciplining operation of someone who speaks to the anxiety of the masses, someone like myself.
I speak to the masses.
They are worried about people organizing against these powerful entities. They're terrified. And they have decided that those who stick their head out from the masses and try to organize the masses to the best of their ability will be the first to go. They're not after me. They're after you.
Oh my God, dude. This talking point is so cringe.
I am simply
Get a new script writer.
I'm simply your platform. I'm your platform of real, true populist rage. And they hate to hear from us. They never want to hear from us.
I mean, that's
and they
true.
can't yell at you all the time. They can't say the voters are wrong. The working class is wrong for having these sorts of interests. The working class should focus on how bad Trump is and just vote for the Democratic Party, even if the Democrats don't actually offer them an alternative, offer them real solutions to the economic struggles that they're experiencing. They want to yell at you, but they can't. So they try to frame as many negatively framed clips as they possibly can find and dump it in front of all the boomers.
Clips.
Negatively. It's out of context, and he apologized for it, and they were jokes. The fascinating thing is he's not even a good orator like yourself or Fuentes. He's just shit, but he's on the right side of politics. Listen, I appreciate the glaze. Fuentes is good at being an orator. I would have to put way more work into that. I don't think I'm a particularly great public speaker or anything, but thank you for the glaze, Daxon. I'm saluting you.
Your relatives, your parents, your grandparents who watch TV, who actually get their notes from TV.
Their notes.
And they try to create this terrifying outrage to get your boomer parents, your boomer neighbors who are living very different, under very different circumstances, to feel like the true threat is not Trump. The true threat is not the corporate oligopoly that has been designed, the oligarchy. The true threat is actually
There needs to be a mature conversation about what a responsible citizen of democracy really means. This is such a populist slop. True. I get it's annoying sometimes to be also on like maybe there's something to be said for like networking better or something, but like on being like on the wrong side of things. One thing that I noticed was this a fucking Harry Potter quote or something? Probably, because all my quotes are Harry Potter quotes. Well, like it's easy to stand up to your enemies. It's hard to stand up to your friends or whatever. I don't think people realize, just because it's been this era has been lost to time. But I was insanely unpopular on broader Twitch when I started doing politics, because the whole Gamergate era, everybody was right wing. I was the only like libbed out gamer bro, like actual gamer bro, not like I played like. I don't know what the woke games of the day would have been.
Fortnite.
Like, yeah, like, well, I don't think Fortnite existed.
It wasn't around.
But like, you know, it was an RTS player, which was a respected genre and like everything else. And like, but I was very lib. But I got a lot of shit on that everywhere. And even when I would hop into like streamers' chats for people that I was friendly with, because I was friendly with most streamers, I would say, friendly-ish at least. Like the chat would give me a ton of pushback and call me a libcuck and all sorts of other shit. And then it's annoying that once that ground had been made fertile, that like people like Hasan come in and then now they fucking mind fuck it into this like far left thing. But then it's more annoying, and I know I've been giving them a lot of shit, but it's more annoying to see now all of like the lib content creators are too afraid to push back against like the far lefty people. And it just, at the end of the day, it just starts to feel like every single thing in politics is just everybody is like too afraid to ever do anything that would involve taking the slightest risk possible and stepping outside of their lane. Like, I don't know, it's just very, very, I shouldn't say it's frustrating, actually. It's more disappointing than anything else, because like you really have no desire to be a corrective force on any of these crazy people, or you have no desire to, you know, exercise some kind of influence or control over like some huge part of the electorate that might be getting, you know, persuaded by some crazy fucking, I don't know, shit. I don't know, it's annoying to me. I don't know. Do you think that the Israel-Palestine conflict has just mind-fucked everyone and made it so people are so much more separated and hardcore? I mean, well, it's been used that way, sure.
a left Twitch streamer, a leftist Twitch streamer, or the Democratic Socialists of America, you have a lot more capacity to change people's minds, especially if you are always ever present in your communities, in your workplaces. So you have to push back against this propaganda, because let's be real, no prominent Democrat will do this.
Yeah.
Prominent Democrats will privately come to me and say, we would really like your help here. We would really like...
Oh my God. And he lies so much. Really? What?
No prominent Democrat will do this. Prominent Democrats will privately come to me and say, we would really like your help here. We would really like your help there. Prominent Democrats that you would not expect, as a matter of fact.
He's doing the Trump thing.
Now, I don't always play ball, as you guys have seen.
Right? This is the Trump thing. Like, I've got a ton of corporations that are telling me this, and, you know, I don't want to say who it is because, you know, I don't want to get in trouble, you guys. Like, this is literally the Trump meme. Hasan slobbers over PISSCO and then invites him to the tent. Oh, yeah.
And I think some liberals...
Is that crazy to believe, considering how much attention he's getting and the work he's actively doing for the Dems? I don't know how much he's working for the Dems, so much as he's working for, like, the DSA or DSA-adjacent things.
Get it? I mean... And I think some liberals get it. I mean, the PISSCO guy... I've seen his clips. This is what popped up on my timeline just now. Like, he gets it. Right?
Popped up on my timeline, and it's the Substance guy. Simply Substance. Holy shit. My snarkers.
There are some liberals who understand it, where they're like this is a which side are you on moment, right? Are you going to side with the fascists? Are you going to coalesce around the fascists?
Use that collaborator word. I love that one.
Or are you going to broaden the tent? Are you going to join the
Piker's ideology fascist adjacent? Like to say, he would prefer to have one person in power, right?
Yeah, you just call it authoritarian. Because authoritarian, I think.
Like, what's the
you could also
fundamental difference?
Can you say single party rule is authoritarian? I don't know if anybody would know more. I think authoritarian is fascist is. I feel like one of the core things in fascism that obviously no conservative or whatever agree with, but I feel like there's some kind of like heavy racial component to fascism. It feels like it's a pretty important thing to me. And the commie ideology doesn't really center around that as much. But I mean, like authoritarian, I would say in practice for sure.
Right. On the anti-fascist side. Bro, you're falling for it again?
I can say this is a big fear. But there are
Look, man, I'm not asking you to hug and kiss every goddamn liberal who recognizes the danger of Trumpism, okay? I'm just saying my expectations are low. My expectations from liberals oftentimes are low. And when they actually outperform my expectations, I'm going to give them credit. That is the fucking environment that we're in. We can't just like cast aside people, okay? I'm not saying become a liberal. I'm just simply stating that there are some liberals who understand the danger, who understand the danger of fascism, who understand the danger of Trumpism, and are saying, like, you guys are being fucking ridiculous to other liberals.
And again, we understood the danger. That's why we were all going all in on fucking Kamala, but...
Who do not. Because the reality of the matter is, I think I am fine with people who I have significant disagreements with, as long...
Is PISSCO even that prominent for him to prop up for months? I'm going to be honest, I don't know why, but well, maybe because we are like the largest lib community, I guess, on the fucking internet that doesn't give way to fucking tankies, so he feels it's necessary. Like, honestly, I feel like he does pay way more attention to my community and stuff adjacent to me than... But I've always said this about Hasan. Like, it always surprises me how much he's he's like plugged into my space. But I think... like, if it was absent my community, I truly have no fucking idea. Nobody on the internet would push back against him. It would just be left up to the Republicans. Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, so maybe that's why. Maybe strategically he sees it. Maybe personally he sees it a little bit. He's a little bit personally motivated.
As they recognize the real danger of Trumpism, as long as they recognize the real danger of the Republican Party. I know that's a low bar to set, and maybe the bar will get higher as the environment changes, okay? But we need all the numbers we can get. We need all the numbers we can fucking get. We need it. We can't do it on our own. And that's precisely the same reason why I say, like, you know, the Kamala endorsement is good. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
Like, it's crazy how mad they were. Why did they not like Liz Cheney, Kamala campaigning with Liz Cheney? I don't even think it was about, like, genocide. I think it was just about, like, the military. But somehow, so campaigning with Cheney was enough for them to talk about it forever. But They don't care now if Kamala, who wasn't just a military complex person, she was a genocide person. It's okay to accept help from Kamala, the genocide supporter? I don't understand that. That's crazy to me.
Great. Now, I wouldn't say the same thing about, fucking Liz Cheney or some shit.
Why, though? What? So now there is a huge difference between the parties, between the people? I don't think this is consistent at all. I don't think this makes any sense at all.
Right? But it's not necessarily... This isn't about... Like, movement building isn't about developing an echo chamber. It's about...
Yeah.
It's about trying to build the broadest coalition possible. No, they are attacking your character. It doesn't...
Also, remember, and I'll always say shit like this, that every single thing that I said in the past, that a lot of these guys, and then some people in my community or Jay's communities would fight against me on, all of that is true, because when our enemies are talking about themselves, they all magically have a perfect understanding of it. All of a sudden, they get the perfect understanding of it. How, it is important to have a coalition. Coalition building is a huge thing. Having a broad tent of support is actually a really good thing. And all of these guys know it. All of these guys know it as soon as the lens is applied to them, as opposed to when they were attacking us. Like, people will attack the libs because they don't want us to use those strategies, because those strategies are effective. That's why they attack those strategies, because they know that they're a threat to their movement.
They can attack me all day.
That have shown themselves to be effective in this country, actually, and that have addressed these concerns to the extent that they exist. And as well, the track record of moderation and collaboration from these types. And so the threat and magnitude is low. On both those grounds. And just saying communist Hamas Piker is not moving the ball even 1%.
Jesus. Well, at least
they're trying to distract you from the traitorous enemies who are currently beyond the gates and holding power. Don't be fucking marks.
It's so funny to call us marks, implying that we're getting scammed. It's always hard to tell when they're talking about me, because all of these people, all of them are too pussy to ever say my name. I don't know where the Voldemort syndrome for me comes from, other than they're intimidated by my superior intellect. So I don't know if he's referring to us in particular or somebody else. But the mark is, how many MAGA people, how many times are like Destiny clips showing up where the MAGA guys are like, oh yeah, Destiny? Yeah, he gets us. He gets it. He's one of, we got it, Like, are we really a mark for MAGA? Meanwhile, Hassan watching PISSCO clip after PISSCO clip after PISSCO clip. Guys, this is a lib who gets it, guys.
Don't be rubes. Don't fall for it. They're trying to distract you. Don't buy into it. This is not a real significant threat. If I thought it was, I would tell you so.
Look at his chat. This man has proven himself. We take that. Good enough.
That's it. Right now, in this moment. Can
I get a truke? Is that a truth nuke?
Moment. If you think the true danger is coming from your left flank and not your right, you're a fucking idiot. You might as well be a goddamn collaborator of the Republican agenda.
Collaborator, yes.
That's it. It's time to lock the fuck in. We can have we can issue our disagreements with one another later.
Why did you start using that word so much? Collaborator is like I think that's like a commie adjacent word for like the people that aren't like super on your team. They call you a collaborator or whatever. It's like I think it's just part of their vernacular kind of.
What is this?
Hutch later here.
When the
too.
midterms are done, Republicans are not going to stop trying to elevate Hamas Piker and make him the face of the Democratic Party. This is going to go on and on and on. Very non-zero chance that Piker's name will come up in televised 2028 presidential elections. If Hasan actually cared about the movement he's trying to foster, he would text every candidate he appeared with and tell them to fully toss him under the bus if it would help him win their elections. There's a really big if, considering dude's a narcissist under the bus. If Hasan on and on and on.
Oh, this is a hutch screen. Okay.
If it would help him win their elections. There's a really big if, considering dude's a narcissist on the level of Trump. And as partisan Democrats who want to stop MAGA by actually winning competitive races and flipping red seats, we have an obligation to pressure the leaders in our party to loudly and unequivocally condemn Hasan in his rhetoric.
True.
He is toxic sludge, and the right's efforts, the time to the party is going to work on a lot of people.
True.
Hasan Production says, hey, serious question. Is your midterm strategy just to cry about Hasan and DSA every single day until November and while boosting certain clips in hopes that it would hurt Democrats? Yeah, that is the strategy for a lot of these, like, wannabe consultants. Wannabe consultants. That's their entire goal here.
Yep.
Is to get a nod of approval from some of these fucking losers. Some of these fucking losers that have a very mercenary understanding, that want to do everything in their power to erode the left flank. That's it. This is who I'm speaking to when I say it's time to fucking lock in, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Don't criticize
Just shut the fuck up.
Stop.
Unbelievably pathetic. You are a piss baby, crying, pissing and shitting in your diapers, demanding that people make me the primary fixture of their candidacy. It's very stupid.
Like, fuck, I tweeted it. Oh my God, dude. Wait, did you guys watch the clip of Hasan where he's like, I took Abdul from third to first?
Yes, dude.
Holy shit. This was it was
crazy.
like one day after he tried to act like he was humble or something. And then I was like, well, wasn't he literally saying, the price just went up, Richard Horse? And then like the next day, holy shit. Hold on.
Wait.
I wonder how people in Hasan's camp feel about that.
Good question.
Shows how the race being disclosed just shows how your involvement, the volunteer efforts, every phone bank, and every donation changed the course of this race and the course of U.S. politics and history writ large. I agree.
Change the course of U.S. politics and history.
I find it very strange that people don't recognize that. I find that very strange.
He must have just gotten done with his Rolling Stone interview or something in this clip. He's still got his Riz voice on. He's still yeah.
Voss said that how close it was, he needs to separate from you. Yeah, I know that every single person from the outside is going to have election takes that are really fucking annoying like that. And it's ironic because we won this race by an ass hair, which means that like my involvement in the primaries was definitely, well, not only was it welcomed by the campaign, but it definitely was to a certain degree necessary. And we're not even talking about the fact that when I stumped with Abdul, he went from third place to first place. I'm talking...
How can one man thrust the whole Democratic Party up on his back? King.
Talking specifically about the organizing, the fundraising that we did, the door knocking that we did. So,
how much fundraising did they do for Abdul? Did they actually do like a dedicated fundraise for Abdul El-Sayed stream?
I don't want to hear from people who aren't personally involved in these sorts of incidents, in these sorts of races, who are coming from a place of timid restraint, coming from a place of fear, who actually hand it to the opposition, the oppositional framing to say, look, man, sorry, you're too toxic. You're far too toxic. While consultants on the outside, establishment Democrats who fucking despise me, could say, oh, this race was close because of Hasan. They're wrong. Every vote mattered at the end of the day. And it's very clear that this community's efforts played a formative role in carrying this campaign across the finish line.
Jesus
Obviously,
Christ.
it takes a village. It's not one.
I like how also, like, obviously we're taking for granted, what if your community and your involvement was actually the thing that made it so close? But we're just like we don't even consider that for a second.
Thing. There's not one singular event or one singular person.
Not me.
That ends up securing victory. Although This is one of the very unique races where we could point to one singular event. It was the classic, like...
Do you think Abdul would be okay if he condemned Hasan, didn't have any connections with him? Would you be more of a fan? I just need to know that he unequivocally, like, wouldn't support terrorist praising. Like, especially, I think, I've read this a few times, he's coming in as he is like the first Muslim, or would be the first Muslim person in the Senate, or in Congress altogether.
In Congress, I believe they're saying.
Is it in all of Congress? Yeah, that'd be crazy. I just think it would be really disappointing for, assuming, you know, that identity, that he would come in off the backs of that. That's just very unfortunate to me.
Of a terrorist supporter?
Wait, no, not all of Congress, just the Senate. Oh, no, duh, obviously, because Ilan and, is Rashid Muslim? Actually, I don't know if Ilan is Muslim. I'm just assuming.
You know, us stomping together and then Abdul going from third.
I also, and I fully admit, these are my subjective Western values on full display. Okay, so prepare yourself. I think that it might be a more particular line, but I think that the hijab that women will wear to cover their hair, I think they could be pretty. I think it's fine. I do have an immediate revulsion though when I see it's not quite a burqa, but I think Ilan has been wearing it more. That I do get a little uncomfortable when I see that. I'm not sure how I feel about that one.
Which one?
It's the one that it doesn't cover all the face, but I think it covers like all of the is it a niqab or niqab? Niqab? I don't know how you pronounce it. No, not this. Show an image.
Is it that one?
This, whatever this is. This is a lot to me.
Well.
I started to feel a little bit. Is this just hijab? What's the difference between the what's the one that's like a step away from this? This is normal hijab worn properly? Oh shit. I wonder if I'm just used to seeing
people wear it improperly?
Yeah, or Western people being more chill about it. Liberal hijabis just wear it super loose. Yeah, maybe, yeah. I don't know, I feel a little weird when I see stuff like this. But I don't know, maybe I'm just... That's my inner white Western man speaking.
Place the first place. There's obviously a point that we can... like directly look at and interpret. I mean, that's what the polls showed as well. Mitchell and numerous other...
Oh, yeah, I feel like I see that... I guess, is it Shayla? Is I guess what I am used to seeing here more, and then sometimes this hijab thing. But then I feel like, damn, we're on like a sliding scale of stuff. Like that feels more like Kimar, whatever the fuck this is, when it's all like, especially in a sad color, like gray or black or whatever. That's like, I don't know, it feels weird.
Polls were like, this was the turning point for Abdul El-Sayed. But of course, it doesn't matter, because if Abdul didn't have the charisma, if he didn't have the skill, and if he, more importantly, didn't have the policies, he would not have been able to take that media attention and flip it around. I think it's safe to say that we helped win at least 3 close races this cycle. Dottie Eliza, Donovan McKinney, and Abdul, where the margins showed that our help was a big difference. I think so too.
I also like, I hate talking culture issues. I would only do it in certain communities too, because I think Christians are in some ways just as bad, if not worse, on some of these things. But I don't know if Abdul's wife is like a pretty strict Muslim or whatever, but there was a thing that somebody posted a picture, and I'm okay, just careful. This is going to just be literally fucking conservative propaganda. But like it was like Abdul out at like a pool party or whatever, and the idea that I don't know if there's any like actually shit. I just need to explore so much of this. Are Muslim women allowed to go like swimming around like men? Is that an allowed thing, or how does that work? It was the idea of him being in like a swimsuit, hanging out with girls and shit, and like the idea that like, you know, the wife would never be allowed to do anything remotely close to that. I don't know. That just seems kind of crazy. But I don't know where the fully covered suits. They wear bodysuit hijabs. They have special. Is that actually true to go swimming? I need a video of that. They're in like a wetsuit, like scuba gear. A burkini? Stop. That's not a real word. No shot. Really though? You know, actually, I bet I have seen these before. And maybe I just assumed they were like wearing...
I think I saw him in the Olympics.
Maybe I just assumed it was like a wetsuit or something, I guess. I don't know.
Confidence.
Wait, we have to finish these. Jesus.
The close races were not lost because of the close races were not close because of our involvement. We won those races because of our involvement.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It's so totally ridiculous.
Fuck, hold on. I'm slowly becoming... As I'm thinking about this more and more socially, my inner feminazi is starting to come out. And I'm not sure now how I feel about some of this. Because how do you have... Imagine you're wearing... Like, if you were wearing the Shayla, whatever the fuck the light hijab was, and you were around another woman who wasn't, it is immediately believable to me that you think that it's proper for you to wear that head covering, but that the woman next to you who's not wearing it, that you don't have like a hugely different view of them. You're not being like mega judgmental, that both parties can exist because the cultural standards seem a little bit close to each other there. I guess some of the Muslim cultural women take it just a little bit further. But if you show up at a beach and you're wearing like the fucking, the burqa suit, the swim burqa, the burkina.
The burkini.
And then you have other women who are wearing two pieces. I don't find it immediately believable that you wouldn't be like harshly judgmental. That like you wouldn't view those people as being significantly different than yourself. Does that make sense?
Who do you mean? Like the burkini lady viewing them as like slutty, or?
Yeah, as in having a very, very, very detrimental view of those people. I feel like you would almost have to.
Sure, but couldn't like the people who are in the bikini feel like the other person is I guess you would just feel like they're oppressed?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I'm saying that like it's hard to imagine like a cultural coexistence there.
Yeah.
Like I think like I could imagine a cultural coexistence between like a group of women that have a body count of 3 and like a group of women that have a body count of like 8 who are like 30 years old. But I don't know, like a group of women with a body count of like 2 or 3 and then a group with a body count of like 50. I think those two groups are going to be majorly judgmental of each other. I just feel like the values would be so far off. I also feel like I'm not entirely sure and I don't know the religious origins as much, but like if the burqa is truly a thing to protect yourself from the eyes of men because you feel like men have some issue with it, how could you be okay with your husband being in a place where women are so not covered? No?
Yeah, I just don't know enough about it, so. I like what they do in Quebec where they have, if you work at a federal place, you can't wear any religious symbols.
Sure.
The race being disclosed just shows how you're...
Metaloid typed earlier, Destiny, you realize that we are literally redoing what we did with Trump when we just brought up all the insane shit about him into the 2016 election, but it's Hassan now and the DSA isn't leaving him, and he's only gathering more. I feel like the make them look insane thing doesn't work. I actually super disagree. I feel like the big issue with Trump wasn't that everybody's trying to make him look insane. It's that I just don't think people were taking him very seriously. And they didn't take the underlying thoughts and movements very seriously. Like they thought all of it was a joke.
No one thought Trump was going to win.
Yeah. Or that his supporters would go that far. which is why I still feel like we're still in the arena of like awareness is the most important thing. Because at the very least, then we would have an idea of like where the electorate is at and what we need to do for work, or if we just need to give up and form a new party, or go be Republicans, I guess. Because like if it was the case that, let's say that like Al-Sayed gets confronted with a Hamas Piker thing, and he says that he actually does. He thinks that the Houthis do have a right to do terrorist attacks in the fucking ocean, and he doesn't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Then at least then, I'm like, okay, well, and then if people still support that. Like if AOC and Bernie Sanders and everybody was pointing out, it's like, okay, well, at least I have an understanding of where people are. It's not that people are getting duped. It's that this is just, this is where we're at now, I guess, yeah.
Do you think a reporter would ever just be like, or I guess a news broadcaster should ever just be like, I'm sorry, that answer isn't good enough. Can you answer my question? I feel like I've never seen that.
It's just a matter of will they keep coming on your show if you're known for giving like hard interviews, unfortunately. Yeah,
true.
Is predicting victory when reporters ask horse race questions and back confidence. Joe Miller going to DC and
also, the plain fact that it probably sucks to wear a burkini would motivate them to have some good feeling about wearing it, and slut-shaming or being judgmental is probably one of the ways they can get that. I might be uncomfortable, but at least I'm not a slut type shit. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Every cultural thing is weird. It's hard to say on anything. I don't know. I feel like the burkini is pretty far. But then you'll also hear women say, like, I'm sorry, but one of the funniest copes of all time is, like, women go to, like, the gym and basically cat women outfits. And, they're like, well, it's really hard to do my 5-pound dumbbell curls or do like the your machine circuit when you're wearing clothes that aren't literally hugging up the crevice of your asshole. Right? I can't do the lifts if I don't have. I can't work out in anything less form fitting. Not to hate on women that do that. I like beautiful women, but yeah, I don't know.
There's good confidence predicting victory when reporters ask horse race questions, and bad confidence. Joe Miller going to DC in 2010 and posting pics of his office shopping before losing to Murkowski. Posting with influencers on live streams look like the latter. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but I do think that the pool party was a bad look for sure. Let's just say that wouldn't be my preferred activity. I'm far more a firm and committed believer in door knocking until the very last fucking door that is to be knocked, and they did do that. To be fair,
I think he did like a couple of like where a camera went out with him and he did it for like an hour or something, but I'm not aware of like any. I don't think there are any videos of like him and his community going out door knocking or anything. So I don't know. It's just the reputation he gets to have for free, I guess. Yeah.
Abdul El-Sayed's team had incredible ground game, and they never really stopped. Him going to one fucking pool party amidst like a million different events to say what up to all the influencers that were coming in from out of town to also show support. It's a blemish, but nonetheless, there's good confidence.
Have you not seen the Anne Hathaway burkini picture? She unironically wears one minus the hijab to go swimming outside. Isn't that... Well, that could be because she's pregnant now, too, though, no? Celebrities might live by a whole different set of rules. Or is she married to, like, a Muslim guy now or something, or...
I mean, I'm seeing Anne Hathaway in many bikinis, guys.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. What tweet was I responding to with this? Okay.
I will say it like this. Republicans chirping about a Twitch streamer, Republicans chirping about the DSA, Republicans fucking constantly complaining about shit like this, saying that these guys are too radical, these guys are, these guys in their worldview is too scary at a time when people are desperate for this exact same kind of change, when what we are offering is an antidote to business as usual politics, is good for us. I mean, this is the reverse Trump equation in many respects, where instead of the heightened media attention,
the recent Asana Figgleston discussion is a plethora of misinformation, and I'm about halfway through. Nice, Penguin.
Turning us into a force for evil in the same way that Donald Trump did. This is an opportunity for us to turn this heightened media attention into a force for good. You know, mass adoption of certain policies. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. I will say it like this. Republicans chirping about a Twitch streamer.
Factory looks like dog shit, man.
No, it doesn't. Okay, when you guys just link me these VODs, I don't know how far I'm supposed to watch.
Why would they fucking do that, dumbass? Not only is...
Okay, I'm good. Ugh, full screen mode. Ugh. What is this?
Oh, beautiful.
4 days ago.
Look at all the beautiful white people that are excited to see this man. This is the whitest Abdul has ever been presented, okay? Oh my God.
Oh, it was intentional.
Oh, amazing. Oh my God. Oh wow, what an ad. What an ad. Oh, that's so good. Oh, shout out Chuck Schumer, shout out Senate Majority Pack. Statement on cancellation. I was looking.
Holy shit. Do the related posts on the right, do they appear based on your browsing habits?
That's what I've been told, yes.
Yeah, I know people are saying it, but I don't know if they're just because it's funnier that way or if it's actually true.
Log out and go someplace and see.
That's what I was looking at. Free speech fail, ridiculous. I got 3 degrees from the University of Washington. Wonder if I made the right decision if they're this dumb. He's an asshole, but I do not like seeing censorship here, especially since Turning Point USA doesn't get the same treatment. I'm not going to keep posting in here, but the Destiny subreddit keeps brigading this post. The OP of that post in the comments arguing. Bro, they literally saw it here first because they followed the subreddit. They found it the same way that I did.
What does it say on the right? It's just a million, like it's like 30 different Destiny threads suggested that are related to this post. It's kind of funny.
Support DSA messages and ideals, just not as messenger. By the way, look at all the related posts. Destiny. It's just Destiny. Holy shit. The subreddit, anything Hasan related on Reddit just immediately routes you back to seemingly Destiny.
Destiny comes to me, my dreams.
That is
true.
Unbelievable. This is years. I mean, this is what?
Cyber
7
stalking.
years of brigading, 7 years of like cyber stalking. It makes sense.
There we go.
It reflects the viewers of the post, I think. Well, it's not even, I'm not even logged in.
Are there some indiscriminate hijabs and niqabs? I mean, like I said, I feel like as a religious practice, I think it's okay. Once it starts getting like kind of hardcore, like the full body covering stuff, I feel like it gets, I would say, significantly weirder to defend. But I think libs also had an issue with like, they're calling it woke one, I think. Libs had an issue during woke one where they went way too hard for Islamic stuff because it was like woke to do so. It was kind of cringe.
What the fuck is woke one?
I think woke one was the period up to like 2014, 2015. That was like woke one, I think.
Oh, I wasn't.
And then woke two was, is woke two now or was woke two COVID? I don't know. I don't know how they're defining the time periods now, but.
Oh, as in other Redditors that view the post. That makes sense. So.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Of course. Oh, he wasn't happy with this one.
Brian Tyler Cohen ended up taking down the Hasan post from yesterday after being messaged by D. Wait, really? That's so sad. That's such a fucking sad situation. Epstein is so obsessed with Hasan that he messaged Brian Tyler Cohen to take down a quote of Hasan, which says Republicans
Brian Tyler Cohen
oppress
removed the quote.
Oh, I also, Brian said he was going to remove that thing and they'll never post something again. So, yeah.
Wait, what happened? Say that
Brian
again?
Tyler Cohen removed the quote of Hasan from his Instagram.
Sad.
Yeah, I messaged him and I was bitching, and he was like, I don't do my media post there, but we'll never post that. To be fair, he actually messaged me first. I didn't message him first. So.
Oh!
Because I don't usually, I don't bother reaching out because I'm just going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll say this, that like, I have...
Don't they claim you of this? Yeah, no, they do. They say it's always projection.
Ah.
It's always projection. It's so sad.
True.
What a sad thing to do. God. No, I don't think Brian Tyler Cohen is a bitch. I mean, this is a lame thing that he did. They hate you so much for that they're siding with Elon Musk and Asmongold. Yeah, of course they are.
Duh.
Again, these guys do not. I mean, it is a lame thing that Brian Tyler Cohen did.
Yeah, like this guy literally got me kicked out of a whole ass event, but okay. Not to mention how much
re-banned from Twitch, probably.
True, yeah. Not to mention how much other shit this guy pushes on any other thing he's involved with. But okay, Chief.
God, imagine this being your primary political victory, that you got Brian Tyler Cohen to remove a fucking post.
Man, it's so lame.
This was the only thing he took down, by the way. It was literally anti-MAGA. No, I know. This is the.
Why did he message me first? Well, I'm guessing it's because he saw my tweets, and then maybe because you guys messaged him or something happened. But I tweeted it first, and then he messaged. Yeah, we are. We've been working. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I said it's not Islam that's subjugating women in this country. It's Republicans, and he posted that. I think Brian Tyler Cohen is still
an ally, a friend.
At the end of the day, he's not in opposition to Zoran. He's not in opposition to Abdul El-Sayed. He's just a fucking straight up establishment Democrat who is way more comfortable with left flank candidates than these other fucking guys are. So if these guys' only goal is to literally come after me, then that's fine. Who cares? Let him be fucking distracted. Okay. It is also very funny that this was in Epstein's community and it's in Hebrew. I was like, why is this why is this post in Hebrew? And then someone was like, oh, they took this screenshot from the Destiny subreddit.
Jewish.
I thought we were all Indian.
It just depends on who's attacking us. Jew. Any Jews out there? Wait, what is this? This must be old, and it's resurfacing. Other shot collar clips? Is this a video of Hassan the Hun using the shot collar right in front of Nick?
This may be brand.
Come on, baby.
What? Have you seen this before?
I've never seen this.
No.
Oh,
no.
Shit, we got
Holy
new.
Shit.
Oh my God.
Breaking news. Play the sound effect.
New. That was the wrong one. We have a new shocker clip.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Gaia, let's walk.
Damn, your dog's out here just no leash walking?
Look at this.
Oh my God. How is this possible?
Bro, when you have discipline in your life, when you have
Wait, what?
Have a rigid structure in your life, when you work hard, you can achieve anything. Okay.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
He was reaching for his Zen, Scott.
You know what?
Good girl.
Wait, did he do it again there?
What the fuck?
This clip has been edited very badly.
Oh my God.
Why?
This is insane.
Good girl.
You know what?
Because there's a fucking George Floyd
if you were
racist
like
shit
in
right
charge
there.
How is
of,
that
the world,
racist?
this is how people would act.
Wait, how's that racist? The cop killing George Floyd was bad. Hassan torturing Kaya is bad. No?
I don't think it's a good look. By the way, I thought of a meme, but I'm too late. I almost have pulled the trigger on it twice. You know the thing you posted to Twitter, the dancing beam doing the
Israeli shit, yeah.
Yeah, that one. So imagine if you did that same video, but instead it was talking about how Hassan shocked his dog and like the 20 excuses that he went through, right? Like, step one, he shocked his dog. The first thing he said was that he was the Duke Law. The second one is that he was reaching for Zins. The third one is that that's where the gate controller is. The fourth one is that it's a vibration collar. The fifth one is it's a shock collar with the prongs removed. The sixth one is that there is no shock collar ever and that it's tape and hiding his address. The seventh one is behind the tape, there's nothing. There's nothing at all. There never was. And then the eighth one was there was shock collars, but they've been removed from Cutie Cinderella. And then the ninth one is it turned from black to red.
Okay.
Like that would be that's a fucking meme right there. Why you acting like that's not a meme? That's a good one.
Make it, Dan.
I'm lazy. But someone can do it.
True. And they will, now that they've heard the orders. Destiny was reacting to Asmongold every day, but now that Asmon and his new video are going extremely viral, Destiny doesn't have the balls to react to it because then he can't misrepresent Asmongold's ban. Your message was so fucking retarded. I can't tell if you're a lefty trying to get me to take heat off of Hasan, or if you're an Asmongold fan saying that I don't cover him honestly, and you're saying that I'm too afraid to go over his video because I lie about what he believes. I don't even know what your perspective is on that message, but yeah, I've also been gone.
He just released it yesterday.
Another person who's been made an issue is Hamas Piker, who obviously endorsed Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan. You've been on his live stream, you know, at least a few times. He's somebody who said, you know, that America deserved 9/11. Now he backed off from that.
Yes, yes, he's apologized.
But he said a lot of controversial things. Is he somebody that should have a role in the progressive movement going forward?
You know, I think when we look at our elections that have happened, we have lost young people. Much hay was made about the fact that we lost young men in the last election. And many of the same consultants that are wringing their hands today were the same ones talking about how we need to go on Joe Rogan and we need to be not so, you know, willing to engage in cancel culture.
And again, like, I miss, and I think AOC knows better or something. I don't know, dude. I miss Woke One. I miss people, like, yeah, some of it went too far for sure. But, I mean, I learned a lot of, I thought, really essential and valuable things about culture and struggle and whatever bullshit people want to cry about at the time. Like, I feel like I learned a lot. And I feel like I understand where a lot of people were coming from, even if some of the shit went too far. But now I feel like we're back at level 1 understanding of cultural things, where it's like, yeah, well, didn't we learn that cancel culture was bad? No. I think what we should have learned was that some people were too eager to engage in cancel culture, which is fair. But does that mean that, like, nobody ever should have ever been canceled? That all of the cancel culture was wrong, and that there's actually nothing that we should ever do to separate ourselves from certain political, I guess, ideas or certain people that are maybe beyond the pale? I guess, like, it's just such a it demonstrates such a shallow, empty understanding of anything that was going on.
And I think that the flip-flopping on this is a tactical debate that they may be having. I think the fact of the matter is that Democrats can go on Joe Rogan, Democrats can go on Fox News, Democrats have...
Like, this is a retarded talk. Well, it's not. I keep calling it retarded. Not retarded. No, it is retarded, but it's like strategically retarded. Like, no, I've said this many times. Nobody has said this. Nobody has said that, wow, you know, maybe you guys should never go on Joe Rogan. You never should be on these programs. It was like, who do you call an ally? Like, who are you aligning yourselves with? Like, going on to Joe Rogan and doing an adversarial program is a lot different than just campaigning with Joe Rogan and saying that he represents your views as a person, you know?
Responsibility to build a winning coalition, and young people are engaging in mediums and conversations that we have a responsibility to attend to and be responsive to. And
it's so crazy too, because, like, these guys used to get so much credit for being, like, straight shooters, and they didn't sound like they were, you know, what do these guys always say? Like, oh, you sound like you were made in a lab. This is like a laboratory answer of, like she's not engaged with the question at all. It's just sweep, sweep, sweep here. Like, nobody is saying you can't engage with young people. But, like, if we were to bring in Andrew Tate and say, look, he wants to campaign with Democrats now, I have a feeling, I would hope, that people like AOC probably wouldn't be okay with that. She'd be like, well, you know, I don't think that Andrew Tate represents our values as Democrats. But who knows? If he was a socialist, maybe she would be okay with him.
even right now, when we look at this insurgent wave of what is happening, oftentimes when people are doing that Monday morning quarterbacking and what demographics voted where, the big one that's being ignored is the generational tidal wave.
I mean, you see it in the polling. It is significant.
Millennials are not, you know, punk kids anymore.
Yeah.
We're grown adults with mortgages and kids, and that generation is starting to be decisive at the polls, and there is anger at being ignored, sidelined, having our economic futures mortgaged by the generations that came before us on everything from the economy to climate. and we're taking the reins.
So,
wow. Well, it's super fucking weird she's defending the 9/11 comment being from New York. The Marxist identity has to supersede literally every other part of what you do, so that's how it goes.
How much does Track AIPAC pay Freddie G to be a miserable, sick human being, celebrating someone dying of cancer and calling it karma, even though his own father died of it? Right there in his bio, it says,
"Fuck!" Did you hear the cancer news?
Yeah, from Mr. Biden.
I think I have a lot of $20 outstanding bets on Biden outlasting Trump. Not good. Not good. It's not looking good for him.
that he's a content creator for Track AIPAC. Doesn't actually say that he's paid. That's that ambiguity people love so they can claim they disclosed. I noticed he's all over interviewing these candidates, sometimes even wearing these really ugly Track AIPAC shirts while he's doing it. And I thought, who is this MAGA-coded jerk who even got banned from Twitter? Well, I did a little digging and found this reference from a podcast in 2018 that says that Orange Freddie G is Freddie Goldstein. And I popped over to the FEC website and I found all these payments in the raw files for the Track AIPAC PAC. Yes, they do have a PAC. That's what they're fundraising for when they fundraise off of all those disinformation graphics. We don't know that this is Freddie Goldstein. Maybe it's a company called Goldstein. What we do know is that Track AIPAC paid Goldstein $600 on June 11th, the same day that Freddie G endorsed Aisha with Track AIPAC. Another $600 to Goldstein on June 16th, day after Freddie G endorsed Arielisa with Track AIPAC. Another $600 to Goldstein on June 22nd, day after Freddie G endorsed Claire Valdez with Track AIPAC. Another $600 on June 23rd to Goldstein, day after he pushed Chuck for Queens with Track AIPAC. And another $600 on June 30th, the day after he endorsed Malat Kuros with Track AIPAC. Hey, maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe it's not the same Goldstein. Or maybe it's more of an ongoing relationship. Who knows? It's not like there are any disclosures on any of the content, so maybe it's just all a coincidence.
Well. Oh shit. He's giving interview advice.
A number of get access to a number of voters who might be thinking in different ways about where we want to go. We're building a broad-based tent movement to get money out of.
I think one of the best things Abdul could say in moments like this is to be like, Hassan is a socialist. I'm not. We have our disagreements there, but that's what democracy is about. Democracy is complicated. You know, there's going to be some friction at times, but ultimately, this diversity of thought is how we arrive at the best possible outcome for as many people as possible. And that's the American way. And that's the Michigan way. Like, he could say something like that. You know what I mean? Because it's true. Like, ultimately, in this circumstance, like, again, expectations are not for him to be like, oh, dude, like, I love Hassan. It's not going to happen. It's stupid to do that. So I think, because it's true. That is true. We have our disagreements, right? And I think a good point, a salient point there would be for him to say, Hassan's a socialist. I'm not. I'm a capitalist. We've had our disagreements on that front. Because that is a real point of disagreement between us. And it's actually a good one for him to address if he's worried about the moniker of socialism anyway. You know what I mean?
Wow. He's a freaking genius. Okay. Let's get some real political ideology up in here.
Megan, let's start with first principles. What, to your mind, is democratic socialism?
Yeah, so just very simply, it is people having a democratic say-so in all of the things that they need to survive. So democratic control of their workplace, democratic control of their housing, and democracy in what we already know as democracy in the political process.
Okay. So that proposes about 1 million questions. What does democracy in the workplace mean? Does everybody get a vote on what we're going to do today, tomorrow, and the next day?
The way we look at it is mostly probably pretty similar to how a unionized workplace would work today. You get to collectively decide with your coworkers what demands you want to make of your boss, what your schedule looks like, what your working environment looks like, and negotiate collectively with whoever the boss is.
Okay, but that sounds like simple unionization, which we already have, even though unions are not in the best spot they've ever been in this country.
That's true. So we'd like to see everybody have a union. Right now, it's quite low. It's in the teens, I think, percentage of unionized workplaces. We think everybody should have a union of some sort.
Wow.
And what does it mean for the larger economics of a country? For example, Google or Apple or, the biggest corporations in the country. Are they no longer privately owned under democratic socialism?
Well, that's a good question, and we specifically say that the industries that you need, right? So your necessary industries. So power. I would say that the internet is a necessity at this point. You can't really function without it. Water, things like this. A lot of these things are public in some places. We want them public everywhere.
Do you believe in owning the means of production, as the Marxists used to say?
I do, yeah.
But you speak for whom?
Well, I speak for the Democratic Socialists of America, and I think that you will find the demand long term for the working class to be in charge of the means of production is one that is pretty universally held. Again, we're not trying to flip a switch so that everything changes tomorrow. We're thinking about ways you can incrementally make life better, for starters, but also shift the balance of power from the billionaire class to the working class.
Okay, so what is the difference between democratic socialism and what exists in a lot of Europe, which I would call social democracy, which is to say a greater emphasis and maybe a higher tax rate in order to have things like what we would call Medicare for all or single payer or either free or radically less expensive higher education. And I think, and I'm going to take a wild guess here, if you were using that vocabulary instead of the socialism category, you might have more adherence.
Maybe, but the reality is that we do not think that we're not fighting for a kinder, gentler capitalism. We think that a democracy that's really controlled by the working class is the ultimate goal. Social democracy.
When you say we, forgive me, Megan, but when you say we, how is that stance arrived upon? Who's we?
That's a great question and one that I love to talk about. So DSA is fundamentally and sometimes excruciatingly democratic. The highest decision-making body of the Democratic Socialists of America is our convention. It happens every 2 years. Chapters elect delegates. We come together, vote on a bunch of proposals that may or may not shift our overall strategies or our overall stances on some things.
And these are representatives from a base of how many people?
Well, right now, I think we're at 129,000 people. But we have grown significantly since Zoran Mamdani's election, which came after our last convention. And then we're seeing a growth spurt recently with the recent congressional primary wins as well.
It's very interesting to me that maybe the highest profile political race that we're now seeing nationally for the midterm elections on the left is the ascent in the state of Michigan of Abdul El-Sayed, who, when I asked him about democratic socialism, said, no, I'm a capitalist. You disappointed?
He's not a DSA candidate. If he was a DSA candidate, I would absolutely be disappointed. But I'm glad that there is a movement sort of across the board of people taking on some of these policies, because I do think they will improve life for the working class. But
what is the working class in this country? Because Zoran Mamdani, mayor of New York, just gave an interview, I believe, to the New York Times, and he was asked, please define the working class. And he said anybody making under $1 million a year, which I got to tell you was news to me.
Yeah. That is not how I would define the working class.
How would you define it?
So we're coming out of a socialist tradition where class is defined based on
relationship to
your
capital.
relationship to capital.
Nice.
And so the working class is essentially people who make a paycheck.
So if I'm a dentist, I can't be working class.
Well, it depends. Are
If you
you
own a
a
private
dentist
practice.
who is working for a corporation and selling?
Keep in mind that means a lot of like when you hear plumbers and electricians say they make $400,000, it's usually because they own a plumbing business or whatever. They would also be capitalists and not working class.
Your labor and getting paid hourly, or are you a dentist who owns your dental practice? It does get fuzzy around that edges. There's a lot of socialist theory happening right now about gig work and how these sort of like technically a gig worker works for themselves, but they're obviously not really the ownership class. So there's definitely a hot topic of debate. But the simple definition is: do you make a paycheck, or do you make money off other people working for you, or renting a place that you own? Are you making the money from the payoff of your capital investments, or are you making it because you sell your labor?
So let's dig down a little bit here. The DSA refused to endorse Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump in 2016. Mm-hmm. You happy about that decision?
I think it would have hurt our credibility a bit as people who are actually standing for socialism and against neoliberalism.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you let an authoritarian through the door. I mean, I'm not blaming you specifically.
Yeah.
A lot of factors went into it.
Yeah.
Did you stay home in
similar.
2016?
They don't care that much.
I didn't. No.
You voted?
No. I voted for Hillary Clinton, and I voted for Joe Biden in 2020.
So why did you do that against the recommendation of the organization?
Well, I wasn't a DSA member in 2016, first of all. But I did believe in a harm reduction vote. But I don't think that the couple 100,000 socialists are the ones who swung that vote. It's the millions of people who stayed home because all they were being offered was kind of a rainbow flag painted version of the same thing.
Well, in fairness, millions of people stay home every election. I mean, it's a side of shame.
And we think that's a huge problem. A big part of our strategy
Mandatory
is
voting?
trying to engage people who do not vote regularly, who do feel disenfranchised by the system in general.
Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, no endorsement.
Yeah.
You agreed with that?
Yeah, I voted on that statement. I was a member of the National Political Committee.
Tell me about your rationale.
Wait, there's no way. I know she said she didn't mention 2024. Would she have voted for Kamala but not had the DSA endorse Kamala? I guess that could have been. I wonder what the different calculation is.
DSA members, I think, certainly in swing states, voted for Kamala Harris, I believe. But we felt that our credibility really stood on saying, we are socialists. We are offering you a real alternative. I didn't think that our endorsement would really make a difference one way or the other.
I hope he pushes her on this. This is such a stupid double world that people like Hasan, or it's the age-old content creator bind, where, when other content creators have audiences that are harassing you, Hasan did this with XQC, you go and you cry to the content creator, you say, rein in your fucking audience. But then when you're asked to control your audience, you say, well, I mean, I don't think I have much of an impact anyway. I don't think that, I can't control everybody. Everybody's going to do what they'll do. And, who's to say what my influence over anything is? It's such a stupid, cucked position of at the end of the day, what influence does little old me have? Come on.
And I don't think it would have. I think, again, people don't vote because they feel totally locked out, not because DSA told them to or to not vote for.
So your endorsement means
for
nothing?
A presidential candidate. When we endorse somebody, that doesn't just mean we're putting a rubber stamp on it anyway. It means that we are turning out our people to hit the doors and hit the phones and really do a major voter outreach operation. And we weren't going to do that for Kamala Harris. And I don't know that it would have made a difference if we had. And I don't know that she wanted it.
This article in Jacobin, which is, I think a DSA-aligned journal, it's called A Blueprint for a New Party.
Jacobin
and it said
is
the
a
goal is not to
wacky
immediately
publication.
form a third party, which is seen as suicidal in America's two-party tyranny, but to, quote, mount the electoral equivalent of guerrilla insurgency, unquote, by using the Democratic Party line.
We do love to talk like that, don't we?
Is that a good idea, Megan?
I think people like us being rather bold. I think the boldness actually.
It's sort of the badass imagery.
Someone's got to be. People are furious about Trump and the Democratic Party. I mean, James Carville's writing op-eds that say "roll over and play dead." What is that? People want a fighter, and I think they appreciate that we just come right out and say it.
So before we came on, we alluded to the fact that you were just on Fox News and you read a series of
insane
statements. You very
eagerly,
cheerfully responded yes, without any embarrassment to
all of them.
This series of issues.
Crazy,
I think
wacky
open
things.
borders was one. Why are you for open borders? I think to a lot of ears it sounds like.
Why did Hassan latch himself to Abdul if he isn't a socialist, isn't in California, etc.? Why is he just Muslim/progressive? And like, why do the DSA people like Abdul if he's a capitalist? Well, the DSA people like him because of the AIPAC, anti-AIPAC. For Hassan, you're thinking way too hard. Think way more simpler. Okay.
A John Lennon song, not a political reality.
Well, John Lennon was very popular. I think, again, all of these policy points, they're all part of this long-term goal where we are putting huge amounts of resources into alleviating poverty, into stopping destabilization of countries internationally that are causing huge migrant flow. But, most people in the U.S. are here because of a prior period of unrestricted immigration or of much looser immigration. We put caps on certain countries and don't allow migration from other countries, and then kind of wide open for some countries.
I understand that, but people would argue back and say, okay, that there may be deep flaws in both the history and the system of immigration.
Mm-hmm.
Why not correct those flaws and make them more just, but by just throwing the gates open, whether it's the gates of prisons or the gates of immigration, that chaos will ensue? I think you probably get that argument a lot.
Sure, and we're not saying throw the gates open. We're saying let's do that. Let's look at where the system is really flawed, really problematic.
I think that's called immigration reform.
It is, but we think that you have to look at all of these things from first principles, right? We started here from first principles. So what do we want out of an immigration system? Let's start there. That doesn't mean thinking from just throwing open the borders and then building from the ground up. It means reforming the system we have while we rethink the system, while we build this new one from the ground up, and then hopefully eventually flipping the switch.
Do you believe there should be millionaires in this country?
I'm less concerned about millionaires, more concerned about billionaires. I don't have like a hard line where it's where
How
you're
much
good.
It's really hard to draw that hard line because, well, all of the socialists keep getting wealthier and wealthier. So it's really hard when we draw that line. I don't know why her answer, they shouldn't, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to give any tips. You should never have to say as a socialist, I want to get rid of all billionaires, or I think that all billionaires are unethical because they're billionaires. The answer should be, in my system, we would get rid of all billionaires because it is impossible to become a billionaire except by the byproduct of the insane amount of capital that you own. And our goal is to reduce the amount of the concentration of capital to owners and increase the share of capital to laborers. So in our system, it just wouldn't really be possible that any individual could acquire so much capital because they'd have to be working as well. And that's why all the billionaires probably wouldn't exist. Not because we would get rid of billionaires, but because we would change the system, right? This is supposed to be, I think, the best socialist answer, but whatever.
What I'm asking is, how much is too much?
Yeah, I think the question is less about how much is too much and more about what are you doing to keep and maintain and get
okay. She's getting there, I guess. Okay.
that wealth in the first place. I think most billionaires got their wealth because they exploited the working class in some very significant way, usually. Are we exploiting people is the bigger question, as opposed to some sort of arbitrary red line of you can have this much money or not have that much money. But we do believe in taxing the hell out of millionaires. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what does taxing the hell out of them mean?
Yeah, I don't have like a solid, but I think.
But shouldn't you?
Thank you for asking that, because this isn't just like a random lol socialist off the street. This is the co-chair, the co-chair of the DSA, who agreed to go on this show, probably to talk about her being the co-chair and what the DSA believes in. You should be able to answer these questions. You should be able to do this.
I mean, if you're the co-chair,
Thank you.
of the
Correct.
DSA,
That's right.
Shouldn't you be more specific than just
Yeah.
taxing the hell out of something?
Yeah, maybe.
What
Should you
exactly
have some
do you mean?
fucking idea about what you're talking about? Maybe, possibly.
So
maybe? A
again,
little bit?
it's democracy, right? And we have to look at
it's
what we need to
democracy.
spend
Oh.
and what we need. We don't want to depend on the existence of millionaires because that means people are still getting exploited. So, so yeah, we need to look at what we need to pay for in the interim, what sort of tax base we need for that to happen, and then and build from there.
Is support of Israel in any form essentially a red card in DSA? As I understand it, in 2024, DSA's National Political Committee withdrew its endorsement of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez over her support for a House resolution stating that denying Israel's right to exist is a form of anti-Semitism, and her local chapter stuck with her. And this was an argument that continued on. Where are you on it?
Yeah, so that was like a very complicated and very like inter-DSA bureaucratic question, but convention decided that, yeah, this is a solid red line. No defense or economic support for Israel. Very significant way.
So why not explain what that was? Why are you just saying it was complicated? Yes, you're the leader or the co-leader of the national org, then explain it. Like, what do you...
And this was an argument that continued on. Where are you on it?
Yeah, so that was like a very complicated and very like inter-DSA bureaucratic question, but convention decided that, yeah, this is a solid red line. No defense or economic support for Israel.
Does Israel have the right to defend itself, according to DSA? What is the position that DSA is headed toward here? Is it for a two-state solution? Is that or is it a binational one-state solution? What in fact is the position?
We don't do two-state any here. Or we don't do two-state anymore here, okay? That's the bad position, all right?
Of DSA.
Yeah, so our position is a free Palestine with the capital in Jerusalem. And so I think that could be safely read as a one-state solution.
No, not necessarily. The Jerusalem is one of the biggest contention points because you have Jerusalem proper, or I don't know if that's mean to say Jerusalem proper, and then you have, they'll call it East Jerusalem, or they'll call it the old city of Jerusalem, is like the other part. And theoretically, I think up through 67, when did the Jews take over East Jerusalem? Was that after 67? I think it was after 67, right? They didn't have it before then. But theoretically, both halves could be owned by different people.
So the Camp David Accords that were being negotiated at the beginning.
Oh my God! This guy knows.
Who is this guy? What's his name?
He knows
Shout
this.
him out.
He knows some facts, just a few, but just some facts. Oh my goodness!
Solution.
So the Camp David Accords that were being negotiated at the beginning of the century under the Clinton administration, had the Palestinians accepted it, that would have satisfied you.
Good question. I need to look at what the actual specifics there were. I don't know them off the top of my head, but
how can you make Israel-Palestine a red line for you in terms of what you think is acceptable for a candidate to endorse and not know literally fucking any? It's impossible to read anything about Israel-Palestine without knowing about the Camp David Accords. That's impossible. It's almost not quite as bad, which is impressive. It's almost as weird as Hassan not knowing what the Western Wall was several months ago. I have no possible idea how you could not know that, or what was being negotiated, or what happened there at all.
So when you say, does Israel have the right to defend itself? Peoples have the right to live in safety. Absolutely. But if that safety means doing genocide to somebody else, then no, that's not defensible.
Oh.
Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier recently won a primary election in New York City, and is almost sure to win the general election. She attended an October 8th pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas rally, which many people saw as a justification of the October 7th attack. And some of her tweets have been extremely ugly on this score and on others. Do you fully support her in all these activities and what she's had to say?
I think Daria Lisa can speak for herself, certainly, and I think she's apologized for
Hold on. That Daria Lisa was an explicitly supported and dues-paying member of even the DSA national chapter, right? somebody know? Because if she is, then what do you mean she can speak for herself? She's part of your organization. You should be able to have an opinion on that as well. No.
Some pieces of that, and has been
not for attending that rally.
Unapologetic about other pieces of that, and
do you support her yourself in that?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Oh, okay. Well, then.
Because
in other words,
as a
you would have
member
gone
of
to
the New
that
York
rally.
City DSA, I'm not seeing if she's a member of the
national
entire one.
Okay.
Enable.
That's a good question.
To be fair, again, I'm borrowing heavily from that one email, but I'm pretty sure the New York DSA is such a prominent chapter. Like it's probably more prominent than the national DSA itself. So
Yes.
if the New York DSA chapter is doing stuff, she should probably be able to speak to that. I would say, yeah.
Probably would have. Yeah. I don't live in New York City, so I wouldn't have.
One day after the slaughter of 1,200 people and taking of over 200 hostages, you would have come and rallied behind Hamas.
I think that October 7th was largely inevitable. If you put people in an open air concentration camp and you deprive them of rights, of dignity, of food, of the ability to live in safety, you have to expect that they are going to not take that for that long. And that is not defending
We're not gonna
any
take it.
harm of civilians or of non-combatants.
Well, sure
That
it
is. Do you think it is?
You're saying you're supporting it.
I'm saying that I think it was inevitable. I think that you cannot put people in a cage and expect them not to revolt. And I think that
It's a revolution.
That supporting the civilians, the non-combatants, the children who are being killed, that's really the primary thing.
So you live in upstate New York. You describe yourself as a Jon Stewart liberal. Tell me about your life until 2018. What were you doing? Sure. What was your mindset, and why did it change?
Absolutely true. Got most of my news from Jon Stewart. That was my primary news source. I'd read the Sunday Times and I'd read Jon Stewart, and I did read the New Yorker, and sometimes even for more than the cartoons.
I appreciate that. But what happened? What turned?
So after Hillary Clinton did not win, and I was supportive of Hillary Clinton. I was not a registered Democrat at that point. I was registered independent. And then she didn't win. And I was horrified. I was baffled. I tried to become involved in the Democratic Party. What I ended up involved in was this like women's club where you'd like have speakers. Like you weren't actually making any decisions. You were hearing people talk about a book. And that was all really frustrating because I was like, who's doing anything? What are we pushing anything toward? And a friend who was a folk musician said, we are starting this DSA chapter. You should come to a meeting. And I was like, ugh, the socialists. And I was like, all right, well, I'll come to your meeting because we're friends, but I'm not saying comrade. And I went to the meeting and I was just so relieved they were actually doing something, just anything. They had plans to just do something. We're going to lobby for this bill. We're going to do this community service activity together. We're just going to do stuff. And I was like, great. And then organizing and actually thinking constantly about like what an actual change to the system. Eventually I read some theory and I didn't go to college, but most of the great socialist theorists were writing pamphlets to be distributed to factory workers. I
think what might have disturbed.
Who does she think were writing those pamphlets? If you're going to talk about like the Communist Manifesto, this was written by that was Engels and Marx, right? Like, it's not like it was random retards writing these things. I don't know what, this is like, this gives the energy of, Bill Gates didn't need to go to college, so why should I?
Some people who are watching that.
Also, none of your bases are factory workers anyway. They're all they're all college educated people. What the fuck?
Clip. There was a certain kind of, breezy, I'm for that, and there was no detail at all. And when you come to an issue like prison abolition, and just say, yep, I'm for that, or defund the police, sure, I'm for that, it was a little startling. Now, it might have been the form of the show, so let's flip the switch here and dig down a little. What do you mean by prison abolition? We've had on this show Michelle Alexander, who wrote The New Jim Crow, and plenty of people in the Democratic.
I need some type of hope. I hate how much leeway these people are given in this interview. This is a good interview. I think this is a good appropriately
It's the best one
challenging
I've seen.
interview. Yeah, he's not like screaming at her, but he's asked some good questions, I think. Yeah.
Democratic Party, even in the establishment, have rejected mass incarceration, and some things have been done to bring it down. What does prison abolition mean to you?
So again, let's start from first principles, right?
Oh, first principles.
What do we need? We need safety.
Let's
We
not
need our
begin from
community-
first principles. Let's begin from what is to be done, to use a Leninist phrase.
Oh,
No, I mean, I think you have to start from first principles, and that is the core of this. We need community safety. We need people to be safe. We need people.
The reason why you, by the way, don't have to start from first principles is because unless you're going to take this in a radically different direction, you can just assume that all of these first principles are going to be agreed upon. Like, it's weird to say, let's start from first principles and then say literally the most milquetoast agreeable shit on planet Earth. Like, all of our communities need to be safe. Like, okay, thanks, I guess. Okay.
People to be able to live their lives without fear of being assaulted, without fear of being robbed, without fear of violence.
Okay, good first principles.
What
okay, I guess.
communities do we know are the safest? It's not communities with cops on every corner. It's communities that have good schools, good jobs, good park systems, good recreation.
Yes, cops do not prevent crime. Cops are there to deal with crime in progress. More cops in an area, I mean, they technically seeing cops can prevent crime, but not really, right? Obviously, having people that are wealthy, healthy, are productive members of society, that's all better. But by the time the police are involved, I think you're a little bit past that point.
For their teenagers, things like that. Those are the safe communities.
What does defunding the police mean in your mind?
Every year, police budgets go up. Every year, there's a backlog of rape kits that don't get tested.
Should they be
everybody's budget goes up? It's called inflation. I don't know.
Maintained?
I am not in favor of getting rid of police entirely tomorrow.
It's like every new adjunct entirely tomorrow. Okay.
No, defunding the police means no funding. I think that's
I don't think so.
English.
I think
Well, tell me
it
what
means I think it means taking funding back and moving it elsewhere. Right. So pulling some of that funding back
To what
and moving
extent?
it elsewhere.
I think you might be wrong about the working class demographics. Many are the Bernie supporters. A tax-exempt coworker of mine is not supporting a wealth tax. Sure, dude, we have fucked ourselves so hard on stupid fucking euphemisms, right? I talk about this a lot with the African-American thing, but like we also did this with the working class thing. Like I feel like working class came as a result of people not wanting to say lower class, because we have like the middle class and you've got your upper class or your elites. We'll say middle there, but nobody really wants to say like lower class because that kind of sounds kind of weird. So then they changed it to like working class. But I think working class, at least when I was growing up, and it still does today, working class heavily connotates like blue collar or service retail type stuff. Now, I'm not saying that people don't have their own problems or issues if they're like doing, software work or sit down white collar work or like in an office work. But there's a different type of way that we used to refer to those people. I'm not trying to dog was like we call them losers, but I'm just saying like it wasn't necessarily thought of as like being in the same cohort there because generally their concerns are different as well.
The extent to which we are fully funding social services, to which we are fully funding schools, lunch programs for kids, after school programs for kids. Communities should be clean and they should be safe. We should be funding.
Like, what are you describing here? That's not a standard part of the Democratic Party platform.
Taking funding back and moving it elsewhere, right? So pulling some of that funding back
To what
and moving
extent?
it elsewhere. To the extent to which we are fully funding social services, to which we are fully funding schools, lunch programs for kids, after school programs for kids. Communities should be clean and they should be safe. We should be funding putting trees up so people have more.
I don't think anybody's going to argue about any of that,
none
trees
of that.
or anything
And correct.
of the
That's
like.
right.
But they're
Nobody.
But they
concerned.
do.
No,
They do.
Democrats
because
do?
there's always more money for the police budgets, and there is never money for how do we just literally make our communities safer, nicer.
What do we spend a year on education in the United States? Not necessarily just saying individuals, but like, I feel like education is like this is a big number, but I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say like $1 trillion in government-related expenditures on education. Well, now that the Department of Education is gone, I don't know if that looks the same, but we spend a fuck ton of money on education in the United States. There's a reason why, talk shit or whatever, but we have one of the most productive labor forces on the planet and one of the most educated labor forces on the planet. Like,
healthier, and that does come to the
Megan,
question. We say we don't have enough money.
Why do you think a number of politicians in your orbit who use the rhetoric of defund the police have kind of taken it back or muffled it or gotten rid of it entirely?
I think you see, different phrasings of the same idea. And, if we're just talking about branding, I think that's not really the exercise we need to be spending a bunch of time on. I think we need to be talking to people about what makes your community safe. And that is how DSA functions. We have 1 million conversations on the door. We are out in the communities actually changing minds. Democrats really like a slogan. They like an ad. They like a mailer.
You've made an argument for abolishing the Senate. And we both live in a state that has I don't know what multiple of a population of Wyoming, which also has 2 senators. We all understand that. The Electoral College, we understand why it was put in place in the first place and why it's outdated now. But I think we can also agree that the chances of amending the Constitution to that effect are about 0. Does taking that kind of theoretical position, however principled, distract from DSA policies that might really succeed or be more urgent?
I don't think so. I think taking principled positions tells people that you're principled. And I think we see voters really responding to that. And we see people saying, oh, you're actually thinking about the systems. Even Thomas Jefferson, for all of his heinous problems.
These guys hate every single fucking founding father. They'll always qualify the fuck out of, even people like Abe Lincoln, they will qualify the fuck out of anything nice they say about any of these people. Always.
I think he was writing letters to James Madison where he talked about we need a new constitution every 19 years because he did some calculation in his head that that is when a generation changes over.
Where did abolish the Senate come from? Honestly, I bet that they were writing some policy proposal draft paper on some DSA thing, and everybody wants to get rid of the Electoral College or significantly change it, and some retard doesn't know the difference between the Electoral College and the Senate and the House, so they just wrote I guess abolish the Senate, and then nobody really knew what the fuck they were talking about, and people thought maybe this is our new position, but it was so fucking out there they didn't want to push back on it in case they would show their ass as being a neoliberal or a normal Democrat, so nobody pushed back on it, and I bet it just slowly crept into their platform as a result, and now nobody can say anything because it's too late. That's my guess.
And he said people should not be haunted by these rules set for them by previous generations. So this is not actually, it's not a new concept to say hey, wait a second, why are we doing this thing this way?
Give me the dynamics within DSA. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Zoran Mamdani, too, have been criticized by people in DSA for moderating.
I think they claim that the Senate disproportionately benefits the GOP, so it should be abolished along with the House cap. I mean, it does structurally benefit the GOP. But I mean, maybe something should. If we were to get rid of the Electoral College, if we were to rebalance the House, I think these would kind of favor us. Although maybe they should favor us, I cuck out sometimes on some of this, but it's if we have a fuck ton more people, the population, why conservatism is not a protected class. Why do you need special institutional or structural advantages?
Various positions. AOC took advice from Nancy Pelosi. Mamdani,
and it has its own culture.
Oh, but that's not really true. I think that the biggest cultural divide in the United States is the divide between cities and rural places, more so than from state to state. It's one of the reasons why I get so triggered when I hear so many of these fucking retards from California that move to Austin, and they're I love Texas way more. I love Texas so much. I'm a huge Texas fan. And it's brother, you live in Austin. You're not a rancher, okay? Stop.
I mean, I don't disagree with that, I guess. But, then what do you do about people in rural counties? Are they just going to get fucked over by anybody in a blue state policy?
I agree. That's why I'm saying I agree that it probably does favor them a little. But I don't know if we should get rid of every single thing that favors them and just go strictly by population, because then you probably would start to feel underrepresented or not represented. That's why I think it's maybe not the worst thing.
Yeah. AOC took advice from Nancy Pelosi. Mamdani retained the New York City police commissioner from the previous administration.
Yep. So what I think often on the outside looks like infighting or mess, we just call it democracy. We think it's good. We're always happy to pick apart anything, ruthless critique of all that exists, to use a Marxist phrase.
You've quoted Marx now a few times in our conversation.
I did quote Thomas Jefferson too. So
not happily, not without
True. Yep, that's true. Good point. Oh my God, he's a non-brain dead conversationalist. Jesus Christ.
Critiquing him for all that exists.
You think you're going to get far by quoting Marxist theory in this country, or do you think that that kind of Cold War?
This is one thing that the oldies, okay, they're like Israel on this, okay. They rely far too much on the prevailing attitudes of their generation than they do on, like, or they seem to not understand sometimes, I think, what younger people are thinking in this country. The socialist communist boogeyman, that word was a boogeyman actively with baby boomers, actively with Gen X, passively with millennials. Like, it was kind of like the fear was handed down to us, but we didn't have like any direct firsthand experience with it, and doesn't exist at all with Gen Z. So you're going to have to work a little bit harder on why you think socialism or communism or Marxism is bad, other than just kind of like alluding to it, because most people just don't really care that much anymore about like the boogeyman of socialism or Marxism.
Antipathy to Marx, to say the least, is gone.
And the biggest contributor to that fucking up of anybody understanding what Marxism is or why they should be afraid of it was over the millennial generation from birth till where I'm at now, was Republicans trying to trade heavily on the fear of that word in order to attack Democrats for decades. So
yeah, they call Obama a communist for fucking ever.
They've
right?
called every one of them a communist. Like CNN, Rush Limbaugh always used to call it the Commie News Network. Yeah, and California, he would call it Commifornia. Like, these guys were obsessed with labeling everybody a fucking communist. So
I think that people see that capitalism is not working for them. And I think, when you talk to people on the doors, they don't care if you're quoting Marx or Thomas Jefferson. They care about whether or not their building is safe, whether or not there are rats crawling around in their children's bedrooms.
Of course. But
and you can say, hey, guess what? There's this thing in Vienna called the Karl Marx Hof, and it's a house, and it's named after Karl Marx, and it is dignified, clean, high quality social housing, and that is a real thing that exists. I think people aren't afraid of.
Is there a model for a politics or a society that is real and existing in this world that you would like to see the United States?
To be fair, Obama was courting the commie boomer class and was very antagonistic to business and capital. How? Didn't he followed through on the auto loan bailouts was strictly Obama,
he did
right?
TARP?
I think TARP might have been Bush, although
it might have been, but he pushed it through, I think.
Maybe. I think it was, but I think the auto loan bailouts, I think that was exclusively Obama. I'm pretty sure.
It's copy or somehow be close to.
I think.
I wish that.
Wait, are you driving? Or are you in the bathtub?
No, I gotta get my wife's dad's sausage, or salami, not sausage, I guess. So I'm walking.
Be careful.
More socialist experiments could be happening without CIA.
Remember Bill Ayers? How could I not? As a huge conservative listener, I don't think Obama was ever that close to these people, but because my mom would talk about him all the time too, and Michael Savage, that Obama was always supporting the Weather Underground, and he wanted to see more violent terrorist attacks brought back to the United States, and then Obama's crazy pastor or whatever, who was definitely fiery, but like, I don't know. Conservatives, you can't say it, but the problem was that Obama was a black president. They just really didn't like that one. That never really sat well with them. Maybe, I don't know.
More socialist experiments could be happening without CIA interference, without U.S. sanctions messing with their, But I wish that we weren't doing, spending billions of dollars to
Israel.
destabilize Cuba. I think.
Did we really spend billions fucking with Cuba? It wouldn't surprise me, but
there are lessons we can take from different socialist projects. I think the Cuban Family Code is a really interesting one in participatory democracy, and the way that they changed their constitution to make it more egalitarian, to make it is now in the world the most queer friendly constitution that exists.
Is she talking about the Cuban one? Okay.
I also think, they're in with projects. But I wish that we weren't doing, spending billions of dollars to destabilize Cuba. I think there are lessons we can take from different socialist projects. I think the Cuban Family Code is a really interesting one in participatory democracy, and the way that they changed their constitution to make it more egalitarian, to make it is now in the world the most queer friendly constitution that exists. Okay. I also think there are some serious problems, and I think that those problems are caused by the fact that we are spending billions of dollars to destabilize them, and they overcorrect.
Queer friendly is a good point. Earlier you expressed some support. I think I was reading you right for Hamas. I wouldn't call that a queer friendly organization, would you?
Remember, Hamas only hates gay people because the United States bombs them so much, okay?
I would not call Hamas queer-friendly. I would not say that you can get a lot of social rights when you're under siege. I think that most queer people who have been killed in Palestine have been killed by Israeli bombs.
There you go!
In the weeks preceding the invasion of Ukraine, DSA's International Committee released a statement blaming NATO expansion and the United States, essentially, for the crisis. After the invasion, DSA released a statement condemning the invasion and calling for a ceasefire. And there have been people who have in DSA who have been even more firm about that it was mainly the United States' fault that Russia felt compelled to
the NATO expansion
invade Ukraine. How do you feel about it?
She agrees.
We do not believe in.
Now let's do some. Okay, hit them up quick with the pointless statements about how we don't support anybody invading anybody, and we think that Russia should stop, and we do condemn Russia's crime of invasion. But then immediately after, you got to follow that up with realistically. What do you expect Russia to do when NATO is being so aggressive? Okay, you got this, Queen.
Pouring U.S. money, military weapons into anything, we don't think it makes it better anywhere.
Or we can just start off negatively immediately, I guess. Okay.
But obviously Russia is this oligarchic dictatorship.
Like the U.S.?
Is
like the U.S.?
Hyper-capitalist.
And it's capitalist.
Putin is this crazy right-wing oligarch. Of course he is going to make horrific human life-ending decisions.
Well, this is precisely why those countries wanted to be in NATO.
Yes.
But the U.S. is also hyper-capitalistic evil, no?
But why aren't we doing any amount of actual diplomacy? Why aren't we doing any amount of sending actual human beings to talk to human beings and figure out what...
I don't understand what kind of there's been all kinds of diplomacy, however, failed since the beginning of the invasion. We shouldn't send weapons to the Ukrainians.
No.
Okay.
So just allow Russia to overrun Ukraine entirely.
Well,
we should be sending huge teams of diplomats. We should be figuring out how to negotiate, how to get Russia off Ukraine's back. We should, absolutely.
But so do all of that with Russia, understanding that no matter what, we will never, ever, 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 ever do anything militarily. So, okay, makes sense.
Russia would get off of Ukraine's back by us sending diplomats.
I don't think that there is adequate negotiation. I don't think that there has been anywhere near adequate diplomacy.
Okay. Who would be your ideal candidate for president in 2028?
Oh, God.
Surely there's been discussion about this at DSA. And what is that discussion like?
So our
she can't say
convention,
AOC because they disavowed her, or I guess kicked her out.
Maybe.
From the national.
True.
2028.
Oh, God.
Surely there's been discussion about this at DSA. And what is that discussion like?
So our convention, again, our highest decision-making body, last year passed something that we want to create a labor-left coalition to run a labor-left candidate for president.
Wow.
There are some labor leaders whose names get tossed around. Nobody will be surprised by Sean Fain, of course, gets mentioned. Sarah Nelson, quite popular among DSA members. And then also, there are folks from Congress. Obviously, AOC is the... It's the big question. Is she going to run? We're also seeing progressive candidates who are not socialists, but folks like Ro Khanna seem to be running, kind of laying the groundwork for a run.
Is Ro Khanna not too wealthy for you?
I think there are people in DSA who would potentially endorse a progressive who is not a socialist, and that's part of our internal democracy, and we would hash it out and come to a conclusion, and that would be democratically decided, and then we'd be like, all right, let's do this. If the organization decided to endorse Ro Khanna, I would knock doors for Ro Khanna, absolutely.
Megan, what do you want to get across that I haven't asked you about? I want to be fair here.
There are always questions about these pieces of detail, but the answer is always, we decide it democratically. We decide it together. So if you're looking to me to be the one true arbiter of DSA thought, I'm absolutely not. Who
is? Or that doesn't exist?
DSA.
It never will.
It doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Convention, I guess, would be the closest to the one true arbiter of DSA, and it happens every 2 years.
Megan Romer, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
You know, a guy like Abraham Lincoln impressed people not because he was erudite, it's because he was 6'4".
He was tall. He was tall.
He was a giant, strange-looking man who also happened to be like, you know, an erudite, like interesting guy. But the importance of presence, of rhetorical skill, of attention grabbing, these are classic, old-fashioned political skills.
Give me a word that sums up this midterm cycle for you.
Wait, why are these guys talking about Kyla so much? TTS.
Hello? Is this thing working? Can I get a corn pop? Corn pop 先帝创业未ban而中到邦多。今天加3分1周 PV.
Why?
此称危机存亡之。
Why are you guys making him stutter in Chinese?
It really sucks that you have been in so much online drama that people can just point to it and ignore your clearly laid out rationale for legitimate issues. Keep pushing your clear voice on intentionally muddy issues. It's not lost on everyone.
You ended it too soon? I didn't end it. I just pushed play.
I will always be your #1 fan.
Thanks, Icono.
Do I get off watching this clip of Hassan praising me? Yes or no? Definitely yes.
That was a good voice.
I have been getting into gay sex recently. It's not as good as having sex with my sister, but it's still pretty good. 7 out of 10. I'm still straight, though, because anything that turns me on is a woman.
3 meters 46 seconds ago, Cinema Vernanda. The hockey player, are you dumb? Rip Bozo Key.
Hey, you gnome fuck! Play Project Zomboid. Build 42 is out. They ridded the map.
Build 42. Oh, fuck, is Moot in here? Guys, what the fuck is happening with every time it pops up on my Reddit?
Yeah.
Why is there some crazy shit going on with the Calamity mod? What the fuck?
What's the Calamity mod? And
we played it.
Yeah, well, what's crazy about it? I know it's the
Oh, I don't know. Some guy is always like trying to rape somebody or groom children or something. Right now, they're having like a huge thing where a whole bunch of people are pulling out of the Calamity mod because another developer for it, I guess. They say grooming, he got caught grooming somebody, but I don't know what that actually means because sometimes these people are weird.
Well, yeah, nowadays grooming can be like you were talking to a 19-year-old.
Yeah.
I've secured the salamis.
Did you get the right ones?
Yeah, her dad'll eat anything, you know. I bought 4 different ones, but I'm gonna keep one. One for me.
No one in chat knows? Okay, well. Why do people think it's illegal to collect rainwater in the U.S.? When the government tells you you cannot use the water God dropped on your property. Collecting rain is legal in all
I've actually always heard that this is... I've always heard that this is illegal, actually. It's a truism, I think.
Oh, you mean like it's just an unchallenged statement that people give?
Yes.
I feel like it probably depends on where you live. There's probably ways that it can be illegal. But I mean, like, rainwater is technically how all the, is it aquifers or aquifers? Like all the water things, or the tables or whatever? No, they replenish themselves with rainwater from the mountains and all that bullshit. So theoretically, I imagine you can't collect all of it. But I don't know how much a normal person, like if you collect water in a barrel in your backyard, there's no way that's illegal. So I don't know.
I've also heard it's not safe to drink.
Rainwater?
Yeah, unless you like boil it, is what I've heard. I don't know.
Rainwater should always be safe to drink, I think, except for like acid rain, I believe. I think, but if you collect it somewhere and it sits, then that's not good, I think. The thing is, like, I know there's like, do you remember when we were all growing up and we thought acid rain was going to be the end of us? There are certain, would you call it particulates or things or particles or
particulates?
Particulates, yeah. There are certain things in the atmosphere. There are certain things that can happen as a result of pollution that can get picked up by water, and so I don't know. But I don't know what those are. If that's like a threat to drink or what, I don't know. Listen. I drink water out of the tap. Okay.
You drink Coca-Cola. Come on now.
True. SOYPILL defends DSA co-chair's Gaza take. She said she'd have to look at the specifics. That seems fair if she doesn't know the exact details, especially considering the 2000 summit proposals doesn't map neatly at all onto one state solution that the DSA wants. I mean, she should know it before she literally disqualifies candidates and doesn't and votes not to endorse them based solely on that issue. That's pretty surprising that you wouldn't know anything about it. The reason why it's surprising is because it makes it seem like the actual position is closer to what I said a long time ago, that it is literally and solely only something used to separate Democrats out from more extremist people that you want to support for elections. By having a position that is electorally impossible and by policy is just totally impossible, it makes it so that you can infinitely purity test on it because nobody who's in office is ever going to have your position because it's fucking stupid. That's what it makes it seem like, you know. But, you know, who am I to say? The Calamity side drama, if you care.
I do think
Uh-oh.
it's good to some degree that the Calamity community
Oh, they even have the Calamity gameplay in the background.
is concerned about another FabSol-like lead dev emerging, but Oz is not, and I have a lot of reasons to think that. First of all, after FabSol was removed, Ozotron was unanimously chosen by the Calamity developers to be the new leader. After how much turmoil the devs suffered under FabSol, I find it very hard to believe that they would elect someone who behaved similar to him in any way. And keep in mind that the devs have actually worked with Oz for years, so they know what he's like.
Uh-oh. Welcome to Wormhell. This is an ideally chill server where people crack inappropriate jokes, vent about things that stress them, and post lots of porn. Oh, God. You must be over 18 to be invited to this server from here on out. Oh, no. Wait, when they say kids were being groomed, do they just mean that like there were kids in these servers that shouldn't have been there, or fuck, wasn't this what the last Calamity mod drama was like? This community, well, all communities for gaming are like super ultra fucking wokey still, but there are so many places on the internet right now, okay? I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but there are so many places on the internet that have pornography. Why do people feel the need to like host novel servers for porn? Well, I don't understand it. It just feels like it invites so much fucking drama. Why?
It's almost like I was on my porn crusade for fucking 6 years and nobody in DGG had a fucking leg to stand on with me.
Ooh. I don't care about this. Okay. Never mind. This is
all right. I bought a Coca-Cola zero sugar cherry flavored. Not good.
Nah.
It tastes just like cherry medicine. I might even toss it.
Damn. The Queen.
No one's putting Hilary in the corner.
Not me. Nope.
No way.
Hey, we know Bill
Hi,
Clinton
everyone.
ain't.
This is Pivot.
You know what I'm saying?
We know what?
We know Bill ain't because he cheated on her in the Oval Office.
I don't know what you mean by that, Moot Dan. And I don't know why you thought that was an acceptable joke. Fuck you. In this household, we respect Hillary Clinton.
From New York Magazine and the Vox Media Podcast Network, I'm Kara Swisher, and once again, it's time for Scot-Free August. That's right. Scot-Free August has begun, and in honor of that, I have a very special guest as our first guest co-host. I brought in Scott Galloway's hero, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Welcome, Madam Secretary.
Oh, it's great to be here. I didn't know this was officially Scot-Free August.
Yeah, you're the kickoff.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Where's Scott
Wherever
going?
you are, Scott, have a great August.
We are very excited to have you here. You're one of my heroes, too. And we've had some good times recently chit-chatting. We're doing stuff. We're talking about things. And you just went to the Liberty game. How did that go?
Oh, my God. Well, you know, because you've been there. It is the most
How old
exciting
is
and
Hillary?
fun experience.
She sounds still so quick and like
60
with it.
5. That's my guess. Damn. 78? Okay. Have you heard Bill Clinton speak recently?
I think so. He still sounds with it too.
Really? I'm surprised I would have to see what you heard. Or I just caught a string of bad ones. He sounds rough. But maybe I'm not up to date on him.
Well, you know,
I
because you
I feel like I heard him in an
there.
interview.
It is the most exciting and fun experience. I mean, honestly, the way that arena, Barclay in Brooklyn lights up with the Liberty, and of course, Ellie, the elephant, who is naughty and fun.
Did you mind the naughtiness? No.
Well, not at all. No.
Not at all.
She was shaking her tail at me the whole time. I loved it. And they won.
The crowd loved you, by the way. Let me just say.
Well, I love the crowd. I mean, this, going to a Liberty game in the summer in New York, people are in a good mood. They're happy. They're, they cheered literally everything. I mean, if the referee walked, onto the court, they cheered. They were just in such a good mood.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would like to bottle that and make sure that it's available year round. I mean, I would encourage anybody. My husband watches both men's and women's basketball, and I watch some of it as well. But there is just a feeling, and my friends told me this. You told me this, and others told me. Just go to a game. You will have a sport experience. I've been to women's soccer games, but being in an arena with a crowd that is so enthusiastic, it was just an amazing
and a naughty
time.
elephant, and a naughty elephant.
A naughty
your favorite
elephant.
part.
We should have been a donkey, but it was a naughty elephant.
Oh my God! No.
Jesus.
Okay, that might turn around the Democratic Party.
You think so?
No. Question: what have you done the rest of the summer? What are you up to?
I've done a lot of traveling with my family, going out west. Went to Wyoming with my daughter and her husband and the 3 grandkids. Had a great time. Visited some friends in Montana. Obviously the American West is just awesome in every way, and I like to hike, and so just getting out into the mountains.
Yeah. Did you get out to the Dakotas? Do you want to be on Mount Rushmore? Do you think you should be on Mount Rushmore? I was just thinking.
Not only do I not want to be on Mount Rushmore, I don't think anybody else should be added to Mount Rushmore. But it's quite a sculptural feat. I mean, when you do get there and you look at these giant heads on the side of this mountain. Now, I'm also told that kind of similar to the reflecting pool, screwing with it could possibly bring the whole thing down.
No, the faces will fall
I'm just
off.
predicting that there may be conversations happening some places that, Washington, Southern Florida, about trying to figure out how to shoehorn another head into that.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, nobody does except one person. But can I ask you a question really quickly about the reflecting pool? How are you felt about that? What's happening? Like what Janine Pirro did.
Well, first of all, if you go through the chronology, it's really clear what happened. They hired a guy who didn't know what he was doing, and he did what he didn't know, and the result is, the algae center of the universe.
Wait, are they talking about the reflecting pool, or are they talking about the United States right now?
And, I think even Janine Pirro says, I can't prove this case. Now, she went in guns a-blazing.
You got to admit, it is a little bit ironic that for a guy who's like 10 plus years had the slogan of drain the swamp, one of the most remembered stories right now about his entire presidency is a giant fucking algae pool. It's kind of retarded.
The swamp he created, yeah.
This I read. And basically, said to the president, it's not my fault, it's his fault, and points to the Interior Secretary, which has some truth to it. I mean, she's a U.S. attorney. She's not the Interior Secretary. She doesn't run the National Park Service. She didn't give the contract to the pool contractor who didn't know what he was doing. And so she survived. She actually had good arguments on her side, and she was unafraid to make them. But it's just another example of the absurd world in which we are living, that you've got the President of the United States obsessing over a failed pool job, a construction job gone wrong, that he
It's
oversaw,
supposed to be
just like what he's doing now on the South Lawn, tearing it up for the...
Like, remember also, like, the only good thing you were supposed to be able to say about Trump was that he was, like, the real estate guy. And, Jesus.
Helicopter landing zone.
Right.
I mean, honestly...
Did you see
the guy...
the judgment from the judges about his ballroom?
No, what about it?
They ruled that only Congress can do that shit, but they gave him a 2-week stay so he can go beg the Supreme Court.
Aw. Well, does it matter now? Haven't they fucking bulldozed the whole thing and everything anyway?
I mean, yeah, but I don't know what would happen. My guess is the Supreme Court says, yeah, this is illegal, but since you already did it, we're going to let you do it. That would be my guess.
Based.
It is so out of it right now, unhinged, obsessed and focused on all the wrong things. Maybe we should be happy he's messing around with the reflecting pool and, not starting another war somewhere else.
Yeah, we're going to get into some news in a second, but first, did you like the East Wing? Did you want a ballroom ever?
I never really thought about it. What we did, and it was a temporary solution. Everybody did it. If you had too many guests coming, it would be either outside or you'd put up a tent. Now, I'm not against the idea of a ballroom. I'm against this ballroom. I'm against the process the fact there was no process that created this, carbuncle on the side of the White House, which I think is so unfortunate looking. So I don't know. The next president's going to have a big decision. What do you do?
What would you do?
Half-finished
bulldoze everything with his name on it. Everything with his name on it.
I don't know. I mean, the idea of tearing it down is, and we don't know really what's going on underneath it. Under the, several floors down under the White House, there are, security.
Secret rooms, I assume.
Infrastructures. There are, safe rooms. If you remember after 9/11, there's a picture of Condi Rice and Dick Cheney in a room, a very, kind of crowded looking room. That is under the White House. So I don't know what they're doing down there, so you'd have to figure that out too. But I think there'll have to be some, you'll probably have to take down the arch, which he is determined to put up, which I think is just a terrible idea. I think we'll have to worry about the reflecting pool because it's not going to be fixed by the time he leaves, assuming he leaves. So there's going to be a long list. I'm making a list.
Are you making a list? Are you going to de-gold the horses?
De-gold the horses, take down
have you seen them up close?
Gold. Yeah, I saw a
crazy.
picture. I saw a
Feels
picture.
like Saddam Hussein. I mean,
It is.
seriously.
You know what? That's a very. When I was in Baghdad after the fall of Saddam Hussein, I had meetings. I was then a senator. I had meetings in some of his palaces, and they were quite reminiscent of what we are seeing in our own White House. It's just insane.
Is that hard for you to watch, or just
sad.
you're like, I'll
You know
take
what?
down the
It's
gold?
sad to me. It's sad that it's so tackied up, and it is. It's a reflection of his narcissistic personality and his need to feel important, including sticking gold embellishments all over the walls of the Oval Office. I mean, I was in the Oval Office, under, I think Carter, Bill, obviously,
You know
Bush,
that house. You know that house.
Obama, Biden, et cetera. And I'm looking at what he's doing to it. And this is a man who can't concentrate. This is a man whose mind apparently goes to where can I add more gold instead of how do I get out of Iran without looking like the loser that I am.
We'll get to that.
How do I begin to, deal with AI, which is a serious threat to our security, our labor force, and so much else. His mind is about...
Truly, Tim Miller's worst take is that he thinks the Oval Office looks good now. Wait, did he say that to me? Or did he say that in another interview? I must have been in friendly mode if I didn't fight on that take.
What are these things that reflect my need to appear important? And so that's what he spends his time on.
You should be the secretary of taking down the gold.
Wouldn't that be a good idea? Yeah. Secretary of cleaning it up. Fixing it.
Up. Oh my, they would lose their mind. Anyway, well, it's already gone.
Why are we
Wait,
arguing?
that's actually a really good idea.
True, actually. Why are we arguing so much about aesthetic slop? Well, aesthetics, you're communicating something. What do you mean? It's not just like the way that things look and appear, like communicates messages to people about, what you value or what. Yeah, that was a bait question. I'm getting one guy. Never mind.
Let's move to the Democrats. As we tape, progressive candidate Abdul El-Sayed has narrowly won Michigan's Democratic Senate primary, defeating moderate Representative Haley Stevens in one of the party's most watched races.
Is it just me, or is Kara talking over Hilary way too much and just bungling this interview? Like, let her answer her questions, stop talking over, stop interrupting, etc. It's frustrating the fuck out of me. It's no, this is just the way she talks. She's a queen, okay? But this is just how she rolls.
Race has been widely viewed as a test of Democratic Party's direction, pitting the progressives against the establishment. Representative Haley Stevens' side spent over $64 million in ads in the race, while El-Sayed spent $7.1 million. El-Sayed, who is backed by Bernie Sanders and AOC, will face Republican Mike Rogers in the general election that could help determine the control of the Senate. How much should Democrats read into these results?
Well, I think you have to look at both the candidates and the messages and the support that each had. I know Haley, she was a terrific member of Congress. She was a really effective member of Obama's auto recovery task force. She's a doer. But she's not a modern politician. I mean, she is not somebody who has mastered the art of video and performance online. And I think part of the lesson is that's what people are looking for, or at least half the people. Because as you said, it was absolutely skin tight. The election wasn't even called until just recently this morning.
That you don't have to be a content creator to win office, but you have to have content creators like working with you / for you?
I don't know. Did anybody say that?
I'm pretty sure I've heard that, but I think that is very true nowadays.
And so I think we're living in an era where, because of people's, attention spans and their obsession with their screens, they're looking for a candidate, regardless of almost where that candidate might stand or their positioning, but who, first and foremost, they can relate to through the screen. How does that person come across? And I'm just hoping that the people who come across well on the screen are also people who can produce results, because that's not always the same thing, but that's what the evolution of, political contests now is pointing us towards.
Is it more than just the screen? Because, I mean, look, being good at a podcast isn't going to get you elected, right? Exactly. You have to have that skill, as you had to have various skills over the years. But there's this whole idea that there's this sort of struggle within the Democratic Party. And I think of my own son who lives in Michigan. He just liked what he had to say. And there's also a throw the bums out thing. I think he was impacted by the money. He was sort of like, what's with that? And he wanted to be able to articulate it without being like, I don't like AIPAC/Elon/anybody coming in. And he wanted to be able to articulate that without being called anti-Semitic or whatever it happens to be. He just was.
Well, that was going to be my second point. I think that the message was very powerful. And, people are fed up. They want to see results. They want to see government working for them. That's those who voted for Trump. That's what they thought they were getting. And so I do think that the message, which is, very clear, Medicare for all, get money out of politics, and the fact that she was an incumbent, all of that worked to the advantage of El-Sayed. So I think it was a
Is being an incumbent actually a disadvantage nowadays?
I mean,
I
if
would assume
the
not,
candidate is running, if you're fighting against somebody who's running on an anti-establishment platform, then it might hurt you depending on the election, maybe. But generally
Makes
speaking,
sense.
no. But the DSA are
It's usually
only
a huge advantage.
Yeah, but the DSA are only fighting incumbents, and they are very selective about the races. And El-Sayed technically is not DSA, but yeah, I mean, nationwide is going to be incumbents that are winning the majority of their races. Yeah.
Influence.
Is that a huge disadvantage for like our party then? The fact that we literally have to constantly fight in every single fucking district, but like the DSA candidates, et cetera, or like the DSA as a whole only has to fight in like
where they choose. Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, that's up to you to allocate the appropriate resources to fend off those types of attacks. I guess that's all you can do, right? Yeah.
I guess, yeah, it just sucks because you're fighting against not only the Republicans, but also the DSA members. So you're having to spend like fuckloads of money fighting like a DSA person, and then you have to go to the general.
Yep, it's annoying, especially because both of them are similarly advantaged by the same things. So like the heavy, I've noticed that people are finally talking about how if they were to do redistricting in it's Minnesota, that Ilhan Omar's seat might end up going away because when you do the gerrymandering stuff, right? Mm-hmm. The way that gerrymandering works is you're giving a huge advantage to a party by spreading thin your members across as many districts as possible in order to have an advantage in that district. Well, as a byproduct of that, that means that you are cramming as many of the opposition party's people as possible into their own district. And that super crammed district can end up voting in more radical primaries because there are just so many like blue members there that it's not like all the moderates are competing with themselves. And your primary voters tend to be more radical anyway. So,
yeah.
Skills, his presentation skills, which I think are pretty obvious, not an incumbent. He also had pretty broad name recognition because he had run against Gretchen Whitmer. He wasn't totally new to the state or to the voters. And his message was a very clear, simple, straightforward, Medicare for all, get money out of politics. And also, I think there was, some questioning on the part of people like, really, I just want to try something different. I'm just not happy.
Do you ever want to canvass against a DSA candidate in another primary race in the future? Yeah, maybe, yeah. As soon as my court case is over.
Happy with where we are.
What would you do? I'm not asking you for advice, but what should Democrats do about this sort of, and the right is really taking advantage of this, it's the progressive left, communists. Those are powerful words. But how do you do about this sort of, and the right is really taking advantage of this, it's the progressive left, communists. Those are powerful words. But how do you, to me, you just say, we have a lot of people. We have a lot of different people in different states. What's very different from Mickey Sherrill, very different from Amy Klobuchar, very different from, that kind of thing, or Gretchen Whitmer even. Do you think it is a wake-up call or just we evolve and we change kind of thing?
Yeah, no, look, I think there's no doubt that, the Republican Party is the Trump cult and the Democratic Party is a bigger tent. We do have a broad cross-section of people, what they believe, what their experiences are. I think that's an advantage, but we also have to win general elections. And so how we pivot and get behind the candidate in Michigan so that we can beat, the Republican candidate, Mike Rogers. That's gonna require a lot of outreach and a lot of willingness on the part of the winning candidate and his supporters to know that they need the people that they were vilifying online, in person. I mean, the kind of things that were said about Haley, her supporters, there were a lot of really nasty personal attacks.
Which you're familiar with. That's nothing new.
I am familiar with it. And one thing that we haven't yet seen enough of is that when the progressives, the left, whatever we want to call, candidates on that side of the Democratic Party, when they lose, they often don't support the candidate that has been nominated. There was a lot of reluctance to support Kamala Harris. There was a lot of reluctance to support me when I got the nomination. So it can't be a one-way street. If we're going to have a fair election, as there was in Michigan, and somebody comes out ahead, a little bit ahead, but needs to get a huge percentage of the voters that voted for Haley, they're going to have to be willing to, get into a conversation that brings those people over. You're not going to convince Republican voters in Michigan. And the real fight will be how do we make sure that people who voted for Haley feel comfortable voting for Abdul El-Sayed, and how do we get independents to feel comfortable? And you can see that it's not just about Michigan, but the Republican messaging is communist, socialist. It's going to be a very effective attack. And so people on the left have to be prepared to answer that and to be effective at answering it.
Do you think communist is an effective attack in 2026?
Well, all I know is that's the attack that Trump is leading with, and I assume they've tested it, and I assume that they have reason to believe that it's effective, or they wouldn't be beating the drum on it, because now it's not just him. Vance has done it. Others are doing it. They are trying to, bring back scare tactics about our candidates. And, it didn't work in New York. Mamdani was elected, and there was a lot of money spent against him. When you have an effective candidate on the left, it still is going to be a close race on our side. So then how do these candidates who win, whether they're the, candidate that's the more conventional, so-called moderate candidate, although really moderate compared to what? Not compared to Republicans. They're, very much on the, social justice, redistribution side of the ledger. But if they are going to have to pivot to support the candidate on the progressive left side, they're going to need to feel they're welcome. They're going to need to feel that, a lot of people like your son voted for him. They liked the message, but other people voted on different grounds. I mean, Israel played a role in this election, as we know. AIPAC played a role, as we know. So there's going to have to be, on both sides, an understanding. Look, we got to work together. We're not going to beat Republicans by being divided.
What's the message against Rogers?
That he's a Trump candidate, that he's going to show up and he's going to, vote for the Republican agenda. He's going to vote for Trump. And how well has that worked for you? I mean, even the people in Michigan who voted for Trump, is that what they voted for? Did they vote for the war in Iran? Did they vote for corruption unlike we've ever seen before? Did they vote for tearing down the East Wing of the White House? I mean, there's a long list. So
there's a long list, right?
He doesn't have much maneuver room, or Trump will denounce him, although Trump, can't go too far because he wants him to win. But, Mike Rogers is not a, clone of Trump. He's not a certified cult member. So I think it has to be a two-way attack. Pin Trump on him, but also force him to have to decide whether to separate from Trump,
to
which
be independent,
then
right?
undermines Republican enthusiasm for those who are, the true believers of Trump.
Right. Well, one of the ways they did it as midterms approach, we're seeing an impact of the redistricting wars. The Democrats' path to retaking the House has narrowed, according to the Cook Political Report. Thanks to newly redrawn maps across 10 states, the number of competitive swing seats has dropped from 87 to 77. Democrats need to win at least 57 of those 77 seats to take back the House. And meanwhile, Maryland Democrats are trying to fight back. Lawmakers put a constitutional amendment on the ballot that could open the door to redrawing the state's congressional maps. But even if voters approved, the new maps wouldn't take effect until 2028. So talk a little bit about the gerrymandering for the upcoming. You're the first person who said, I'm a little worried to me, and I picked my head up. That's interesting.
No, look, the Republicans, you got to give them credit. They know what they're doing. They have to try to narrow the electorate in order to elect their candidates. And they're purging voters. They're waging all these lawsuits, trying to get a hold of voter rolls. They are trying to intimidate voters. They're trying to undermine confidence in the election. They know exactly what they're doing. And one of their most effective strategies is what they've done with gerrymandering and redistricting over the last years. And, Republicans have no doubt about what's at stake. They could care less about good government. They could care less about, trying to figure out how we create an optimum environment for even more people to vote and feel their vote was counted. That's not what they're interested in. They're interested in winning, holding power, and then inflicting their values on all the rest of us. So the Democrats for years, and there was a big movement. We wanted to go to nonpartisan redistricting. We wanted to make sure that, people felt that they could vote in primaries or do what's called jungle voting so they could vote for both Democrats and Republicans at the same time. We did all of this in the name of good government, expanding the electorate, all the right things. Meanwhile, the Republicans on the other side of the aisle were doing everything they could to create a map system that they would dominate. Right. And they did it. So it wasn't enough for them, what they'd already done. Then Trump was looking for more votes because he knew that the midterms would likely be bad for him. So that's when he called, Abbott in Texas. And, I'm really happy that Gavin Newsom was one of the first to say, we're fighting back. We're not going to sit here and be treated like chumps. We're for good government. You're for power, and you're going to dominate us for the foreseeable future. We're not going to live in that world. So we have fought them to sort of a draw, but they ended up with an advantage. And there were a couple of states that resisted Trump until he literally picked candidates to beat the state legislators who thought it wasn't the right thing to do. So they are still on the march to do everything they can to advantage themselves. Our, effort in Maryland fell short because a Democratic, Speaker of the House or Senate pro tem leader was against it. So Wes Moore couldn't get it out of the legislature. So he's trying to take it to a vote of the people. We saw what happened in Virginia, where they went to the extraordinary lengths of getting a new map that they submitted to the voters. You didn't see Abbott doing that in Texas. They just drew the lines and, told people to fall in line. And so when Virginia was overturned, that would have given us, if it hadn't been overturned on what I thought was
crazy grounds,
kind of a procedural, red herring, but they did it. So we lost those potential seats. So this is going to be a real fight.
Most people think it's going to be a slam dunk.
I'm always worried. I think we will still win, but I don't know how big our margin will be.
Which needs to be, the margin's important.
It does. It needs to be big enough to accommodate our big tent and also to drive an agenda in the House. And I still think, like I say, I still think we're going to win. I still think that the efforts that were made for us to fight back, did give us some advantage. I think maybe we'll even see some surprises in the Texas redistricting because I'm not sure they did as good a job redistricting because of the way they cut up black districts. But then along comes the Supreme Court decision gutting the Voting Rights Act. And so all of a sudden, that gave states that wanted to limit black representation another bite at the apple, so to speak.
Yeah, but it didn't work in Missouri. It
worked in Louisiana. It worked probably in Alabama. And so, so they never stop. I guess my point is they're not interested in free and fair elections.
Yeah, so very briefly for the Senate, most people think the Democrats will not take the Senate, but what is your prediction?
I think we still have a 50-50 shot. I mean, it really comes down to Michigan and Maine. Can the new candidate in Maine beat Susan Collins? she has a remarkable staying power in Maine.
Speaking of carbuncles, yeah. So
I mean,
barnacle.
The Maine voters have voted for her while they voted for Democratic presidents, Democratic governors, and Democratic members of Congress. So he seems to be, really vigorously trying. And unlike the problems that we had with the first candidate, he seems to be in, I hope, the stretch to, be able to compete all the way. No surprises. And then back to Michigan, we'll see. We'll see whether, and it's the best year for somebody like El-Sayed to be running. It's the best year because, Trump is so unpopular. His popularity, I think, is down to 33%. So he will have the advantage of running against a Republican when Republican and the Republican brand is not in good standing,
especially with the war dragging on, especially
yeah. And a lot of people I talk to about Iran, Kara, say that we're not going to be out of it by the election. It's going to linger.
Jesus. By the midterms or by the presidential elections? By the midterms, I'm assuming she means.
For this country and cause problems in the economy. And just about any way Trump now tries to get out of it, he's going to look like a loser, which I think our candidates can then add to their messaging against Republicans.
Yeah. All right, Madam Secretary, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, Todd Blanche gets closer to becoming Trump's new Attorney General.
Oh, I think that already happened, right? This is 2 days old? Yeah. But I mean, it was always because the Republicans will greenlight anybody. Yeah.
Even a guy who gets kicked out by Trump. Like, he literally got primaried, and then he goes and votes for his guy. Like, just absolute levels of cuckoldry I've never seen before.
Wait, which one are we referring to here?
I think it was Cassidy.
Oh, is he on the way out or something?
Yes.
Damn.
Like, he got primaried by one of Trump's guys.
Was it a special election? Or?
Trump gave him an endorsement. He's on the way out.
Okay. Rip.
Not like over.
Oh, he lost his primary. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Damn. Well, cocked.
Support for Pivot comes from Anthropic. Finding your flow at work can be a challenge, especially if you don't have the proper tools. The good news, Claude is here to help you out at every stage, getting you through the small nitty-gritty and helping you look at the big picture.
Thanks, Claude.
Claude is the AI for minds that don't stop at good enough. It's a collaborator that actually understands your entire workflow and thinks with you.
Damn.
Whether you're debugging code at midnight or strategizing your next business move, Claude extends your thinking to tackle the problems that matter. You can delegate tasks of all sizes, from tedious bug fixes and new feature ideas, then handle other.
What do you do as a Democrat if Iran lingers all the way to the presidential election? We win the 2028 presidency? Bro, who the fuck knows? I still don't even know what the solution for Iran is. I have no fucking idea. That shit is cooked.
The work while Claude runs in the background. Claude has checkpoints that let you save progress and roll back any previous state instantly. Plus, you can set up workflows to run on a schedule such as daily reports, weekly summaries, and recurring data pulls. All of this can help with your day-to-day operations. For problems worth solving, get started with Claude at claude.ai/pivot. That's claude.ai/pivot. And check out Claude Pro, which includes access to all of the features mentioned in today's episode. claude.ai/pivot.
Madam Secretary, we're back with more news. Senate Republicans advanced Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General after he committed to killing Trump's anti-weaponization fund. Republican Senators John Cornyn and Tom Tillis dropped their opposition after Blanche put in writing the fund would not move forward. Democrats argued that changes aren't legally enforceable and more on the fund could be revived in the future. Senate Judiciary Committee voted 12-10 along party lines to send Blanche's nomination to the full Senate, where Republicans hold 53 seats. However, with Senator Mitch McConnell expected to miss the vote, Blanche can afford to lose only 2 Republican senators, and Susan Collins has already said she'll vote no. And great news, Blanche told faith leaders that he was planning to roll back abortion access. That's not great news for women, even in states that have laws protecting it, making Dobbs permanent in every state. How much do you think the Justice Department changes under Blanche compared to the last several months? And how likely is the anti-weaponization fund resurfaces in another form? Now, a lot of people say if you didn't get Blanche, you just keep him there as acting, and what's the difference? Or I'll put someone worse in. Thoughts? Although it's gone from bad to worse from Pam Bondi.
Well, look, I think Todd Blanche has proven himself to be a total sycophant in every way. I mean, he had a fairly robust legal career before he began representing Trump. And he is all in. He's not the Attorney General of the United States. He is the personal lawyer of Donald Trump, presiding over the Department of Justice.
And she pointed out by accident in that Freudian slip of all time.
I know. And what they've done to the Justice Department, I don't think most...
Wait, what's the Freudian slip? When did this happen? I didn't see this. Somebody link me the memes.
I think he said, like, I'm the lawyer of Trump or something.
If he did, that'd be pretty funny.
People who are not lawyers or don't follow this closely realize what the perversion of justice means. You know, I've heard you and Scott talking about what are the real pillars of the American success, our political success, but especially our economic success over, 250 years. Well, part of that was, look, with exceptions, a rule of law, a Justice Department that we thought was, mostly on the level. A legal system with judges who were more interested in following the law than currying favor to the president who appointed them.
Are you and President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer. What? Was his lawyer, and now I'm the Deputy Attorney General.
Are you?
Oh, wait.
President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer. Was his lawyer, and now I'm.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's funny, but okay, no, I thought that was worse than it actually was, but I get it. Okay, but it's still funny. Okay.
That is a key to whether or not we have a confidence in our economic system as well as our political system. So what they've done to destroy confidence in the justice system has far-reaching implications. It's not just about Trump trying to get immunity from having his taxes ever audited. I've been in politics for a long time. I've been audited more times than I can remember. You know what? That's part of the way that you show that there's nothing to hide and you show that you have confidence in our legal system. Trump doesn't want to be accountable to anybody, and he now has an attorney general who is a, absolute implementer of whatever grunt or grievance that, Trump puts forth. And I think Todd Blanche is extremely dangerous. And the idea that you would say what he said about abortion when allegedly the Dobbs decision was to put it back in the states, that was never their final goal. They always intended to go from returning it to the states to try to prevent the states like Kansas, a surprising red state that consistently votes to keep abortion out of politics, to give women the choice to make what is best for them and their families. They don't want that. They want a uniform national set of, criminal penalties and rules, and Todd Blanche is going to deliver for them the best he can.
How can he do that?
I don't know. I don't know what he means by that. I think
we never know because they're so creative. They can just literally invent whatever the fuck solution to anything they want at all points in time. So it's hard to know.
What he means is they're going to try to...
With the pills, because abortions are up. Numbers of abortions are up.
That's the irony. If you really wanted abortions to fall, which I've been working for since the 90s. I've been working to decrease teen pregnancy, working to, make abortions not necessary by providing, contraception to people at an affordable way so that they could, make decisions when they felt ready to make decisions, doing more education so that people, particularly young people, knew what was at stake. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do. But if you're going to treat women like they're disposable commodities and they should be barefoot and in the kitchen, you're going to get more abortions and they're going to be either legal abortions in the states where they are still available, or they're going to be back alley abortions. And anybody who has studied history or knows anything about this understands it.
Right. So, do you think he could bring back the anti-weaponization fund, or it seems to stick in Trump's craw quite a bit?
Well, I think they will try to reimagine the weaponization fund and call it something else and bring it back because Trump wants to reward his insurgents, particularly from January 6th, but others who have stuck with him despite all the evidence to the contrary. They want to finalize this immunity from auditing, which I don't see how they can do that, and I think that can be reversed. So I think he has a checklist. He has the Trump checklist. He's going to go down it.
Right. Would you apply for the anti-weaponization
Just
fund?
for memes? You have to.
Well, I don't think I'd be eligible under their definition.
Oh,
but
really?
I would certainly, consider it if they're going to take care of, the crazies on the right who tried to upset our election and were beating police officers, which is absolutely disgraceful.
So do you think he'll drop this? There's only a limited time he has.
I think they're waiting to see what happens in the midterm. I think a lot of this will wait till after the midterms. And I think it's going to be likely that Trump is even more out of control after the midterms. And let's assume, from my perspective, the best happens. We take back the House, we take back the Senate. He's not going to work with them. He's going to do everything he can to undermine them. He's going to instruct people who work for him not to respond to inquiries or even subpoenas. He's going to be in a big standoff with the Congress. And he's going to be using executive orders and whatever power he has from the presidency to pursue his agenda. I think he'll be pardoning a lot more corrupt people. You look at the list of the pardons that he's given, it's a total transactional exchange. You or somebody on your behalf gives me money. I don't care if you've cheated, elderly people in nursing homes, which one of the people that he pardoned did, to great cost to them, and you owe them billions of dollars in compensation. I'm gonna take the money and just erase that. And I think Democrats can run against some of those pardons. Most people have no idea what he has done.
What he's given out. What he's given out.
And what he's taken for it. I mean, the amount of money that he's taken for it.
Right. No, it is coin operated.
It is coin operated.
It is coin operated.
Cyber coin operated too.
Hypo, whatever. Stick any money in, or you give money and you get a contract with the government. That's the other.
To fix the reflecting pool, whatever it is.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I bet you could fix the reflecting pool. Anyway, speaking of water,
I'd know where to go to get the right people.
It's true. You know a pool guy, right?
Yeah, I do.
Jesus.
I know a pool guy. As we record this, but speaking of water, the U.S. and Iran are reportedly closing in on an interim agreement to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. I feel like it's Groundhog Day here. We've heard that before. Similar deals and arrangements have been made, only to collapse when attacks resumed. Trump said Tuesday night that a lot of progress has been made, though that came a day after he warned Iran could face decapitation if it failed to reach a deal, which he said before he was going to bomb them back to last Sunday or whatever. We're now in the 6 months of this war that was supposed to last for a couple of weeks. Talk a little bit about this.
Are we... Wait, are you here right now?
Yep.
Have we made any progress on that?
No.
Are we just kind of all collectively
closed,
forgetting?
Man.
Okay, we're just not going to... I saw this tweet earlier that apparently Israel has rejected President Donald Trump's 15-point Gaza plan, with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying Israel will not withdraw from its current position until Hamas is completely disarmed. Where is Hamas? How much Hamas is left? Netanyahu has also said Israel does not agree to the latest U.S.-backed draft and has submitted its own changes. The development comes amid separate reporting that during U.S. Central Command Commander Admiral Brad Cooper's recent visit to Israel, Israeli officials indicated that Israel is prepared to resume military operations against Iran unilaterally if it determines that further action is necessary. To do what? We need to slow down, buddy.
I was reading, this hasn't been announced yet, apparently, so I don't know if it's exactly
we got top
true.
secret memes. Okay, tell us. What do you got?
Apparently, Iran's wanting to take 7% of any commerce going through as a tax, and then Oman would get, what was it? It was 4%, I think?
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's what they're saying.
Damn.
I'm going to make you repeat something I've had you repeat several times, but what do you think is happening here? And do you have any confidence in this latest deal?
Well, I don't have any confidence that it's a good deal, but it may be the best deal Trump can get because he doesn't really understand. I mean, he approved of a ceasefire agreement a few months ago that was a terrible deal for the United States and the region and international shipping, and the list goes on. So He really doesn't understand what is happening and what the stakes can
Trump?
be. So, as I understand this latest attempt at a deal, it would result in fees being charged to at least some category of container ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. It would be a service fee. Now, that has never been applied prior to this ill-conceived war that Trump embarked on. So that's a definite loss. The loss is that what used to be free navigation, a commercial, sea lane that was open to everybody is now going to be, in effect, taxed by Oman and Iran. That's the first loss. Second loss is, Iran still has ballistic missiles. It still is producing deadly drones. It is still attacking shipping, and it is still encouraging at least its proxy, the Houthis, to attack. And they went so far as literally to attack a ship in Egyptian waters. So what happened to the destruction of their ability to launch ballistic missiles, to launch deadly drones? That's a third loss. The leadership, he got rid of the people who were at the top, but the infrastructure prevailed. So you now have probably a more militaristic government structure that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps dominates, and the clerics have been somewhat weakened but are still useful to keep the regime in place. So that's a third loss. And I think the fourth loss is that a lot of our allies have...
Who's this lady? I feel like she should be in government. I feel like this lady kind of knows some shit.
Watch this in total confusion. I mean, the lack of strategy, the lack of effective implementation, the lack of results that were trumpeted as...
Which is what a rescinding of current war powers from the executive branch of both houses. Didn't we already do that? Or did that vote just not happen? Congress just doesn't...
It didn't pass in Senate.
Yeah.
What was going to
just get rid
be
of the
achieved.
Congress, fuck it.
And people are going to not just start, they have started hedging their bets. I mean...
Is that true that there's never a fee to travel on the strait? Not to my understanding. I'm pretty sure all global shipping lanes are untariffed, unfeed. Like the Suez Canal.
You might pay if the Panama, but I don't even know if that's
Panama? No, I don't think so. No, like the Panama Canal, the Suez Canal. I'm sure there must be some kind of world contribution to taxes or something or some way, because obviously they have to maintain it and everything like Egypt does and we do in Panama and everything. So you must have some type of compensatory mechanism, I would imagine.
But it's not 2% of the goods, which is insane numbers. These are billions of dollars, man.
Yeah, there's probably some maintenance fee or something.
How are you going to look at the United States, at least so long as Trump is there, with any kind of confidence at all? So I think it's a major loss, not just for Trump, sadly, but for the United States.
Or wait, hold on. Fuck, I would have to look into more of these. The Panama Canal and the Suez, they require...
Those are man-made.
Yeah, and they require active maintenance to make sure that things can go through them and everything, right? Whereas for the Strait of Hormuz, I don't believe there's a built thing there, right? It's just
natural
water.
waterway.
Yeah.
Man.
Okay, yeah.
So the maintenance for what? Them not to shoot us?
To kill all the Mossad dolphins.
Well, two things. Yeah. If he called you and said, Hilary, I want you to get in here and fix this for me, what would you do? And secondly, you said something, you said Putin's in it in a way, Netanyahu's in it in a way.
Yeah, it's called the domain of loss. So let me talk about that first, and then I'll answer the question about if he were to call me or, somebody were to ask me what to do that had any authority. So the domain of loss is a psychological concept, and it applies to human behavior. When you think you're losing, and this is why casinos make so much money and why gambling makes so much money in general, the likelihood is you will double down, until something happens that you either run out of money or you are kicked out of the casino because you can't pay your debts, whatever it might be. Well, the domain of loss is a concept that applies much more generally to our behaviors. And for leaders, it's the description of how they double down on losing hands. So in today's world, Putin is doubling down. He's going to inflict as much punishment as he can on Ukraine because they won't quit. They won't, lie down and die the way that he wants them to. Trump is going to continue to, rant and rave. He's going to go after his enemies. He's doubling. He keeps threatening to double down on Iran. Maybe we'll get out of this. Maybe we won't. And the same thing with Netanyahu. I mean, he's in the domain of loss. So he has to keep, fighting in order to preserve his political, in his mind, his political chances. And it's a psychological.
I also think it is well accepted, right, that he will be prosecuted afterwards, right? Like, I'm pretty sure he's like done the bad things, but I think they have to wait for him to get out of office before he can be prosecuted for it. So he's also kind of like fighting for his freedom, I believe.
Trump?
No.
Yeah, he will be. Pepe.
Yeah, good one.
Logical description of behavior that I have found very useful. So let's say somebody called and said, how do we get out of this? Well, I think you have to broaden the decision makers. One of the problems with Trump is he has a very narrow band of people that he relies on to negotiate everything. And, after a while, that just doesn't work. I mean, even if they were the most accomplished negotiators,
which they're not,
diplomats, whatever, it's the same people you're sending everywhere. It just doesn't make the impact, and it doesn't have the staying power that patient diplomacy requires. So who has the most to gain from getting the Strait open, getting this war over? Well, obviously the Gulf region does, but so does India, and so does China, and so does Japan. And, people who depend upon oil that is either coming from Iran or coming from the region that needs to go through the Strait of Hormuz. And I would have them be playing a very active role in, basically persuading the Iranians to back down from charging fees, which is only going to make their costs go up as oil is transported to them. I would be looking for ways to try to get them personally engaged with the Gulf so that the Gulf Arabs would be similarly sending that message. Why are you raising all of our costs? This is not good for us. It may be in the short term, a tactic, but it's not going to be a long-term strategy. So it would be to expand the base of people that are interacting with Iran and to make it clear that Iran has some, stake in getting this over, getting the Strait open, and being, open to negotiations on his nuclear program, which I think is going to be extremely hard. I told you once, Kara, I started the nuclear negotiations back in 2011 after we got a Security Council resolution that imposed global sanctions on Iran, which had never happened before. And then, I worked with the Gulf, particularly with Oman, which is now a major player in what happens going forward. And we began secret negotiations, very small group of Americans and Iranians to test whether they would be willing to negotiate seriously about their nuclear program. And, eventually we ended up with an agreement. And, people say, oh, it didn't go far enough. Well, it's hard. Doing negotiations is hard. And we've seen the alternative. We've tried to bomb their nuclear program out of existence.
We haven't decapitated them.
We have not, we've decapitated, but we haven't ended the regime or its ambitions.
Right, and it continues to be so.
Well, it doesn't decapitate. It should be ended, right? Decapitate means just dismembering by the head, right? That's what decapitate means, right? I'm pretty sure.
What do you think his next move will be?
I think it depends upon his mood. I mean, he is the most impulsive, moodiest president. It depends upon how he's feeling, how he's being treated, what is being said about him. The Iranians have played him, sadly, very effectively, because every time he says there's an agreement, they say, we're not negotiating. We don't know what you're talking about.
And then he baby rages.
If he can be quiet and try to figure out how to get a better deal than it seems like the one that is being offered could be, maybe he can get himself out of this in, a couple of weeks. Otherwise, it's going to be a ping pong game. He's going to get upset. He's going to attack. And we're running out of munitions. We're running out of missiles.
Decapitate means to reduce by 10%? No, that's delineate.
Actual
And
bombs, yeah.
And one of the great tragedies of this unnecessary, not well-planned war in Iran is that we should have been doing more to help Ukraine to defend itself against Russia. They've run out of Patriot missiles. They can't defend against Russia's missiles. Putin is, just angry and determined to just beat them into submission, kill as many civilians as possible. It's not going to break the Ukrainians, but it's unnecessary, terrible cost of human life.
Or we could have had a win there.
Literally, we could have helped the Ukrainians end the Ukrainian war by helping them defend themselves.
And he would have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize.
I think, I'm the one, I said this months ago. I said,
oh, she did.
If he got an honorable peace with Ukraine, they don't have to give up any property. They can go back to running their country. I'd nominate him for the Peace Prize. But he's more interested in his relationship with Putin.
Yeah.
I don't know
tweet, I think.
all the reasons for that. But, he wants Putin's favor even more than he wants a Nobel Peace Prize.
You would nominate him. Can you tell them, I don't know if you're willing to tell this story, but that picture of you and Obama laughing, which is the second meme that's taken off, what precisely were you telling him right then when you were laughing for people to, it's so funny.
Well, I was sitting behind him at the opening of their, very impressive Obama Presidential Center in Chicago. And I hope people get to go visit and come visit our presidential center. I mean, presidential centers really try to tell the history that Trump and others don't want you to hear. So we were sitting there. I was sitting behind him. And Michelle Obama was giving this incredibly clever speech, touting all of Barack's many accomplishments. And then, she got to, and of course, you received a Nobel Peace Prize. And I burst into laughter. He started to giggle. I poked him in the back and I said, oh my God, I am sure Trump is watching this. He thinks he's now in the third circle of hell. I mean, the way that she just tweaked him about the Nobel Peace Prize and he goes, yeah, I hope he is. It was great.
Yeah. So the two of you had
former president wishes hell on current president. Not good, guys. Very divisive.
That moment. Do you like your little memes, your little Obama memes?
I do. I mean, it's fun for me because, I never know what might become a meme. I'm just out there living my life and all of a sudden there's a meme. But the first meme was with me in sunglasses looking at my BlackBerry, I think, 100 years ago.
Like, fuck you. That was the fuck you
on a
meme.
plane, yeah. And two young men did that meme. And I thought it was so funny. I invited them to the State Department so that I could meet them so we could take a picture. I said, here, we'll have a real picture. So, yeah, I get a kick out of it. And
you get a lot of memes.
I have a lot of memes, yeah. Some are good, some are not so good, but it's kind of it kind of goes with the life that I lead.
Yeah, I like the one of Trump looming behind you memes. That's what
oh my God, that was so bizarre. People still talk to me about that. I mean, I literally,
it was disturbing. I wished you had turned around and said, "What are you doing?" Like,
yeah, I've thought about that 100,000 times, as you might guess, and it was. I was thinking about it in real time because he's looming over me, and
he's tall. People don't realize
he's
quite
tall, and he's bulky, and he's got a big physical presence. And so I'm thinking to myself as I'm also trying to answer questions. I'm thinking, okay, if I turn on him and say, "What are you doing?" or back off. Does that look like I can't handle him? Does that look like I am rattled? Does that look like I, am a woman who shouldn't be in the Oval Office? If I ignore it, how does that, approach? How do people feel that is communicating? So I ignored it. I mean, that was what I eventually decided to do because I didn't want to look either like I was being made to be nervous. I think he was trying to actually provoke something out of me.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
He was. And I wasn't going to give him that. But in retrospect, there could have been some, great.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Good pushbacks.
What the fuck, you creep? Like,
yeah,
anyway,
exactly. Back off, you creep. Yeah.
Back off, you creep. All right, Madam Secretary, let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back.
Support for the show comes from Rippling. Imagine you just found out your sales team is at risk of missing quota. No need to panic. Just ask Rippling AI.
Oh.
Since it's built on your real-time people and business data, Rippling AI can pull metrics from Rippling and Salesforce into a meeting-ready dashboard showing quota attainment, headcount trajectory, and monthly revenue to quota by region. In seconds, you can see exactly what's behind your quota risk and fix it before it's missed. Question answered, action taken, crisis averted.
Thank
so
God.
when
That
you have
sounds
critical
awesome.
business questions that need answers, don't just file a ticket and wait weeks for an outdated report. Describe what you need and have Rippling AI build it instantly from your live people and business data. Whether it's a dashboard with detailed charts or automated workflows with the right triggers, conditions, and approvals. Ready to rule your business? Head to rippling.ai/pivot to get the only AI built to give you full visibility and take complex actions across your entire organization. That's rippling.ai/pivot. Sign up for exclusive access today.
Thanks.
Okay, Madam Secretary, we're back. Big picture question for you. What's the biggest story that isn't getting enough attention?
I think it's how we're going to govern AI. I mean, there's attention being given to it, Kara, but there's no real action.
True.
You know, this government, other governments are wringing their hands. They know that we're heading into a totally unknown world. If I were able to wave a magic wand, I would be having literally a huge diplomatic effort with experts and, you know, really
The expert class?
other people
Really?
from different parts of the economy besides AI, literally working on treaties and covenants and rules and standards and basically bring the world together against, you know, the tech companies because, you know, there's no way to deal with what is coming at us unless we have some kind of global response. And that's just not happening. I mean, there are conversations, you know, the tech CEOs were in Washington yesterday talking to Trump, but, you know, he wants to take pieces of their equity. He doesn't want to govern in any effective way about what they're producing other than things that might be totally scary to national security. But I just feel like there needs to be some global effort to try to get ahead of this insofar as possible.
Insofar as possible. So this is the story. I think data centers are the proxy politically
I do
for
too.
people's worries about
And
it.
can you
know, it's
blame
really
people? I mean, these
No.
big hulking
Noisy,
concrete buildings that
dirty.
make all kinds of noise and suck up water and get put onto your grid and maybe raise your prices. I mean, these questions need to be looked at. I mean, I was approving of Kathy Hochul when she, you know, put on a moratorium. Let's figure out what this means before just, you know, willy-nilly going ahead. So I think people's instincts who are showing up at city council and county commissions and all kinds of political forums to say, no, we don't want this, or at least tell us what we're getting and how to make sure that it's not going to be harmful. I think people have a good instinct about this.
Yeah, a mayor of Lansing was telling he had a good deal and the people wouldn't accept it because they're so angry at it. You know, you can't even do a good deal. It was, you know,
But, I mean,
ecological.
we don't really, does the mayor of Lansing really know what a good deal is? Wouldn't it be good if we took a hard look at our very creaky grid and said, here are things you have to do in order to buttress the grid? I mean,
Nope, nobody cares.
It's bigger.
Nobody
Local
wants
people
to look
shouldn't
at
be
the, Nobody wants to think about
it's
those
too
things.
big. It's too big,
Right.
and the issues are national and even global.
Yeah, absolutely. I yelled at Tony Blinken at a dinner many years ago saying we have to have global AI standards. And he just nodded.
From
at me
local
at the
to
time.
global, right?
Global. I said it's global. It's a global issue.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. What are the three most important qualities a Democratic presidential candidate needs to have in 2028?
That he or she can win the Electoral College. That is the only quality. And because we don't know what's going to appeal to the electorate. Will the Democratic primary voters want a relief after Trump, a counterpoint to Trump? Will they want a fighter, somebody who is just, you know, fists up all the time? We don't know. So seeing who gets through the Democratic primary is right
Which is
now
going to be a rumble. There's a lot of people.
It's totally unpredictable. But
Right.
then you got to be able to win. And it's, from my personal experience, that doesn't mean getting more votes. It means winning the Electoral College. And that is hard for Democrats. And it's something that a lot of Democratic primary voters are understandably not thinking about. You know, I'm going to vote for who I like. I'm going to vote for who's expressing my anger. I'm going to vote for, you know, the person that, you know, I think can be the best fighter. All of that's great. But somewhere in the back of your mind, you need, can this person win the Electoral College? And at the end of the day, if we're going to win, that's what matters.
That's all that'll matters.
It's
It
all
wouldn't
that
be
will
if it's a
matter.
man or a woman or
No.
No.
But I don't think we should be preemptively disqualifying anybody. Let everybody get out and compete and see who emerges. And I hope it's somebody who can be a good president, not just win, but can also, going into office, be prepared, like we were talking about earlier.
For
clean up, fix things.
Clean up.
You know,
Yeah,
there's going to be so much to fix. I mean, first, get rid of all of the holdovers. Do not let anybody hang around in some small office somewhere who can literally subvert your program, and you don't even know that person's there. And I will predict that, Trump and his minions are going to try to,
put people.
They're going to try to move people from political appointments to so-called civil service appointments, although they're trying to destroy the civil service. So people are going to have to be really searching to make sure that they are not going to be literally subverted from within the government.
That's a really good point. That's a really smart point.
The actual deep state.
Is there any Republican candidate you're looking at that you think is trouble?
No, I mean, obviously everybody's talking about Vance and Rubio.
Creepy.
I don't know, but I think there'll be a lot of Republicans running. The real question is, what will Trump do to try to hold on to power? Will he stay? He when he goes around putting that, third term hat on, you always have to take Trump at his tell. This is a tell. He would love to serve a third term, or at least he'd love to have the power of a third term if he can.
Do you see how close we are to de facto removing the Electoral College? Well, the final few would be the biggest deals because then people would really start to consider it. However, I don't know if I would trust that plan, that interstate compact. I think I would have to see it change via constitutional amendment. Otherwise, I don't think I would support that plan because the issue would be, if I'm understanding this correctly, it's kind of like an informal agreement, or you could bake it into state law saying that whoever wins the popular vote will put our electoral votes in that direction so that you effectively get rid of the electoral college system. But especially if they're just state laws, could you not really, I could see a Republican state reneging on that if they think that it's advantageous to them. This is why I would like to see this enforced at the constitutional level. So I wouldn't trust state laws on any of that. I really don't trust the state Supreme Courts. Look at the Virginia shit. It can be wacky as fuck, redefining what a day is. I don't know.
Install somebody as the,
That's a good point. Yeah.
President that he controls. And so who's he going to pick? Who's he going to be behind? And is he looking for an opportunity to try to upend that election? He's acted like he didn't care about the midterms, but he has $400 million sitting in a super PAC.
Right.
And
he's got
his
Elon
buddies,
Musk
like Elon and others, have said they're going to spend whatever it takes to try to prevent the Democrats from winning in the midterm.
Right.
So is he going to be very active, spend a lot of money to try to prevent the Democrats from winning or keep their margin at a very, small number, and then just basically do everything he can to undermine them? Is he going to want the contrast of a Democratic Congress that he can play off against? I don't know what their game theory is about the upcoming elections, but I do know he doesn't want to give up power. So what is he going to do? Is it a proxy? Is it him? Does he figure out some bizarre way to get Todd Blanche, the Attorney General, to side with him? The 5 of the Supreme Court justices that are, movement conservatives to side with him. Who knows? But I think we have to watch all of that.
Well, that means, Obama can run again. Bill can run again. You can run again.
That's what we've been joking. We say, okay, so Obama can go for a third term. My husband go for
No, actually. If I recall correctly, I think I don't know, actually. Wait, what exactly are they talking about? Hold on. Wait.
The Supreme Court justices that
the way that I remember, they're talking about a different path, but there was a constitutional amendment proposed. I don't think it actually got voted on or anything, but the way that they proposed that amendment was that if somebody hadn't been president for 2 consecutive terms, and I think the way that it had been, I think that was the way that it had been phrased. So Obama wouldn't be able to run again, but Donald Trump would. It was an unbelievably fucking retarded the way that they'd phrased it, I think. But I don't think any of this would ever get passed.
They're, movement conservatives to side with him. Who knows? But I think we have to watch all of that.
Well, that means, Obama can run again. Bill can run again.
Well, that's what we've been joking. We say, okay, so Obama can go for a third term. My husband go for a third term. I mean, okay, if you're going to go for third terms, let's look at everybody who's eligible.
Yeah, just do it. But he would lose his mind. He would lose his mind, although it would be amusing in a different universe. All right, we're going to do a few rapid fire questions for you that are more fun for you. All right, what TV show are you watching right now?
Well, I'm about to watch the new season of Ted Lasso.
Oh,
So
wow.
I love Ted Lasso and Jason Sudeikis and Hannah Waddingham.
It's Waddingham.
Waddingham. And cast members were at the Liberty game when I was there because this season he is convinced to coach a women's team. So I am really excited about. I think it starts tonight or tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Really.
And we need some positive, good feeling going on again.
Yeah. He's there a lot, Jason. I ran into him at the Liberty game. Yeah, he's always there.
I had a
He's
great
like
conversation with him. He's really excited about this season.
Speaking of Hannah, did you see Ride or Die? It kind of reminds me of you, Hilary. I could see you as an international
she is
assassin.
amazing. I really...
She is. She's a tall drink of water.
Yeah, she is a tall drink of water, but she is so much fun. She has a great sense of humor.
Watch Ride or Die.
Okay, I got Ride or Die. I'm writing it down.
Ride or Die. You will love it. It's so funny. I finished it last night. All right, you're the grandmother of 3. What do your grandkids call you, and what's your favorite thing you do with them? I see you're wearing a necklace with your granddaughter's name, actually.
Yeah, well, also my grandsons. All 3 of them are on this little necklace. They call me Grandma, and I just like doing anything with them. I like hanging out with them. I like swimming. I like hiking. I like watching funny television shows with them or whatever they're interested in. I like reading with them. I mean, literally any time I get to spend with them is, just a delight for me. It is the only experience in life that is not overrated. It is really worth waiting for.
Do they know who you are? Do they have a sense of who you are?
I think, I remember my grandson found a book in his school library that was about me, one of these little paperback books about my life. And he checked it out and he brought it home and he said, "You have a book about you." So I think I think they know that their grandfather was president. I think they know.
Alfio, when your grandkid comes up to you, "Grandma, what did Seth Rich do to you?"
That I was a senator and Secretary of State. I'm not sure they fully grasp it, but they find it, somewhat confounding. Like, when did this happen to you? What did you do?
Right, absolutely. So Bowen Yang is the latest star to step into the role of Mary Todd Lincoln. Speaking of...
He'd be good at that role.
Yeah, in Oh, Mary. If asked, would you serve?
No.
No. Yeah, okay.
I mean, the amount of physical comedy that Mary does, wow. Yeah. I'd have to work out for a year in order to get ready.
Well, you're looking good, by the way.
Well, thank you.
I always play myself on TV and movies, but you've had a lot of people portray you over the years. Well, who's your favorite?
Oh, she was in The Devil Wears Prada too, by the way.
Hillary Clinton?
I really don't have one, because I try not to watch them. So I've never seen anybody portray me.
No, so you don't have a favorite? I guess it would be Kate McKinnon, right? Because you did appear with her.
Well, I was thinking of the more dramatic presentation.
So you don't watch them.
I loved Kate McKinnon. I love her as a person, and I thought she did a great job as me.
So you don't watch any of the other Hillary Clintons? I couldn't resist.
I don't.
One of the Murdochs told me he didn't watch Succession. I didn't believe him.
I bet they did, or else they had somebody watch and summarize it for them.
So you didn't watch any of them? There's a lot. I've watched all your Hillary Clintons. I have to tell
you. So who's your favorite Hillary Clinton?
Emma Thompson. It's not my favorite movie, but I thought Emma Thompson was good.
Well, she's a terrific actress.
Yeah, I would say she did a good job. She sort of issued.
I'll put that on the list for
All right.
I'll watch
okay.
It.
Oh my God.
I'll watch it in the next decade of my life.
Can I watch it with you? No,
sure.
I'd be awkward.
No, they get like a little Discord date.
Out. I like popcorn.
Okay.
A little bit of butter, not
so
too much.
Let's go with Kate McKinnon on that one. All right, Madam Secretary, one more quick break. We'll be back for predictions. Okay, we're back. Do you have a prediction?
I feel like Dems are just healthier and happier than Republicans. Hillary is hiking at 78. Biden is cancer and still kicking and being there for Hunter and the rest of their family. Pelosi's still running around. Meanwhile, Trump is just rotting in real time. MAGA can't stop running CP holders, abusers, etc. One of them literally died in 24 hours and another's currently in dead-ass purgatory. I mean, kind of true, but also MAGA is distinctly different from, like, traditional Republicans. So I mean, like, they weren't always this insane.
For us?
Like 15 years ago, at least Republican lawmakers, I don't know about the fucking voters because who the fuck knows anymore about the voters, but the lawmakers would have looked at somebody like RFK Jr. and like the Bear story and all the they would be like, what the fuck, guys? No.
Yes, I do predict that we will take back the House. I predict that, even with all of the obstacles. And I predict we have a slightly better than 50-50 chance to take back the Senate, even with all of the obstacles.
All right, that's a good prediction. I'm going to make a very brief prediction. David Ellison wrote an op-ed in the New York Times saying Democratic state AGs are fighting him in court because of false perception about his politics. I don't really care. I don't like the essay very much. But the antitrust trial is what he wanted to start in November. Paramount did. The judge set for March. I think there's going to be a settlement. There has to be. This is economics.
What do you think will be in the settlement? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't know. It depends on. I think Rob Bonta played this rather well, and will probably be governor of California at some point. I mean, I think he's done.
He's been a good attorney general, and I like him.
I think he surprised them. I thought they were arrogant, and I think I don't know. Maybe spinning off the cable networks, spinning off CNN. It's hard because if they get rid of CNN, they make a lot of money from CNN right now.
Really, so they make money from CNN.
They do $700 million. It's profitable. Huh. So they need the money because of the $80 billion in debt. It's a real financial. Even as people as rich as the Ellisons, they're going to have to give up a lot of money to own something that they may not want to own. So
you think there'll be a settlement between now and the start of a trial in March?
Yeah, wouldn't you? You're a lawyer.
Well,
what would you do?
I think, doesn't he have a breakup fee or a delay,
yes,
delay fee?
By June.
Yeah,
there's a delay fee and a breakup fee.
Yeah,
so
the
it
delay
starts
fee.
To add up.
I think the delay fee starts in October. So, I mean, he's going to be paying a lot of.
Do you ever get weirded out by her old email stuff? Wait, what stuff?
Money because he can't close the deal. So there may be economic reasons.
Yeah, it's $1.2 billion by the trial itself. And then there's a $7.7 billion breakup fee. But that's not a lot of money to them, but it is a lot of money given the Oracle stock has declined rather precipitously. And there may be, as you noted, an AI shakeout. So we'll see. I think.
Do you mean like just the email thing in general? Like do I get weirded out by it? I just don't understand the question. What do you mean weirded out by it? Like I think there was some huge wrongdoing there or something. I mean, based on everything that I saw, it didn't really seem like it. But I mean, like, it's so hard to compare to, like, the current Trump cronies. I mean, like, these people were investigated so much, and these people sat for, like, so many depositions and answered so many questions, and, you know, they were willing to go through so much. And then I look at the Trump guys who won't literally sit for a deposition for fucking anything ever and have never truly been investigated on anything ever. It makes it. I feel like the reason why people on the Russia side and everything got so ass-pained about Hillary's server was that was the thing they weren't able to hack. They probably got so fucking ass-pained when they hit those DCC servers, and then the Podesta I think came from that, right? And the DNC stuff, that Hillary was using a private server because that means they didn't get access to all of her emails. So they probably got mega ass-pained.
I am worried about the AI, shakeup. I'm worried about the debt. I'm worried about all of that, which is kind of why I want to see some legitimate effort taken to kind of figure out how to normalize or regularize this market
and get people to like it, because the polling is terrible. The polling is just
people are scared. They're scared they're going to lose their jobs. They're scared that it's going to take over the world. I mean, so either people are just going to live with this fear and we're going to just go full speed ahead into whatever the future is, or we're going to try to at least have a process that might make a difference. That's what I'm for.
There could be a real stock decline, which will hurt everybody. And of course, probably Trump more than anybody, if you think about it, because he's sort of put his whole lot in with AI in a way that feels corrupt.
Yeah,
I guess.
A little.
Well, I think, you mentioned the data centers, and one of the candidates, my friend, Sherrod Brown, who's running in Ohio, he's now calling his opponent the face of data centers in Ohio.
Yeah, it's
because
working.
He's been all in on data centers. So the political issues are going to get played out one way or the other, but at the end of the day, we still need some kind of governance mechanisms.
That is correct.
Evaluation of the upsides and downsides, some restraint on what they can and should do or not. So that's my hope.
Such common sense, Hillary Clinton.
Oh, I know. I'm so out of date.
You might have been a good president.
Old-fashioned. I mean, truly, really, that I'm just a walking anachronism.
Yeah,
I believe in all of these things that I still think would work if people actually paid attention.
Yeah, well, Hilary, it's time for you to start to speak up more. As you know, I think that. Anyway, we need all the good ideas we can get in this country going forward, I think,
Well,
in a lot of ways.
we're both going to have to get out there and talk as much common sense as we can. Okay?
No one's putting Hilary in the corner. I see.
Not me.
Anyway,
no,
no way. Anyway, you've been wonderful. I really appreciate it. I just want to know. We want to hear from you, listeners, how you like this. Send us your questions about business, tech, or whatever's on your mind. Go to nymag.com/pivot. Submit a question for the show, or call 855-51-PIVOT. Okay, that's the show. Thanks for listening to Pivots and Scot-Free August. Hilary, I think you've done an amazing job. Be sure to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We'll be back next week. And again, thank you so much for joining us, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kara.
Wow, cute.
DSA takes. Let's talk about some of them.
What? Is this guy recording his TV with like his phone?
That DSA takes. Let's talk about some of them. Your policy agenda on law enforcement is to defund police, ultimately to get rid of police departments, correct?
Well, what I would say is that we're dramatically overspending on police right now.
I understand. The goal is to defund the police departments so we don't need them in the future.
I think what we really want to see is a horizon where folks are not reliant on armed enforcement to meet our public safety needs.
Right, but it says defund police on the website. That's your goal. And also to get rid of prisons and jails, correct?
Yes.
So if my daughter is assaulted and raped, is there any agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Oh, no.
Of course,
oh,
yeah,
no.
of course.
Where would it be
Absolutely.
if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
Uh-oh.
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals. And
The hypothetical of, I want to abolish the police. Okay, ma'am. Well, what would you do if somebody committed a crime? I don't want to get into that right now. I don't want to get into that right now. I don't want to get into that right now. Okay? Ask me another question, please, sir.
talk more about the reality that we're actually facing right now.
Yeah. Can we stick to the facts, please?
Which is that we're spending absolutely outrageous amounts of money on police and policing, and we're not spending money on things that actually make people safe and feel safe, which is things like actually well-lit streets. The streetlights in Los Angeles.
We need more streetlights to prevent crime. Hell yes.
Everybody agrees it's a huge problem.
Nice. Cray sent $20. Hassan now has your haircut. It's actually becoming disturbing.
They're all, dude, they're all
Jesus.
doing it. They're all wearing the suit. They're all copying the haircut. They're all doing the gestures. It's crazy. I'm the blueprint. I'm the archetype. I am the archetype. I am the original. I'm the OG. This is the best show that exists right now. There is no show smarter. There's no show better. This is the #1 show in the world. If you want, there may be smarter people out there, and there are, but this is literally there's no show that's better than this.
Wow.
Every other show is either more boring or dumber. There are some shows that are smarter, but they're impossible to watch. It's like watching paint dry. And they're just not as insightful. And there's other shows that might be like more stimming, but they're just retarded. That's why. It's obviously why. But anyway, yeah, no, the Hassan skin suiting has got to stop. I gotta say, he's a stylish guy, though. I'm not gonna lie. You know me, I'm going for like a very conservative look. It's like solids, traditional fabric, conservative colors. I gotta say, Hassan's pretty stylish. I gotta maybe up my style game a little more. Maybe do something a little different. I don't know, though. I like the... I do just like the standard navy, blue. Venturing out a little bit with the green and brown suit. I don't know, but I like, you know, there's something powerful about the blue suit. I don't know, though. Maybe we'll experiment a little.
Maybe he'll wear the mouse suit next.
We'll
P.
see.
Anthony's Pizza sent $100. What is illogical about someone's approach to tariffs like Thomas Sowell? It just seems...
Jesus.
All your early attack ads against him, you're using his...
I've never met anyone on Earth, and I travel a lot, who lies as shamelessly as an elected Republican. No one refers to Tim Scott as Timothy Eugene Scott. Just absurd. He has to say this with a straight face in order to be the black Republican defending GOP racism.
Full name.
I feel like Medhi sat down recently with a wacky dude.
Do you know who Hamas Piker is?
A blowhard.
I think these guys failed so spectacularly.
When you say progressive left, there's a tone of contempt there. Is
Yeah, I
there?
hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Democrats haven't done anything about it.
They never win.
Have they been given a chance?
You know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you. They ain't that liberal, okay?
Pro-Israel politics is so poisonous in the Democratic Party.
There's no place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel?
Uh-oh.
How are you feeling about the midterms?
I feel very good, but the only thing that can derail us is we could nominate some of the wrong candidates in the wrong place and not be as successful as I hope. But it's going to be massive. I mean, in spite of anything, we're going to win that thing.
The wrong candidates, what do you mean by that?
I see challenges from the quote, progressive left, unquote. And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular.
He hates
People
them.
don't like them. And, but if you get a skewed turnout in a primary, you might end up losing a race that you should have never lost in the first place.
When you say progressive left, you sort of, there's a tone of contempt there. Is there?
Yeah, so you were very wise. I hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
It's high definition, yeah.
Yes. They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats. Their only message is, we're going to blow everything up. Okay, great. And they run for president. They never win. They are the...
Have they been given a chance?
Huh?
Who?
Let's take over. Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Yeah. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know what he did twice? He lost. By a lot.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular.
Like the one that won in 2020, I know.
Spectacular successes so far. You know, Hilary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024. I think these guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives. I don't think I'm like exceptionally good at proselytizing the gospel of socialism necessarily. I think there are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative. And a lot of people are also very frustrated with the rise of Trumpism, rise of MAGA, rise of fascism in this country. They're scared. There's a lot of instability. And they see the Democratic Party as insufficient in dealing with Trumpism. And they go out there in the streets, they want to demonstrate. Who do they see on the streets? People like me. They see DSA, they see PSL, they see these organizations that have never stopped protesting. They don't stop protesting when Democrats are in charge. They don't stop protesting when Republicans are in charge. Why do they do that?
Really? Where have all the pro-Palestine protesters been protesting the current administration?
Because the issues persist.
Do you know who Hamas Piker is?
Yes.
What do you think of him?
Uh-oh.
Blowhard.
A what?
A blowhard. Name me one Democrat in a tough election that wants Hamas Piker to come in and campaign with him in a general election.
We'll see if El-Sayed appears in frame with him again for Michigan, I guess, huh?
Think that Terraria is going to invite Hamas Piker to come to Texas? I don't. You think John Ossoff is going to invite him to come? I don't. You think Roy Cooper? No. And, I mean, he's a niche guy.
Do you think, candidates that embrace you in the primary process might want to tuck you away in the general election?
Maybe. But I think that'd be a mistake.
I need to be on TV. I need to be on TV. Have me there.
Because the reality is, not only do I have a lot of passionate door knockers and organizers in my community.
I'm so clouded, please.
But also outside of that, I represent a position that is objectively popular. The criticisms of Israel.
Oh my God.
That is the overwhelming majority's perspective. So I think simply leaning in to attack ads and saying, oh, you're right, that this person is bad, actually. This person was wrong. It was wrong of me to identify or align with him. Abdul could have done that in the primary as well. It was very risky for him to say, no, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I have disagreements with him, but who cares? He's a Twitch streamer, And I think that's an honest message. That's something that people can understand. And as long as he sticks to the issues, as long as he keeps fighting for Medicare for all and keep fighting
that's
for
it. Just Medicare for all. That's what he wants.
That will improve people's lives. That's what people are going to vote for.
Yes.
The rest of it is just noise.
True.
You look silly if you try to consistently take the conversation back to an allegiance that a politician might have with a Twitch streamer. If the other side is saying, I want to give people health care, it's not a great message.
In the primary process, of course, he has become the
allegiance that a politician might have with a Twitch. Consistently take the conversation back to an allegiance that a politician might have with a Twitch streamer. If the other side is saying, I want
what happened? Why does Mike go out there? What?
to give people health care, it's not a great message.
In the primary process,
weakening
of course,
his messaging.
He has become this sort of central part of a debate, right, about the future of the Democratic Party.
Well, let me tell you, we're going to have a debate about the future of the Democratic Party. In the Democratic primaries of 2028, in Hamas Piker and the progressives, you know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you. Democratic primary voters, primarily Southern black Democratic primary voters. Let me further break the news to you because I happen to have hung around Southern black people all of my life. They ain't that liberal, okay? But that's that. Now, I'm sure what someone on the left would say, well, we have to have another process. No, we don't. And what Hamas Piker needs to do is run for president. If everybody agrees with you, good, run. Go, cat, go. I think everybody ought to run. And I think that the judgment of Democratic primary voters is what I'm going to follow. But if you claim that there's all of this energy and this activism, then, okay, have at it. Mm-hmm. Run for president.
You're allowed to take part in the Democratic process.
I don't say
without running for office.
Of course you are. I don't run for office. What I'd say is, why do these people call themselves Democrats? Call yourself Democratic Socialists. Maybe what we need.
I mean, I think a lot of them do.
They're
right?
good, but don't call yourself Democrat. But we don't want you. There's no place, any place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party. There's no place for anti-Semitism. But if you want to be anti-Semitic, go form your own party. The reason that most people become Democrats is the same reason that I did. I don't hate anybody. I have a big issue with the government of Israel.
Yeah.
I worked in Israel. Was part of the closest set in history that ever come to having a deal. And I am a full supporter of the right of a Jewish state on the Eastern Mediterranean. I think the only way to have that is you have to have a corresponding Palestinian state, fully recognized. You have to have security zones. You have to have massive aid.
How can this guy be so based? What?
And we got to have peace and not war. Now, I can't stand Netanyahu. And the big change that I've seen in Israel is they used to actually try to get people to like them. They don't do that anymore. And I detest the settlements. All right. And I would love to see policy changes in the government of Israel. But I am a firm believer in the state of Israel. Two different things.
Sure.
Never to be confused.
I was with you at the DNC in 2024, where you said you didn't endorse Harris. Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like? I mean, if you ultimately are about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, MAGA, whatever, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I'm going to have to make that calculation at all because...
Donnie, force him to answer that. Don't cuck out here, Donnie. Oh my God. This is the job of an interview, is to get answers like this on the record. He'll make them. He'll ask again.
Again, pro-Israel politics is so poisonous in the Democratic Party especially that there is, and I'm telling you right now as a promise, and you'll see, 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that that doesn't happen regardless, but I don't think I'll have to push too much. And you'll see. Rahm Emanuel is a great example of this. Rahm Emanuel himself is very critical of Israel now. Very, very critical of Israel. And it's clear that he has ambitions of higher office.
Nothing.
He sees which way.
What about like Scott Wiener? Was that guy not critical enough on Israel? How do you decide when people are welcome back to the party for previously not being critical enough, but now they are critical enough? What makes them critical enough that they're even welcome back? Are we going to get anything on that? Or
the way the winds are blowing, it's not going to happen. So that's not even a problem.
Donnie!
But I do warn, just as I did in 2019 with Joe Biden, that if we don't have a bold, progressive candidate as someone who can take advantage of the momentum of the growing socialist movement in this country, seek to improve the material conditions of the working class in this country,
all the Marxist lingo.
It's going to be worse than Donald Trump next time around. Just as Donald Trump 2 was far worse than Donald Trump 1.
I like that threat, that implicit threat, that if you don't give in to the weird commie types, ooh, you're not going to like what comes next. It's going to be even worse than last time. The CNN app. What the fuck?
We talked about this on Monday.
Okay, we got Chapo Trap House Boys. Oh, no. Oh, no.
We talked about this on Monday. And it's like, okay, if Haley Stevens, she has no route to victory. And it's like, oh, he depressed the turnout. And he's just like, I wondered why he was familiar. He was a very...
Wait, what? Hold on.
Very Bernanke set, tried to get her within 20K points, and he spent an hour. He just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I was like, we're safe. I've seen some really good hypotheticals, though. I've seen some really... So there are a lot of...
Who's even like on this show now? Is Nick Mullen a part of it, or Adam Friedland anymore? Or is it like a totally different set of guys, or who? And Virgil? No, that's Cumtown. Oh, fuck. I mix those up all the time. Forgot I said that. Never mind. Okay, I don't fucking know any of these things.
The centrists who are blaming this boy named Yumish Voter on Twitter.
Why?
Because he said, he posted like, oh, I hear that they're telling fucking Haley Stevens that she has no route to victory. And it's like, oh, he depressed the turnout. And
I know. I just can't tell, especially with something that sounds like this. I don't know if they're like intentionally retarded or if it's just because they're on the same political team. I doubt that the person made a measurable difference. In fact, I'm not even sure how much it makes a difference at all to talk about voter turnout being low or high. Like it might be that if you release a poll that shows that somebody's going to do good, maybe you depress your own voter turnout because it's like, oh, well, they're going to win anyway. What does it matter? I don't know what the actual answer is. The substance of it is like the guy published a fake news story, a totally fake bogus story that he went out of his way to make sound super credible. It's not like the guy just said oh, her internal polling is down. He said that he had not one anonymous source. He said he had a source, and then he said he confirmed it with 4 other sources, which made it seem super real. That seems like, that must be like a mega true thing. And why he did that, I don't know. I don't know what his goal was or if there was a particular goal with that. But not only, so he did that, he also did it while pretending to be, it seemed like he was kind of presenting himself as somebody with some kind of authority on Michigan voter stuff. His name is Mich Voter, and he presented himself that he lived in Michigan. He had a lot of like polling stuff that he talked about on his channel or on his Twitter. And then, he posted like a totally fabricated news story about some internal polling. Like, this just wasn't true. I understand that for these types of people, like the socialist types, like lying in service of their political project is like totally A-okay. But for people who aren't okay with like just blatant fake news or misinformation or disinformation. Wait, was he even from Michigan? No, the guy was born in India. I think he might have moved to Florida. And then I think he went to the University of Michigan for 4 years. And then after that, he moved to New Jersey to do his medical thing. I think he got an MD there, I believe. And then after that, he moved to, I think, Brooklyn. I think that's what his profile is marked as right now. So no, he doesn't live in Michigan. And yeah, it was just mega annoying to see like just total fucking fake news being spread from an account like that. And the most annoying thing was that every single, well, not every single, but a lot of large lefty accounts, I think Kyle Kalinske retweeted it or tweeted about it, that Keith Edwards guy posted a picture of Haley Stevens and tweeted about it, we're all spreading that same fake news. That's just a very scary world that a guy like that can fake all that bullshit and nobody gives a fuck. None of these people care at all. Oh yeah, Hasan went over it, yeah. How did you figure out who ran the account? I don't know, I just put out a tweet and asked if anybody knew any information on it. I got a bunch of people that gave me information on it.
He's just like, I wondered why he was familiar. He was a very enthusiastic McMorrow supporter who, when she dropped out, just became like a Stevens. He's just like a regular liberal guy. And it's like, okay.
Oh, see? And this is an example of it working. That's nothing that this guy just said was true. Wait. No. I think the guy was a normal McMorrow voter. I do think that part's true. But then afterwards, he was a full-throated Abdul Dicksuck. A full-throated Abdul Dicksuck. There's another account, by the way. I thought about doing another big tweet thing on this, but I don't know if it's whatever. There's an account called, have you ever seen the account USA Polling?
Yes.
So, I mean, like the guy, I think he has his info on there.
They do a lot of retarded polls.
Well, they're full-throatedly a progressive Twitter account, but they don't really, you wouldn't know that immediately while looking at them. But they are very slanted against the establishment and very slanted towards progressive candidates. And it's not immediately obvious when you look at the account. Yeah.
If a child born in 2014 depressed your turnout and it's the reason that your candidate who had all his fucking money lost, that's on you. If you didn't vote because of you, Mich Voter, okay, you got outfought. Sorry.
Is Destiny going after him, right?
Why does everybody keep saying this?
Because it's like the easiest like talking point to try to make it sound like you're
stupid.
But yeah, it's retarded. Like so it's okay to like intentionally lie in the media as long as you think it doesn't have a big impact, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. It's fucking super cringe. Super cringe and retarded. I don't know if okay, because I forget because I mixed all of these up between Chapo and Cumtown. So Chapo.
Oh shit, I do mix them up too.
Yeah, they're not the same. But they're like, I think they were friends with each other, or they were the same kind of politically. But Chapo is like the political podcast, right? And then Cumtown was just like a comedy podcast.
Like a comedy podcast? I don't know. Wait, what's the guy who does movies from? Is he from Cumtown or Chapo?
Stavos is from Cumtown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My favorite crash out.
Oh shit! This is gonna be me being a pedophile. Please. Yeah, I don't like, and I understand this is just where we're at, whatever. Like, the numbers are neutral. My opinions are not. Shouldn't a polling account at least try to be neutral? Like, this guy is very, very clearly heavily opinionated and heavily in favor of like leftist DSA type, ultra progressive. I would say DSA Marxist time now. Progressive shit doesn't really exist in these online spaces as much now. But he calls himself USA Polling. I don't know. It just bothers the fuck out of me. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it's a little bit misrepresentative, but.
After the El-Sayed win was Destiny, who was like, I just want to be a conservative so bad. He's like, I'm so done having to deal with this bullshit. But my favorite, he said, the only people who should be allowed to vote in Democratic primaries are the only people in charge of the Democratic.
Just as an aside, the reason why I said it must be so much better to be a Republican, I mean, that's not strictly true. You could also be a socialist. It's because you just get to fucking lie like these people do. You just get to lie. Just like tell blatant fucking lies, and nobody on your side cares because all of you are like expected to lie. And I'm like, damn, that's got to be fucking nice, bro.
The only people who should be allowed to vote in Democratic primaries, or the only people in charge of the Democratic Party, should be black people over the age of 70 who were involved.
Did I say 70? I feel like I said 40, but okay, based.
In the civil rights movement, and his explanation was because they're actually black, unlike black kids now who go to college who are actually white.
True.
And he was like, trust me, think about it, you'll understand it.
True.
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. All right.
I like this was. I think this is like a
black. That's a good coalition. The only people who should be able to vote, black people over 70 who are involved in the civil rights movement. Like, how do you verify that? Talk about a fucking barrier to voting.
Yeah.
Is it like photos? That and like anyone of any age who's been a defendant in
Yeah, this was a very serious. This is a very serious political idea, by the way. True.
A revenge porn case.
Yeah,
that's
true.
called coalition of the willing.
That's what we call that's the true soul and base of the Democratic Party.
I agree.
Are like church ladies and streamers who involved in revenge porn cases.
Yeah, that's a
revenge porn.
Yeah,
by the
that
way.
is a winning team.
But like this is kind of a a distillation. I think of a lot of like the moderate, like both leading up to the election and then after it. There's this weird thing. But like we talked about it so many times before, but like the way they use like black voters to be like the only legitimate voters, or like they want to say like black voters, their vote should actually count 10 times more than everyone else, sort of like a reverse Jim Crow.
Yeah,
White people, like white college educated, like liberals and progressives should have like some sort of literacy test or poll tax in a Democratic primary. But like I feel like okay, like with the success of Sayed, and like this is a really great dub in the playoffs, but like the finals are coming up in November.
I have to say, I am a little. Call me like overly optimistic, I guess. But I mean, Sayed was down by a lot like 8 weeks ago.
And I think he's running a really good campaign.
Yeah,
like,
I think he's quite disciplined.
I think it's going to be. No, I'm not throwing. I think it's going to be a close race for sure. But I have no reason to believe that he can't win this.
No, yeah. The people are all acting like it's already fucking lost.
Oh yeah,
it's insane to me. I just
no. The only people acting like it's already lost are the people whose professional and personal livelihoods depend on that being the case.
Yeah.
You know, like I think he's got a very good shot at winning the Senate seat. And I think the interesting thing is like I think he does because like his politics are basically that of like Russ Feingold or like Paul Wellstone. Like he's going to be Midwestern progressive. He's not a socialist. It's just like the only difference is he won't kiss the wall.
Yeah.
And they're going to fucking pretend like he's some kind of fucking
I will say this about Sayed. Obviously, like there are, he's not our ideal. He's not going to get in there and be like, okay, he's going to say some weird code that no one understands, and then military officers rush in, and then we take over Alberta and fix the gas. Like it's not going to be like that, unfortunately. But a lot of people I know who are just otherwise totally fucking. They do not give a fuck about electoralism. People who were like involved in pro-Palestine activism in college, like younger people who just they've given up on that stuff, they like him. Everyone who has had any significant interaction with him seems to say the same thing. That no matter how much further left they themselves are, or sometimes further right, that there is an honesty to it. There is a honesty to him that you do not really see in viable Senate candidates that often.
I think he's very good at talking about issues. He's very like on message. And honestly, on a purely shallow level, he's also like a handsome guy.
Yeah,
and he's like a family man. Like I think he has like he's got.
Okay, we're good. Oof. I don't think I watched this whole thing.
This was insanely rough. Not because the video is bad or anything, but because watching a Hasan stream is cancer.
Sequels are never as good as the original.
At least this is what
Wait, has it really been a year since he made the first one?
I guess.
Holy shit. Okay.
I think that I serve the purpose of. They see all of this stuff happening in the news, and they're like, this makes me angry.
Why is no one communicating the anger that I'm experiencing? And I think they see me as someone who has a shared values to a lot of these people, where they go, oh, I get it, this guy gets me. I felt lonely before. I didn't realize that there were other people who also felt this exact same way. And my job is also to obviously inform people. So I think a lot of people see what I have to do as almost like Zoomer NPR. Where they just
Zoomer
tune in
NPR.
and they get some of their news while I'm in the background while they're doing chores or at work, and I'm just kind of speaking and walking them through the day's news.
Your tow, your engines fail, just blame Israel.
Wait, is this AI?
Someone said it was earlier. Yeah.
Cancelled. Throw him in the pile with Hank.
Mm-hmm.
I might have gotten overly ambitious with this one. Where my last video on Hassan was an hour long, covered 7 days, and took about 3 weeks to make. This time around, after 3 weeks, I'm at the 1 hour mark, and I'm still on day 1. I watched the full week. I want to convey the whole thing, but since these videos are by extension about the current events of the time they are created in, the further we move away, the less relevant it becomes. So I'm going to post what I have here as a part 1, and it can serve as a full-length video in itself. The rest of the week will go to supporters of my Patreon and YouTube members if you're still interested. I very much appreciate each and every one of you. I always take the time to individually type the names of everyone who gives enough to be included, rather than just copy-pasting an exported list. And there's some wild stuff in there, like...
I do not even condemn Hamas.
Like, I would love to go to Iran. Make no mistake. I think it'd be awesome. But if you're going to do, like, Down with America, you should say Magbad America. I don't know why he pussied out. And he was like, Down with America. You should just say Magbad America. Magbad Israel. He was like, down with America. Down with the Zionists. It was just weak shit. It was weak. It was weak. Yeah, I don't think there are any red states. They're just incompetent Democrats. You genuinely think we will get to socialism by voting? I've explained my theory of electoralism and using electoralism, wielding it as a weapon on numerous occasions. Chatter. Electoralism is not the end all be all. It's just one of the many readily available and perhaps a very viable option for change, especially in the interim. What gives?
You can join now or when it goes up. Also, real quick, my merch site is having a sale if you're interested. I think the stuff there is pretty neat. No obligation beyond subscribing. You are obligated to subscribe. And also share this with anyone you know who doesn't yet see the problem that streamers like Hassan pose to the health of our political discourse and our democracy. It's not just about wanting healthcare and free buses. It's not about trying to fight the Trump administration. First and foremost, the enemy that Hassan has set himself and his audience upon is the Democratic Party. The assumption of DSA candidates is that they can automatically win general elections with what they promise. They think that everyone is a secret socialist waiting to be awakened to class consciousness that has been brain...
PISSCO watched this morning, and there was a small war in his chat. Oh, shit! Wait, is there a link to PISSCO watching it? That actually sounds even more entertaining.
That sounds fun. Now we're talking. Oh, bomb.
Really, Moot?
Wait, do you have any donos while they look for the link?
You know what, OPSEC I haven't done? My balls have been doxxed across so many platforms, and my cock... People don't even need OSINT tools to see it. Whisper sudo apt-get package and my cock is downloaded to your ass.
Okay.
Persk, the only assumption you should make is that I forced so much of my cum up your mom's ass that she was vomiting my load out of her mouth 15 ropes later. Woo, yeah!
Okay. We're done with this.
Watched by corporate media. The subsequent conclusion is that the only real opposition they face to gaining power is the Democratic Party. If you don't believe me, here's the opportunity to see for yourself what a random day on Hassan's stream is like.
You saw a clip and you misunderstood what I was saying in the clip. I mean, if you show me the probably 10-second long clip, we can find the longer clip and we can arrive at the actual statement that I was making.
My goal here is not to take Hassan out of context. I watched the entire week so I can grasp the entirety of his arguments in his own words and relay that to you. If you disagree with the conclusion that I draw, you can just go and watch the full videos yourself. I am abbreviating. I am not...
Around 2:58.
Hey, views. Oh, shit. Wait. This is fire. One sec. I'm excited. No. I want to watch his edits. Wow. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Wait, so I just talk about Hassan and make money? Is that the meta? I just talk about Hassan and money coming?
Good business.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. We're just having a little fun. All right, cool. Let's take a look at this. This is Conduit. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Thank you so much for that. You guys can stop giving now. All right, let's see. See, I like the little anime. I like his little guy he has here. All right, so already I'm more intrigued by the video. I like this little guy he's got. Okay, give the kids what they want for a change.
You know, sequels are never as good as the original.
I actually like Matrix Reloaded though. That's the thing.
You know, sequels are never...
This is a good movie. It's not as good as the original. I guess he's right, but I think it gets too much shit. I like that little scene with the architect. How much to get you to watch Hassan's glaze you and the other libs yesterday? Oh,
wait, actually, hot take. The problem is that like the original Matrix was like almost like a perfect movie. It was very tight, very good. I do think the other two though get maybe more hate than they deserve.
I only remember the first one.
Sure. The other two are like the other two are solid like action flicks in the Matrix universe. Like I don't think anybody should watch the like Revolutions and Reloaded or whatever. Reloaded Revolution. No, not Revolutions. It's Reloaded and the last one. I don't remember. The fourth one is god awful. That's not good. But I don't think anybody should come away watching those, and feel like, oh my god, this was a huge waste of time. They were fucking terrible.
Oh yeah, someone added me. He was like, this PISSCO guy, he understands. Maybe Hasan is trying to start beef. Because then he shit on Hutch.
I can't tell if he's trolling or not. He has to be trolling, right?
Is he just trying to... Hang on a second.
Wait, somebody said PISSCO bought an insane bullet earlier that same stream. What is this?
Pleasant dialogues with these people. I would go on Fox News to give legal commentary, if asked.
Would you go on Fox News to have a legal commentary on a case where, for instance,
bad black person?
Let's say it turns out
where
that
the Democrats are negative. Yes, I would.
Interesting. That's crazy. Okay.
What's crazy about it?
I don't know. I feel like I would be like
I thought he was blue no matter who.
Wait, what?
I don't know. I'm playing.
Okay.
Bullet bit.
Or like.
Yes, I would. Bullet
bit.
I just bit your bullet, right? You said in a way that negatively affects Democrats. Bullet bit. Yes, I would.
Sorry, not just Democrats. We're talking about like.
Well, no, that's fine. You got That's I don't know. That's insane to me. Okay.
If it turns out like there's a migrant killing a innocent white lady, would you go and talk about how?
I would give my take on it. Yes.
Why the case of the prosecution is good and.
Well, you already asked. Yeah, I don't know why Dirt keeps going. You already asked it, but that's crazy to me.
Yeah, I would give a better take than whatever the Fox person is, and I would try to get some clout myself, and I would make the caveats that are necessary and say like this. By the way, doesn't speak of most, as you guys all know, immigrants do less crime overall.
You would give caveats even unprompted, right?
Yeah, the way that I might on a Hasan thing.
I think that's important. I think that's important.
You're trying to create a formula, right? Where this is the way that I'm going to call all Democrats to work with Hasan. Don't try it. It's not worth your time. Context matters.
Do you think the way I'm suggesting to treat Hasan doesn't
which is what?
permit having
what are you suggesting?
What are the prescriptions? Tell me exactly the things I need to say. What are the prescriptions exactly? Tell me what exactly the things exactly I need to say.
Conversation.
What are you suggesting?
Wait, sorry,
I don't understand what you're suggesting.
Trying to explain.
Yeah. No. Put it in two sentences.
I'm
sentences.
Okay. The same way you would go to Fox News.
But now he says apparently he would just go to Fox News and give friendly interviews. So I guess.
And opinions.
Beautiful.
But you would give unprompted caveats
as appropriate.
Clearly denote to the audience
as appropriate
what your ideology is.
Beautiful. That's all I'll treat Hasan.
You should do the same with Hasan.
Beautiful. No disagreement. We're aligned.
No notes, he says.
And Democrats should do.
Do you think that's what all Democrats that are going on Hasan's stream do?
I have no idea. I haven't seen those interactions.
He hasn't heard it. There we go.
Have you watched those interactions? No, answer the question. So have you watched like cover to cover any one of these interactions that you can think of? Just be honest.
I've watched one with Abdul El-Sayed. Yes, I've watched. What else did I watch? I watched with
I have
AOC,
no idea how those conversations are going. I remember that they did the Among Us thing, right? I'm sure you have a problem with that.
With El-Sayed? Right? Or with AOC and everything back then?
Well,
if you can go chum it up with Hasan
3 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, I would say, I think it's hard to me to recollect right now, but I think Hasan was bringing up like unprompted, like policies and stuff during that. And if you have like an ideological disagreement with him.
Okay, PISSCO already bit the ball on us. I don't know why you would keep pushing. So that's it.
Never as good as the original.
At least this is what I think that I serve the purpose of. They see all of this stuff happening in the news and they're like, this makes me angry. Why is no one communicating the anger that I'm experiencing? And I think they see me as someone who has shared values to a lot of these people where they go, oh, I get it, this guy gets me. I felt lonely before. I didn't realize that there were other people who also felt this exact same way. And my job is also to obviously inform people. So I think a lot of people see what I have to do as almost like Zoom or NPR, where they just tune in and
Zoom or NPR.
They get some of their news while I'm in the background while they're doing chores or at work, and I'm just.
Okay, identify yourselves. You got to put in a 1 if you're a genuine, authentic Hasan watcher, an unironic Hasan watcher, and you're not a hate watcher. A 2 if you're a hate watcher, and a 3 if you're or don't say anything. We have some 1s. Holy crap, some real 1s. A disturbing amount of 1s, you might say. 3, I don't care. 2s are the oh my god, it's a hate.
Right.
Okay, identify yourselves. You got to put in a 1 if you're a genuine, authentic Hasan watcher, an unironic Hasan watcher, and you're not a hate watcher. A 2 if you're a hate watcher.
Is he streaming on Twitch at the same time, so we don't see it all?
We have some 1s. Holy crap, some real 1s. A disturbing amount of 1s, you might say. 3, I don't care. 2s are the oh my god. So we got some I don't cares. We got some.
Oh, over here I see it. Yeah, okay.
Not any. The Hasan haters have left the building. Holy crap, they're using some Hasan emotes. I guess I have cultivated an army of some 3s. Okay, now we got some 2s. Some 3s. Okay. Holy crap. A lot of 1s, gotta say. Disturbing amount of 1s. A disturbing amount of 1s. 3 for NPR, 2s. YouTube chat, your Discord is mostly 2s. Okay, yeah, Discord. My Discord despises my Discord is like the conservative part of. They don't even watch my stream. They're all chuds. My server is like entirely pro-Israel.
Honestly, if your Discord doesn't watch your stream, you should just fucking ban them all.
Damn.
Just say true.
Entirely like Hasan haters. So if you want that, you go to the Discord. It was so funny. Like, my mods are like so much more conservative than me. It's really funny because there was this whole like PISSCO is fostering a server of tankies or whatever. It's like maybe you could say that of the chat. It's not true. I'm not fostering any of this, but maybe there's like a better argument for the chats. But the Discord was like the worst thing you could, because like the Discord just full of like the most Zionist, most pro-Jewish, most conservative of my audience that there is. So the Discord is not that. Yeah. All right.
Kind of speaking and walking them through the day's news.
Class. Back in set.
I might have gotten overly ambitious with this one. Where my last video on Hasan was an hour long, covered 7 days, and took about 3 weeks to make. This time around, after 3 weeks, I'm at the 1 hour mark, and I'm still on day 1. I watched the full week. I want to convey the whole thing, but since
that's a problem. You're an hour in and only covered a day of content? It's called editing. You got to pick the best bits. That's crazy.
These videos are by extension about the current events of the time they are created in. The further we move away, the less relevant it becomes. So I'm going to post what I have here as a part 1, and it can serve as a full-length video in itself. The rest of the week will go to supporters of my Patreon and YouTube members if you're still interested.
So this is like the cut version? There's like an unedited like 5-hour manic script somewhere? But you gotta be a super Conduit fan. Or you gotta like be like a member or something, I'm guessing. Should we give it a like? Alright. Press 1 to give the video a like, press 2 to give the video a thumbs down, and press 3 and we don't do anything.
Damn.
1 is for like, 2 is for oh wait, is this illegal? Is this brigading? Oh no, because it's my vote, right? It's just my vote. So you're just influencing me. 1 second. He has to earn my vote. We'll get some 1s for effort. Alright. Well, 1 for effort. Yeah, he put some work into this.
I very much appreciate each and every one of you. I always take the time to individually type the names of everyone who gives enough to be included, rather than just copy pasting an exported list. And there's some wild stuff in there. Like,
I do not even condemn Hamas. Like, I would love to go to Iran. Make no mistake. I think it'd be awesome. But if you're gonna do like down with
wait, so this is who's this? This is Jackson Hinkle in there? Paywalling Hasan content? That's actually genius. I bet wait a second. Thank you so much for the subs. If I put all of my Hasan, if I put like weekly Hasan watch videos behind a paywall, I think people might watch it. I think they might like splurge. But I can't be asked. I really can't be asked. So he's like, I want to visit Iran. So this guy, Jackson Hinkle, he is like a true, this is like, when I think of a tanky, this is, him and Haas are who I think about, just to be honest. Haas Infrared. Those are like the true, like pure tankies that I think about.
I don't think that Haas and Hinkle's views are that far off of Hasan's. They're just way more mask off. They're way more mask off. But I'm not really sure what they would even disagree with Hasan on, other than maybe saying like Hasan should message more radically.
With America, you should...
Are there any like of MAGA communist apologists in the chats? Yeah, these are like the purest of tankies. Hasan sees Jackson Hinkle as an ally more than Libs. Is that true?
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. By crazy, I just mean I condemn it. I condemn it. Not at all. No, that's a lie. People are defending They're sweeping.
Uh-oh.
You should say Mad Bad America. I don't know why he pussied out. And he was like, down with America. You should just say Mad Bad America. Mad Bad Israel. He was like, down with America.
So he's saying that he should like join into the chants, huh? Now, for the ones, the people who were the ones, initial ones, do you think this is a joke when Hasan's like doing this Great Satan memes?
Oh my God.
This is just for the ones. For the true ones. You think this is like a joke? It says, yes, of course it's a joke. Hasan objectively correct, of course. How else would they cope? Yes. This shit's so boring. Yes. Direfall says, not a joke, it's based in true. Hinkle is a pussy. Oh, wow. Showing true power level. Thank you so much. How many subs was that? That was 25 subs. Holy crap. Amy Goodman's peace sign. Thank you so much. That was crazy. It's a lot. It's a dog whistle, not a joke. Yes, joke, says Faith Adams. Yeah, I'd say it with your chest. As a joke or as serious? He was literally mocking Hinkle for being a shill, Pisco. So Doobie, my employer, obviously taking this on side. Edgy joke.
Oh, he's got Doobie.
Doobie donating. What? What are the chances?
If you're being charitable, he's smiling, laughing. But I'm going to say this is indeterminate. To be determined. We'll see what Conduit says.
Bad Israel. He was like, down with America, down with the Zionists. It was just weak shit. It was weak. It was weak. Yeah, I don't think there are any red states. They're just incompetent Democrats. You genuinely think?
Whoa. That's crazy. I would love to see the context for that. This Plattner?
I think we will get to socialism by voting. I've explained my theory of electoralism and using electoralism, wielding it as a weapon on numerous occasions.
Wielding electoralism as a weapon. So the implication there being we don't actually believe in elections. Is that an unfair characterization? Ones, defend that. So using electoralism as a weapon sounds like there's no genuine commitment to electoralism. Obviously, these are all edits and cuts, right? But no, that's not what he means. All right, then defend it. Defend it. What does he mean?
Wait, has PISSCO just never watched or have any idea what Hasan says at all?
Electoralism is not the end all be all. It's just one of the many readily available and perhaps a very viable option for change, especially in the interim. What gives?
You can join now or when it goes up. Also, real quick, my merch site is having a sale if you're interested. I think the stuff there is pretty neat. No obligation beyond subscribing. You are obligated to subscribe. And also share this with
Wait, what was that shirt? Wait, this is merch? He has merch? Wait, should I buy like a Conduit shirt?
You can join now or when it goes up. Also, real quick, my merch site is
Whoa. I like this one. Is this like a... Well, this is like a top, it looks like. Or maybe it's like a kid's shirt that you get for your Conduit shirt. Maybe I'll get this black one here. This is why you don't use Twitter as a source.
having a sale if you're interested. I think the stuff there is pretty...
What is this shirt? What is this? Oh, that's J.
I don't know if
I don't know which stream's worse to watch, man.
Oh, well, I don't know if I'm being a hater. I really don't like his. Is that a dono sound or a subscriber sound?
It's his sub sound, yeah.
Vance as like this like whatever giant, right? His AI version. Who's this? Is that Mike from PA? This is like such a niche shirt. Oh, couch puncher versus couch fucker. Oh. But you basically need to be...
I gotta get that shirt. That's awesome.
Wait a second. Which of these shirts do I get?
You can join now or when it goes up. Also, real quick, my merch site is...
I don't think I could see myself wearing this Twitter source thing. I kind of just like the Conduit, unless it's a crop top. I really can't imagine wearing this. I can never imagine. Can you imagine showing up in the... I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I'm sorry.
Having a sale if you're interested. I think the stuff there...
I couldn't do this one either. Like, this is a guy who punches, and this is JD Vance, and he fucks couches. And is that cum? No way he did that. No way he has the bruises on the couch and cum. Is that's not real, is it?
It's his own ad. Why would it not be real?
Where's Conduit? Is he in the chat? Looks like Shadow. It's white, and it's not on the other side. It must be a Shadow.
There's pretty neat. No obligation beyond subscribing. You are obligated to subscribe. And also share this with anyone you know who doesn't yet see the problem that streamers like Hasan pose to the health of our political discourse and our...
Is this like attacking me?
If you're interested, I think the stuff there is pretty neat. No obligation beyond subscribing. You are obligated to subscribe. And also share this with anyone you know who doesn't yet see the problem that streamers like Hasan pose to the health of our political discourse and our democracy. It's not just about wanting healthcare and free buses. It's not about trying to fight the Trump administration. First and foremost, the enemy that Hasan has set himself and his audience upon is the Democratic Party. The assumption of DSA candidates is that they can automatically win general elections with what they promise. They think that everyone is a secret socialist.
Does he actually drink?
Waiting to be awakened to class consciousness that has been...
I like this art style. I actually like this art style. What I don't like is
kill myself, Steven.
Why?
Please. He's just just play the video, man.
Option for change.
Also, real quick, my merch site is having a sale.
I don't like this. I could never wear this. Can you imagine like showing up to anything?
Wait, did I go back?
Shirt?
Well, if you're interested, I think the stuff there is pretty neat. No obligation beyond subscribing. You are obligated to subscribe. An assumption of DSA candidates is that they can automatically win general elections with what they promise. They think that everyone is a secret socialist waiting to be awakened to class consciousness that has been brainwashed by corporate media. The subsequent conclusion is that the only real opposition they face to gaining power is the Democratic Party. If you don't believe me, here's the opportunity to see for yourself what a random day on Hasan's stream is like.
Okay, what do you think about the audio? What do you think about the audio mixing? All right, so check the what do you think about that?
That's got to be one of my fans asking. No, is this a troll?
What they promise. They think that everyone is a secret socialist waiting to be awakened to class consciousness that has been brainwashed by corporate media. The subsequent conclusion is that the only real opposition they face to gaining power is the Democratic Party. If you don't believe me, here's the opportunity to see for yourself what a random.
Like, it's a little distracting, the music. And this is someone who often.
You know why he's doing this, right?
To soften the blow of the video.
He doesn't have to engage with the video if instead he engages with other bullshit like the volume or the fucking merch or anything else. That's it. That's all. Like, that's the whole point. It's your version of fucking piano playing.
It's the start of the video. He's getting there.
Audio seems good. All right, not the worst. All right, you hate the song more than the mix. The music is a tad bit too loud. All right, cool. I understand it's Elon with the chain. I got that part. Yeah, I understood that. Anxiety-inducing could be stylistic. Yeah. Oh, maybe it was a choice to induce anxiety. That makes it seem more artistic. You know what? I'm gonna interpret it that way. I think that was a subtle. That was a choice to induce anxiety.
Day on Hasan's stream is like.
You saw a clip and you misunderstood what I was saying in the clip. I mean, if you show me the probably 10-second long clip, we can find the longer clip and we can arrive at the actual statement that I was making.
My goal here is not to take Hasan out of context. I watched the entire week so I can grasp the entirety of his arguments in his own words and relay that to you.
Yeah, so I'm not clear if this is a full week or what is this?
If you disagree with the conclusion that I draw, you can just go and watch the full videos yourself. I am abbreviating. I am not misconstruing.
Abdul El-Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin.
Sorry, I had to cut the audio because of copyright. But we began on a promo vid talking about how Hasan has interviewed a bunch of DSA or DSA adjacent candidates, and they're all doing well, and the media campaign against him backfired. All right, fact check off the bat. How many candidates has Hasan active?
All right, guys, check for spelling mistakes. Candidate, win, loss, primary, partisanship.
Wait. What? Wait. Now I'm wondering.
Partisanship. Okay, that's good. Tom Steyer did lose.
Supported or collaborated with, and how many of them have advanced in their elections.
But I still love it. A new Plattner smear campaign has hit the election. Smear campaign is an insane way to describe the allegations. What happened? Is Graham Plattner cooked? I wasn't paying attention. I'm talking about art. Get cultured.
Wait, when was this? Oh, he already had like, he watched it. Okay.
Get educated.
Before the big story of the day, Hasan struggles to tell his audience about the museum he went to with his mom.
It seems like no one wants to hear about this perspective, by the way, which is kind of crazy. A lot of you are uncultured swine.
So the museum thing he can engage
pump
with.
culture back into your lives right now, and it seems like everyone is not invested in this at all. And you learn this history. No, I knew about this, man. Shut up. Can I just explain it? Can I explain a story to you? Like I'm going on a journey and I'm taking you there with me. Is that okay? Is that okay? This is the last bastion of defense to maintain an understanding of artistic expression, the journey that's taken throughout history. These are.
This is what always puzzles me. Is he watching a week of Hasan's content or watching Hasan's content in general over the course of a week?
What?
I don't actually know. Maybe watching this video was a good idea.
These are some of the bravest Fedayeen out there.
Why did he slip that word in?
That was my take. These are some of the bravest Fedayeen out there.
Why did he slip?
All right, so we have the Wikipedia Fedayeen. Why did he slip the term in there? I mean, the first thing I think about with Fedayeen is the movie, the Spielberg Munich movie, which, by the way, I'm not going to say it. It's a good movie.
Put that word in.
That was my take on my visit to LACMA. I made the mistake of telling you about it. Hasan Piker is pushing Democrats towards a luxury belief agenda. Oh my God. Unbelievable that it's a luxury agenda to demand healthcare.
Time to get serious. What did Trump...
So this is like the common refrain, right? People say, Hasan will mask on by saying he just wants more healthcare. And so this is like an example of that meme, right?
Do this time.
What Trump did is unacceptable. As the most powerful nation on the planet, calling up the head of FIFA to be like, take this fucking suspension.
I agree with this, by the way. And I thought it was not a red card. This is Flo Balogun's red card, right? That was crazy that Trump did that.
Wow.
That was the reason that America lost.
Wow.
It wasn't because Belgium was any good. Opium.
Oh, well, FIFA is notoriously corrupt, so in the scheme of things, this seems kind of banal.
Donald Trump.
No, it doesn't. The American alleged president being a party to FIFA corruption isn't banal.
Well, FIFA is notoriously corrupt, so in the scheme of things, this seems kind of banal.
Donald Trump.
Why? That's like so fucked up. For him.
In the grand scheme of things, where we're in an illegal war with Iran, where Trump is threatening to wipe them from existence and destroy our Constitution and arrest our political opponents and throw them in jail, yes, the FIFA thing seems kind of banal. That's what he means.
Use his power like no other country to get a leg up, and so there's always an asterisk if we were to win, and just as a further way for him to try to politicize, I just fucking hate it.
Is actually, on this issue and this issue alone, worse than Adolf Hitler.
Not the example I would use to draw comparisons to Hitler.
Why not? Why? What's wrong with that?
Oh my
issue
God.
And this issue alone, worse than Adolf Hitler.
Just in terms of like bias, right? With the Olympics.
The example I would use to draw comparisons to Hitler.
Oh, come on. Maybe he's being funny, but that was clearly a joke.
But maybe he has a point.
It's kind of crazy, but it's true. Nazi Germany was more open-minded, at least saw the benefits of like the international goodwill that they would receive from hosting a global event like this.
I actually agree that like, wasn't trying to. Now I don't know enough about actually the Munich Olympics to. You know what? I don't actually know enough to say that he was fair, but it's funny at least. I'll say. I don't actually know if like they fucked around with the Olympics or anything. So I guess I don't know.
This and allowed people to enter the country. There were no restrictions on like referees and shit. You know what I mean? In spite of their very clear agenda of racism, complete.
Oh yeah, they like fucked around with the Iranians, right? Because there's a travel ban right now for Iranian nationals, and so how they got around it is they're only allowed to come in for like the games, but then they have to immediately leave. I think. Oh, and a ref too. That's so crazy. Yeah, it's so stupid. So on this discrete point, I almost think this is like super based. I almost think it's a base point.
Completely cast that aside and was like, nope, the Somali referee not being allowed into the country was so unacceptable.
The Nazis barred Jewish and Romani athletes from representing Germany.
Okay, but that's not his point. His point was about the international.
Oh my God.
Fucking with like international shit.
Okay, I don't know.
Not about domestic anti-Semitism policies. Some of which were relaxed in terms of the visiting people, but yes, there was discrimination with their own Olympic team. But that's not the point. That Hassan's point wasn't that Hitler isn't anti-Semitic and wasn't doing anti-Semitic policies there. That's like a crazy comeback. That's like not responsive.
It was so unacceptable.
The Nazis barred Jewish and Romani athletes from representing Germany, but please continue handing it to them.
Like he had to go in and put his.
He's not handing to him on that. It's about the fuckery with the other teams and the contest vis-a-vis the other teams and the international camaraderie. That was not a good comeback, man.
The molested somehow.
No, Hassan's point was that even the Nazis weren't this crazy in terms of barring the or trying to rig a red card or whatever. And it's weird to like hand it to them in that sense when the Nazis did a whole bunch of other things, like going to war with invading all of Europe, and also the Holocaust and all that shit as well. Like where it didn't really seem like they cared about it, other people caring about them as much. The obsession with comparing things to, hold on, I'm giving this is like 3 layers of commentary. PISSCO's reading way too deep into this.
He's just such a fucking molester. Lester, the molester ass motherfucker, had to go in and cheapen it. American liberals have become so used to Trump that they forget that the rest of the world still rightfully views these sorts of controversies as disqualifying of whatever he touches. Yeah.
By the way, I think that Americans do get used to Trump and don't realize how much of a pariah he is internationally, except for like those who have to bend the knee or his corrupt deal makers. So I'll just say that point. The thing about American liberals getting used to it, I think that's like precisely the people who don't get used to it. I think a lot of American liberals are just like constantly outraged by it. So this just seems like a needless attack and swipe at liberals.
They forget that the rest of the world still rightfully views.
Well, I would need to go look at this person's Twitter account, but my guess is when this person says American liberals, I don't think they're talking about Democrats. I think this is an international person who's talking about like our two-party system in general. And I think I would have to go check this particular tweet or this person's tweet. But liberals doesn't always just mean Democrat. Live Agar. I feel like I've seen this account tweeting before. I wonder if I'm blocked. Especially because it's I think this is a European-based account. I think. She's Canadian? Oh, why do they tweet so much about European shit? Gross. Just as bad.
I love Canada.
Use these sorts of controversies as disqualifying of whatever he touches. Yeah.
Using a Nate Silver opinion to paint all liberals as used to Trump is bad for so many reasons.
Like this is the funniest part about it is that like we've completely capitulated to Donald Trump's madness right here in the United States of America.
We have not. I don't know why you would say this. Democrats have repudiated Trump to his face.
I think we meaning like the powers that be. Then I obviously would disagree.
Every state good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one.
And won in court against him multiple times.
But for the rest of the world's perspective, they look at this and go, what the fuck are you doing? The question always is, what happens if the Fourth Reich is a nuclear armed state that happens?
Yeah, I am fatigued after 8 minutes. So we'll power through at least 20 more minutes.
To be the most domineering force around the planet.
Hassan describing the Trump administration as the Fourth Reich is particularly obscene of him because of his refusal to properly get behind Kamala Harris.
It's not a good place to be, and that's kind of
true.
Where we're at right now. Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing. 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris would be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them. Why?
Really? Really, number ones? I agree this is like an absolutely insane statement to make. And yes, even when indexed specifically to whatever Israel-Iranian thing was happening there. Yes, even when indexed specifically to one issue, completely indefensible as a statement and just belied by the evidence.
Kamala Harris's own campaign aides have actually come out and talked about how they would be doing a better job defending Israel, right? Because at least there was some level of parity in the pre-nuclearized world, right? Like before mutual assured destruction.
That is just so incredibly not true, I don't know how you could come to that conclusion.
Before nuclear proliferation, there's some level of parity at least, right? There, you know, you can muster up the forces and fight back. That's what World War II was about, right?
That's not... What?
What do you do? How do you fight?
Wait, let's... Whoa.
Did Israel win there's some level of parity
their
at
wars
least,
with
right? There,
nukes?
you know, you can... Wait, what? What?
Are you listening to what he's saying?
Yeah, what did you just say, though? It was you spoke on top of the video.
I said, is he indicating that Israel won their past wars with fucking nukes? And that's the reason that, like, they're winning right now? Just because the parity's not there?
Oh, hold on. Let me read
statement. And just belied by the evidence.
Kamala Harris's own campaign aides have actually come out and talked about how they would be doing a better job defending Israel, right? Because at least there was some level of parity in the pre-nuclearized world, right? Like, before mutual assured destruction.
That is just so incredibly not true. I don't know how you could come to that conclusion.
I don't even know what Hasan means when he says that. I'm not sure. I don't even know how to interpret that. Sorry, meaningfully interpret that statement. There was some level of parity. Okay. If you felt like you could win against a country, you would do essentially whatever you needed to win. I don't know what he means by... Does he think that countries would, like, respect and not... Like, if you ran out of ammo, they would start fighting with swords? Or I don't know what he means by that.
I think what he's trying to say is that before nukes, like, you know, there was some level of, like, hey, you fuck around, we're going to invade you and fucking kill your shit. But now, because Israel has nukes, we can't do anything. But they didn't have nukes back in the day, and they still fucking survive. So I don't know what this is trying to say. Like, that has to be...
Before nuclear proliferation, there's some level of parity at least, right? There, you know, you can muster up the forces and fight back. That's what World War II was about, right?
That's not... What?
What do you do? How do you fight?
Wait, let's... Whoa.
Proliferation, there's some level of parity at least, right? There, you know, you can muster up the forces and fight back. That's what World War II was about, right?
That's not...
I guess, what was World War II about?
What?
What do you...
Conduit, why don't you, like... Maybe he will in a second. Why don't you provide some, like, substantive response to that? And just be like, what? I know I just said whoa, but I kind of just reacted that way because he said what, and I was like, whoa, but I don't know what's wrong with the statement. We got together and we fought the Nazis.
Oh no. This is where we're at, guys. This is where we're at now.
Are you anti-Semitic if you're working as a guard at Auschwitz, necessarily?
He would say no.
Maybe you just think the people in that prison are particularly pesky and cunning and crafty and
I mean, you
troublesome.
could just not like white people also, right?
True. And you could be a lib. Yeah. You could be an ultra woke lib who considers Jews white, and you're not anti-Semitic. You're just racist against white people. Because
exactly. Yeah.
So there you go.
I do
World War
consider
II level of parity at least, right?
Based.
I don't know how you could come to that conclusion.
Before nuclear proliferation, there's some level of parity at least, right? There, you know, you can muster up the
before nuclear proliferation
forces and fight back. That's what World War II was about, right?
That's not... What?
What do you...
Yeah, I don't get it.
How do you fight back against that?
You work to prevent it at the ballot box.
And what is our responsibility as American citizens to move away from this attitude?
Voting.
It's important to think about these things. Simply sitting around and hoping that China save us.
Vote. What? Can we...
Is insane. It's not how that works.
Wait, so in this hypothetical, is China the good guy?
Ironically enough, there are a lot of liberals on the timeline who yesterday were saying Abdul El-Sayed is bad because he hangs out with Hassan. Grant Plattner is good because he doesn't hang out with Hassan.
That's not ironic.
I have no connection to the Plattner campaign.
Did anyone say that?
I have no idea that works.
Wait, so in this hypothetical, is China the good guy?
Ironically enough, there are a lot of liberals on the timeline who yesterday were saying Abdul El-Sayed is bad because he hangs out with Hassan. Grant Plattner is good because he doesn't hang out with Hassan.
Did a single person in all of human history ever say that sentence? What? Okay.
That's not ironic.
I have no connection to the Plattner campaign.
Did anyone say that?
I have no idea what they're up to. I have no understanding of what has taken place.
I want Conduit to like find that they didn't.
As far.
This will be what consumes most of the day.
Wait, what did he say in response to that?
That's not ironic.
I have no El-Sayed is bad because he hangs out with Hassan. Grant Plattner is good because he doesn't hang out with Hassan.
That's not ironic.
I have.
Okay, but is he wrong? Help me, Conduit. You're my only hope. I need you to guide me. Imagine I just watched this video and Hassan said that people were making fun of, like, we don't have the evidence, the contrary evidence, right? I think we need the contrary evidence.
No connection to the Plattner campaign. I have no idea what they're up to. I have no understanding of what has taken place thus far.
This will be what consumes most of the day. Not the story of the allegations against Grant Plattner, but Hassan making absolutely sure that no one thinks he is connected to Plattner or that he had any enthusiasm for Plattner.
Oh, it's like running the run defense thing? I mean, let's be honest. And Live and Learn, we also were like, this is why we supported him, this is why we don't support him. I think part of it is like explaining your rationale to your audience and what you stand for and not. So if he doesn't cover any of the allegations, obviously, or like summarize them, I would see that as problematic. But I don't really see it as problematic to explain why your rationale is different, why you took the steps you did, and explaining yourself. Is that bad?
This was the ridiculous one. Oh, they would go into like an Iraqi home or something, and yeah, that seems like an Israeli disinfo campaign. Politico's dropped something. We'll take a look at it, but the timing of it is somewhat interesting because the dropout date for Grant Plattner is July 13th. So if Grant Plattner drops out before July 13th, they could just
the steps you did and explaining yourself. Is that bad?
This was the ridiculous one. Oh, they would go into like an Iraqi home or something, and yeah, that seems like an Israeli disinfo campaign.
Negative stories about Plattner? were Israeli disinfo campaign? Did he say when he said like was he just doing kind of like a racist comparison, or was he saying that Israel actually intervened and did the misinfo campaign, or?
Politicos drop something, we'll take a look at it. But the timing of it is somewhat interesting because the dropout date for Graham Plattner is July 13th. So if Graham Plattner drops out before July 13th, they could just hand select another candidate. It could very well be an instance where people were, like some Democratic consultants knew about it and they were waiting to see if they should drop this at all, given that it's a damning accusation.
Oh, he's just saying this is possible? Maybe it was the DNC insiders who did it. I was seeing some of that. There was like a little bit, it was never fully throated. Except maybe was it Ryan Grimm and Dropside News who did that thing about like, they didn't mention that she initially had said something about needing a back rub or something. And like went hard on the paint on that. But other than that, it was kind of...
If you don't have in your mind like different categories of people on the left, then you're like Ryan Grimm and Dropsite News are absolutely oppositional to the Democratic Party. Maybe more even than Crystal Ball and Kyle Kulinski. If you're not like cognizant of that, I don't think
I know anything about the Ryan Grimm guy. Does he do YouTube or just is he like a Twitter duder?
No, he's like a quote unquote journalist, but he used to be. I think he might have been a founding member of the Intercept.
Okay, yeah, I know what that is.
And then I think he became a founding member of Dropsite News, but he's just like mega anti-establishment conspiratorial dude who also does some okay reporting, but like very, very much like an anti-establishment guy.
When we say conspiratorial, do we mean like we're on...
Not like Alex Jones, but like he thinks that he thinks that like the no he thinks that like the COVID lab leak thing is absolutely true, but because it's like oppositional to Biden or Kamala, I'm sure he thinks that Bernie had the election stolen from him. Like any like anti-American point, he's basically he's like a less gay, more American version of do you know Glenn Greenwald?
Yes, actually, I do.
He's going to be like. I would be surprised if him and Glenn ever disagreed on a single thing ever. But there might be, maybe, I don't know, somebody can show me, but like they seem like they're copy-pasted versions of each other. They just landed in different continents.
I feel like a half-hearted, oh, maybe it was the insiders. Oh, Jank did it too. Never mind. Jank did it as well, I think, right?
Right?
The logic here is completely twisted because Democrats have nothing to gain from withholding this information. For all the talk about not liking Plattner or the progressives, they ultimately want the power of the majority, and that requires winning their elections. There is nothing to gain for the Democrats in intentionally staying in the minority.
So we'll read it. This is not normal. There is no country on the planet where the leadership is this out and about with their corruption. Erdogan is an unbelievably corrupt tyrant. So is Vladimir Putin. He oversees this kleptocracy. But there is a level of discretion that these tin pot dictators and petty tyrants engage in.
Tin pot dictators are almost definitionally this obvious. It's Western media not doing a lot to highlight them that makes it seem like they aren't so blatant. Saddam Hussein's kid, for example.
Wait, is this me? Wait a second.
Well.
Wait a second. Holy shit.
Was notoriously insane and evil. They made a movie about him. Bashar al-Assad had a wild car collection. They
Did
don't do a lot
I
to
do
hide it, and
that?
people don't do a lot to look for it.
Donald Trump has done away with that, where what's unique about it is he doesn't even feel the need to hide his corruption.
I promise, he is not unique among dictators. He's unique among U.S. presidents.
As Americans, we fancy ourselves to be real revolutionaries, you know, carrying on the spirit of 1776, but it's not a secret that in most circumstances...
I don't know if... I'm sure Conduit understands this, and maybe he just doesn't say it. When they talk about how evil other countries are, it's very, very important to pick up on this, okay? When Hasan talks about how evil other countries are, he'll do one of two things, or one of three things maybe, when he talks about them. Either the third thing would be he just doesn't bring them up ever, okay? The first thing is, if they are evil, it's because of something the United States did. So when he says things like, oh yeah, like sure, Hamas might be homophobic, but it's because they're getting bombed by the United States all the time. Yeah, sure, Iran might be crazy, but it's because that was a response to the U.S. meddling in the country, right? So it's either that, number one, or number two, when somebody's doing something bad, it's because, even if it doesn't seem like it on the outside, it's because they're secretly mega capitalist. So like, or some type of archy that also describes the United States. So whenever he criticizes Putin, it's always because Putin is actually part of a oligarchy or kleptocracy or kleptocracy or an oligarchy, just like in the United States we are. And he might have even said
it's always capitalism.
He might have said in a prior video, he might have even described him as mega capitalist, or that might have been somebody else. But yeah, so if there is a bad other country, it's because the U.S. made them that way. It's because they're doing some ultra extreme version of capitalism. Or it's because, or he just doesn't mention them ever, or he'll defend them, I guess.
What countries do they like look at and they admire right now? Just China?
They'll say China. I think they'll mainly just
Nordic ones?
Focus on China a little bit. Yeah, well, it depends on how masculine they are, but they'll say China, Cuba, North Korea, unironically, maybe Vietnam.
But Cuba doesn't seem like it's doing well. Nor does
they'll
North
say
Korea.
It's doing incredibly well, despite all of the U.S. fuckery. Yeah. Oh no, it was the DSA lady earlier that called Russia capitalist in relation to the Ukraine invasion. That's right. Gotcha.
circumstances were very servile.
That's why all the protests against him break records.
It is very interesting
it's
to
very
see how the rest of
conspiratorial in that way.
In what way?
In the way that like, oh well, everything's like actually the U.S. Everything bad is actually like the United States.
All of it is it's mega noble savage. All of it is mega noble savage. Everybody on the planet is like ready to come together with LGBTQIA+++ flags and right. That's why they say that. Didn't you know that in India there used to be 3 genders before the British colonized them? And American natives, especially
Actually,
in Canada,
Iran, they love transgenders.
Oh yeah, in Iran, yeah, Hasan said that they love transgender people. Natives in Canada were Two-Spirit, and so they believed in mega trans rights. Yeah, none of this is true, but like all of them. Like all of them say that basically every savage around the world was like super great and amazing until the United States showed up and made all of them evil. But when China did it to the Tibetan people, that they actually were savages, and China needed to go in and, and take care of them. Yes.
Pepe. Yeah. So like once you're in like one conspiracy, you're way more likely to be in others. Do you think that's why like these people also traffic in what I would say is like the Israeli conspiracies that are going on? We're like, oh, it's actually Israel that are going and attacking like the place next to Morocco, and it's actually like blah 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 blah.
I mean, a little bit, yeah, because all of these are like important myths to their stories. Like, it's all built on kind of the mythology for how they view everything. So of course it's going to be like you just have to believe these things. You have to. It's a requirement, yeah.
He's unique among U.S. presidents.
As Americans, we fancy ourselves to be real revolutionaries, carrying on the spirit of 1776, but it's not a secret that in most circumstances, we're very servile.
That's why all the protests against him break records.
It is very interesting to see how the rest of the world views what Trump is doing versus how Americans view it, where they're like, this is our molester. There is a continuation of American imperialism, for example, from the Biden administration, and Trump 1 to Biden to Trump 2.
The Biden administration was not imperialist. If anything, it was the least imperialist administration we've had for the last 50 years. Honestly.
I totally agree with that. We got out of Afghanistan, but maybe they view imperialism as like NATO shit, right? But I felt like Biden was taking a thoughtful middle approach, and his interventions were much more calibrated, targeted, spec ops shit, not even doing the drone strikes that Obama and Trump did. So, I don't know. I think I probably agree with Conduit there.
Honestly, by the proper definition
Fuck, some guy emailed me a thing that was fucking super obvious, and I should have known this. That you should never, ever, ever let somebody get away with the whole Obama did the most drone strikes ever talking point. Because it's like definitionally true, but it is so fucking retarded because drones and drone warfare didn't really exist that much in the Bush administration. Yeah. I've never even thought about that before, and I'm so angry that I didn't. But it was like, yeah, I guess that is true. Like, Obama did the most. Yeah, of course, because, the Bush didn't have any drones. Yeah, fuck me. Yeah.
Drone strikes that Obama and Trump did. So, I don't know. I probably agree with Conduit there.
Honestly, by the proper definition of imperialist, the only administration you could use that term to describe is the current Trump administration. God, it's like...
It's actually crazy how like old school imperialist Trump is, like old school imperialist, like mercantilist almost.
Do you think PISSCO would actually casually go on Fox News for a non-combative interaction, just giving his legal analysis on some random shit? I actually don't know. To be honest, I don't even know how principally attached to that idea that I am. I do think about it a lot, but I have a very natural mechanism for just being like wanting to fight. I don't like being a circle jerk. So if I feel like I'm in some area where I'm being used to launder some opinion, or a whole bunch of people are agreeing with me, and I know that we have big disagreements, like if I'm able to, I think I have I just have a desire to push back in those circumstances.
Would you go on Fox and talk about Hasan?
Fuck. I hope I don't ever get the opportunity to.
You don't want to have to make that decision.
I feel like I would. Would. But the second I get there and I start hearing them talk, and then I think of Trump, I think I would lose it. I don't think I would be able to go through with it. I think I would lose my fucking mind. I don't think I can handle it. Just not with the MAGA people. I don't think I could do it. Yeah, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it.
Resources. Imperialist.
Every criticism he levies at Trump just rings hollow in the face of how little he did to try and prevent it from getting power.
A continuation that existed between George W. Bush to Barack.
So it's like 80% of it's going to be, but you didn't endorse Kamala, but you didn't endorse Kamala. Now, that's all fine with me. I mean, he hasn't said it was a mistake, right? So I don't have a problem with him drawing attention to it.
Obama before Trump won.
Also, no, Obama.
But like it's on deaf ears, I think.
Increasing the usage of drones during a period of severe unpopularity for using troops does not an imperialist make, and his unwillingness to help Syria would further validate this claim.
It was a lot harder to explain.
Unwillingness to help Syria. I think he means unwillingness to attack Bashar al-Assad, right?
Certain concepts to Americans in the rest of the world back then, because there was an element of discretion, there was an element of propaganda, there was an element of decorum that sheltered people from seeing the truth.
What Hasan is talking about is tact and diplomacy.
That's gone. No, I know. Oh my God, Michael from Pennsylvania. Yes, I have it right here. I have it. We're going to get to it in a second.
Mike from PA is a friend of Hasan who is incredibly smug and self-righteous.
I'm so glad Kamala Harris lost. Can I just say that? Can I just say thank...
Oh, boy.
God, Kamala Harris is not president of the United States. Can you imagine how dire...
Is this in response to chorus shit?
Things would be. He also has a habit of saying things that are either extremely dumb or
dude, fuck that guy.
Or hateful. Can you imagine how dire things would be? Or just making outright threats that violate Twitch's terms of service with only occasional and usually minor repercussions.
One thing that you will learn in politics, and sometimes that there are people out there who have no humanity. They do not.
Please tell me he's not talking. Oh, he's talking about Richie Torres. Yeah, this was not a good look for Richie Torres. I'm gonna be real. This was not a great interview for Richie Torres. I thought Adam Friedland was. I thought.
Fuck this shit. Like, pull up the video with Adam Friedland and Hasan talking about fucking Ukraine, where they said, sounds about white, not my problem, huh? Put those fucking contrasting ones, and then see how much of the fucking tears matter on this fucking cocksucker.
Whoa. Okay, but true.
Adam was genuinely trying to connect with Richie, and Richie was like approaching it completely in a wrong fashion.
Care, and they are unreachable. We start going, well, maybe this happened when they were a child, or maybe I'm misunderstanding, or maybe this, maybe that. Oftentimes you will try to placate them. And Richie Torres.
Wait, isn't this a Hasan video? So he's just introducing this other character, but it's kind of maybe to give context or something.
Yes. Well, these are all also Hasan's like direct descendant orbiters. Mike is in his chat spamming constantly. Mike, I think Hasan might even get a lot of the clips about my orbiters from Mike from PA. He spams so much in his chat.
Is utterly unmovable.
And is on his stream sometimes.
He lacks humanity. He lacks feeling. He lacks anything but his sociopathic drive for personal.
Hasan is literally responding to Mike in the last clip. Okay.
Power. And this is what separates a socialist from a liberal. A socialist is somebody who looks at that, who looks at Richie Torres and says, he needs to be destroyed. We have to handle this man.
I don't like the way he said handle this man.
Yeah, that's not on accident, buddy. Oh my God.
He's so close there.
Feels very sinister.
Cannot
Interesting. Why would he go for the sinister look?
This empathy anymore. He is a class enemy. A liberal is someone who
lives
in perpetual denial and circles the toilet bowl drain until Richie Torres flushes them. What separates me from a liberal is that I see this man and I don't feel anything but the urge to protect the community and the world from him. He can.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Seen enough really bad clip, and I just want to say the Richie Torres interview was really bad for Torres. But I mean, it sounds like he's like saying we should preemptively defend the worlds and handle Richie Torres. I think a pretty deep wink, wink.
And not be reformed. He has to be separated from us, and he must be removed from any position of power. Liberalism.
And at the end, he says removed from position of power.
It's superficially charming. It's why it appeals to sociopaths. But I know. What is your perspective other than serving the whims of the Israeli government so you can get your AIPAC bribes, you scum? Honestly, if I were Adam, I would have a stack of pictures. I would have a monitor set up to play videos of fucking Palestinian children being murdered, and I would stuff it down the front of his fucking shirt.
Guys, stop looking at Michael Dell's wife, okay? Just avoid looking at her. Okay, yes, I see it. Avoid eye contact, please.
Like this. Okay, we're finally at the Politico story about Plattner. I'm curious to hear Hasan's perspective given his take on the last story alleging Plattner's abuse that we will also be covering here.
A lot of establishment Democrats hate this guy, right? A lot of people in the pro-Israel side hate this guy. And the criticisms that he should have received were obviously criticisms about his numerous tours and then going back into Blackwater, things like that. Those were red flags for me. The Nazi tattoo was a red flag for me. Those were red flags for the average American and certainly not the average Mainer. This article seemingly is...
Yeah, I don't know what the Mike from PA bit was even about. Maybe Conduit can explain.
Bad. This article seemingly is different.
Because this time the person making the accusation is not a Republican.
Very different from a Republican operative coming out and being like, oh yeah, I had a touch and go moment with Graham Plattner. I wouldn't even say he like physically abused me or anything.
Yeah, he touched her with explosive force to go into a bedroom.
This is a serious accusation of the highest order, and it has all of the hallmarks of a verifiable accusation. As you guys know, my policy on this is, believe women doesn't mean reflect.
It's verifiable. Is that different than verified? Sorry, I just like get obsessed with these word differences. A verifiable claim?
Assume that all women are incapable of telling a lie or anything. It just means like don't reflexively disbelieve women.
If you're dismissing a woman's claim because she's a Republican, then you don't believe women. It's not about the capacity to be a liar. It's about your presumption of what their motivations are without it.
You don't believe Republican women. Well, and I want to be clear. You shouldn't reflexively distrust Republican women either. Unless they're talking some shit about Trump. All right? Unless they're talking some shit about how Trump's the best. Then you disregard.
Evidence and the claims being made despite evidence.
Yes, contemporaneous communications is huge, especially if they are before he was in politics. Exactly. Central Committee is correct on this.
There was.
Oh, there he is.
There it is.
Hey!
He sort of called out, because Central Committee is Mike from PA's Twitch channel.
Oh. But here's the other side of the story. I believe.
So that's the connection to that little segment?
This accusation. The timing of this, on the other hand, is, once again, fucked up. The timing of the drop is in the column of rat fucking, but the accusations are certainly real.
There is no fucked up time to come out with your experience of someone's violence. The political ramifications are the fault of whoever did the violence, not the...
Hot take. I thought about this a lot over the last few days, weeks, whatever. I actually think people should be a little bit more conscious about the timing, because I think it does kind of undermine the credibility of people making these types of complaints if it seems like it's done for political reasons. I think that it's a good idea to...
What do you mean the timing?
Like, it's pretty obvious, and I think she even says as much, that she didn't feel comfortable with how high of a position of power that he was going to get in the Democratic Party, blah, blah, that if you're timing your accusation because you have issues related to somebody achieving some political power, then it really does seem like this is like a spite accusation. Like you're just making this accusation now because you just don't like, I guess, them winning elections or something. Like it seems more strategic than maybe something that's super serious. Does that make sense?
Wasn't this like the worst time to do this one though? That wouldn't make sense.
Well, no, and well, I mean, it was. I'm saying that it was obviously in response to his performance in these elections.
But first off, the lady's okay. Let's. Number one, I think this.
I'm not saying that it was done to like politically rig something against a particular party. I'm just saying that she didn't like that, he was going to be, I guess, a representative for people because he was starting to do better in primaries. But when it's strategic, because like if he was never going to run, right, or if he never ran, she probably would never say anything, right?
Yeah, probably. But like, why not do it when it was very likely that he was going to win the primary and the person had dropped out at that point instead of waiting until the last fucking minute when it fucks up the Democrat Party as a Democrat. So
you're thinking you're stunlocked on this like political partisan thing. I'm not saying it has anything to do with being politically partisan. I'm saying that it was because there was a certain amount of popularity that this guy was getting, and she thought that she had a responsibility to stop that with a rape accusation. And that just seems a little bit.
I don't know. I don't know if this is true because it's a chatter, but it would make sense if that Plattner went on TV and said that he never did any of that and that was some bullshit. And she was like, you know what? Fuck this motherfucker. Like, I was going to say nothing, but now he's going to just basically call me a fucking liar. Fuck you. That would be a really good reason to come out and fucking do that.
Well, sure, but he said that because people there had already been that story written, I think, making accusations of him. So of course he has to say.
Yeah, and I think, well, I mean, look, if this person was fucking raped by Plattner, I think that they should take whatever fucking revenge fucks Plattner the most and the highest, and absolutely go to the fucking balls of the wall. You got raped by this guy? Do it in the time that fucks him the most.
Sure, that's fine, but then everybody's going to be that much more skeptical of any rape accusation because now we understand that these are just basically being used as tools to get even at people, and that's like the function of them, rather than serving any kind of like, I guess, justice perspective.
Well, no, because I think in this case, it was already locked down. Like she had like years of psychiatry visits where she was talking about it and all this other shit. So I think it's a little bit different,
Okay.
Person who needed to brace themselves for the inevitable public.
It's not like she didn't make it up overnight. Like this is something she would have had to been plotting for years.
I never said she did. I never even implied she made anything.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying that like we're using it as a weapon to like it's like rape in jail. Like I don't think we should be bragging about like, oh, that guy's gonna go to jail, he's gonna get raped. It's like, well, hold on. We have to like what is jail for? It's not to send men to the rape factory, right? It's to serve some kind of justice. If we're using like if we're using accusations of sexual misconduct as like vehicles to fuck over people's careers, like such that like if you want to make an accusation and it fucks over somebody's career, then that's fine. I don't think that his career getting fucked up should factor into whether or not you feel like you want to say something. But if there's a guy at work and he did some fucked up shit to you and you don't want to say anything and you decide not to, but then he's like up for promotion 5 years later and you're like, well, now I'm gonna get this guy. I don't know. That just seems really weird.
Well, I think what that random chatter said probably did make sense is that he came out really strongly in the news saying this is all bullshit. This never happened.
Yeah, because it was after he got accused. Of course, he had to. By that point, the path is set.
Well, no, but it was by another woman that accused him. Remember?
Sure.
There was more than one woman. So, and when he was like, "I've never done this. This is all bullshit," that may have pushed her over the fucking edge. Maybe she was never going to say anything, but that because he came out saying that anyone who did this is bullshit.
Yeah, but then I would just recursively apply it to the woman who accused him the first time, then, or who the first accusation made him make the public statement. Also, she was technically one of the women in the original article. She just didn't have her accusation wasn't written about as strongly for some reason. I don't know fully why until later, but
interesting.
Backlash. You deal with
no, but it does bear on. It's a relevant fact to consider, right? And she even talks about it. So
she didn't reveal it. Is that true? I thought that she did, but they didn't write about it for some reason. I thought that was her statement, but I could be incorrect on that. I don't remember.
For Conduit to dismiss that out of hand is just like it's even contrary to her own account. She said she struggled with it, and she understood how it would be perceived. So this is a bit much. I mean, like it's too far.
It for what it is.
Do with that information what you will.
And what Hasan is going to do is wield these accusations as further. Actually, it's the Dems that are bad.
And I think these are not the strongest critiques, if I'm being honest.
Mission.
Is this?
I mean, and he's also covering the whole story, and so it doesn't seem like he didn't do it.
Rat fucking if they're giving him time to drop out, I guess. Well, We'll get into that in a second.
That guy gets it.
This is a random lady who came out and was like, I hate Gary Graham Plattner and stuff like that. And I initially thought that it was because of some potential foreign intervention. It turns out it was because of this story.
Which foreign?
I still stand by what I said about Fifield, by the way, especially considering that she spent a good deal of time not just being a Republican operative, but specifically defending Brett Kavanaugh against those very real allegations.
I was wrong, but really, doesn't that just mean I was right in a different way? Introspection is for nerds.
I said if there was corroboration at the time from friends of Lindsay Fifield.
There were, and it's incredibly bleak that no one in Hassan's audience will call him out for it.
Hang on.
Of Lindsay Fifield.
Hang on.
Who the fuck just said thank you, Lucas?
Nobody. There was a guy named Lucas in his chat.
Got it.
And it's incredibly bleak that no one in Hassan's
God,
audience
I'm
will call him out
fucking
for it.
losing my marbles over here,
So
bro.
was this done at the time? Okay, so when let's just make sure.
I said if there was
timeline is right.
corroboration at the time from friends of Lindsay Fifield.
There were. And
when was the accusation of that St. Plattner? When was the Politico article? Just make sure there's no, because that could be a massive mistake at Conduit. Politico accusation, Plattner. It was July 6th, I think.
Not 7.
I think this is a big L for Conduit because of linear time, right? Someone help me out. If she only came out with this after the Politico story, and if she herself says New York Times didn't include it, isn't this a humongous L for Conduit?
A humongous L.
I haven't confirmed that, but the source that he provided is July 7th. The article from Politico is July 6th. And so, by its own terms, it cannot demonstrate that Hassan
That this is a random lady who came out and was like, I hate Gary Graham Plattner and stuff like that. And I initially thought that it was because of some potential foreign intervention. It turns out it was because of this story.
Which foreign?
I still stand by what I said about Fifield, by the way, especially considering that she spent a good deal of time not just being a Republican operative, but specifically defending Brett Kavanaugh against those very real allegations.
I was wrong, but really, doesn't that just mean I was right in a different way? Introspection is for nerds.
I said if there was corroboration at the time from friends of Lindsay Fifield.
There were, and it's incredibly bleak that no one in Hassan's audience will call him out for it.
Hang on.
Of Lindsay Fifield.
There were.
Ooh. Fuck, this is so in the weeds. This might turn on what, how they're interpreting if there was corroboration at the time from her friends. Because when they say at the time, do they mean like at the time the article was published, was there public corroboration? Or does he mean at the time that things happened and then when the story's being written, there was corroboration? Maybe is what they're disagreeing on, I think.
Got it.
And it's incredibly bleak that no one in Hassan's audience will call him out for it. Rather, they aren't able.
But was this done at the time? Okay, so when
I think
it's July, if she include it, isn't this a humongous L for Conduit? I haven't confirmed that, but the source that he provided is July 7th. The article from Politico is July 6th. And so, by its own terms, it cannot demonstrate that Hassan was applying a different standard. And an L for New York Times, I suppose, yeah. Yeah, I think this is an L for Conduit unless he can... I think it's an L no matter what, because he didn't show the thing in the proper time, such that Hassan would be making a mistake, right? This doesn't show that Hassan made an error.
I just don't know which one they're talking about because they're saying here, Fifield said the New York Times article was written in a way that made her allegations appear less credible. She previously claimed the Times left out key details. The Times also failed to include any mention that I did confide in multiple friends through the years that Graham had been abusive long before he was running for office. Those friends confirmed they told the Times. So did this story come out after the big rape allegation came out? I don't know when the big accusation came out, but this article was published on July 7th, so...
In fact, this is kind of like furthering Hassan's point in a way. And he's not even talking about... Yeah. Oh, he's talking about... even. New York Times report was in June 4th. Right, yeah.
Oh, Fifield was calling foul from the moment the New York Times story came out? Okay.
Yeah, correct. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Plattner ex-girlfriend accuses the New York Times of setup. And this was published on June 5th. So maybe Conduit linked not the best story to show that one would have been published before this, but...
No. Yeah, we're aligned. So I think this is...
a massive
really
L.
bad from Conduit.
Yeah, really bad. Huge L. It's not.
Because
he just linked the wrong story,
it
maybe?
postdates the Politico story. Not good.
And it's incredibly bleak that no one in Hassan's audience will call him out for it. Rather,
like, call him out for this and be wrong. This is like proving this is like further corroborating Hassan. It's like the direct opposite. Really bad L.
Did he not? I would have. I thought he would have followed the story a lot closer. No, the Grand Platinum thing was huge, and they had live and learn and everything else. Does he just not follow bad news about like DSA or lefty types or slopulous types? Does he just ignore all of that? Or I don't understand
Anything that Hassan or Mike from PA say that he doesn't like, he's like, oh yeah, that's not good.
I guess
But this
okay.
one, he's like, that's a huge L.
Yeah, huge L. But he's not even looking at the
Huge
story.
L.
He's incorrect
Wow.
here, so that's weird. Well, interesting.
This is like proving his. This is like further corroborating Hassan. It's like the direct opposite. Really bad L.
They aren't able to call him out for it.
It wouldn't matter whether or not she was a Republican operative. New York Times simply called it unsettling behavior. That was Rasico's statement on the record. Unsettling behavior can be a wide range of things. Lots of centers blaming you today for Graham Plattner. Out of all of the crop of left populist candidates, Graham Plattner's the one left populist candidate that I have not done any campaigning with.
Well, that's not the issue. The issue is the rape.
It's the one left populist candidate that I have shown scrutiny towards.
You can't claim pragmatism in the face of how hard you have previously decried any kind of compromise.
Apologies to everyone who's been warning you about Graham Plattner from the beginning, you performative coward.
True.
Yeah, okay, dude.
Now, despite the stream starting off with a montage of AIPAC and the establishment trying and failing...
Just as a heads up, in case you don't understand the whole call out from the beginning, it's not about the rape. It's that the fact that this guy went to Iraq 4 times, these motherfuckers hate people that are veterans. They hate people that even do anything in the military. Plattner literally went back as a private contractor, okay? He loved it, all right? These guys would have lost their shit on that. Or on the fucking Nazi tattoo. They would have lost their shit on that. And then when all the rape stuff came out, all of the Hassan types...
They might like that, actually.
Well, no, true, but...
the Nazi tattoo.
All the Hassan types would have told you explicitly. They would have said, hey, so this whole story was the most predictable thing ever. Obviously, somebody who's this into the military and killing Iraqi civilians and everything else is obviously going to be a fucking rapist. How could you not know that? That's exactly what all of them would say.
To stop Hassan and his preferred candidates.
Oh, I still want to check out the Conduit store because I want to see if you can get a non-cropped up version of just his avatar.
In the face of criticism from a chatter, he retreats into the turtle shell of, no, I'm just a streamer. You're obsessed with me.
I love when people go, hey, this ginormous incident. How can I make this about my least favorite Twitch streamer?
And of course, he makes it about another streamer he doesn't like and Israel.
Are you okay? How are you any different than the fucking weirdo Epstein fans
That's
who literally
me.
saw October 7 and then watched as Israel started bombing Gaza, immediately killing more people than October 7, and went to work to be like, this is our opportunity to make sure that we compile every single thing that Hassan says so we can make this a national story later down the line.
Let me just remind you what this is in response to.
Apologies to everyone who's been warning you about Graham Plattner from the beginning, you performative coward.
There is not a single topic of discussion on Hassan's streams that he won't tie back to Israel in some way.
If you see an incident taking place of national consequence and your first thought is, how do I make this about a fucking Twitch streamer? You're not going to make it. Shut the fuck up. People will now try to utilize the Graham Plattner allegation.
Important. Somewhere in my subreddit, somebody posted a really good GIF, or fuck, it might have been in another subreddit, where it was like, you need to change the way that you view the world. And it's like, instead of saying you failed at a job interview, you should say, blame Israel. Instead of saying you are not as healthy as you could be, instead you blame Israel. Like that one. Somebody link it. Find it for me.
To imply that like all burning crafts are this way.
Or maybe they're going to criticize the people who enabled Plattner far longer than they should have, and you're conflating the allegations of him specifically with that to discredit them. This might have had some legitimacy.
Did I miss the Israel part? Let me just check that.
Retreats into the turtle.
Well, when he said it foreign operation, hello? What is... Oh, Conduit fucked up. Conduit is a retard. Yeah, Conduit, you have to clarify which foreign operation was implying their Conduit. Why would you assume Israel? Maybe he meant...
Maybe he's anti-Semitic.
True!
Change your mindset.
What is this?
I can't do it.
Israel did it.
It's too difficult.
Israel again.
Oh, it's all my fault.
Israel's fault.
When will I be happy?
Never if Israel's around.
I hate myself.
I hate Israel.
Thank you. I gotta respond to Kyle Kalinske on Twitter now.
Shell of, no, I'm just a streamer. You're obsessed with me.
I love when people go, hey, this ginormous incident. How can I make this about my least favorite Twitch streamer?
I mean, yeah, that's bullshit. Like, you would say this about even potentially people in your life, you know, right? You could call your people in your life, you know, like about shit like this.
Of course, he makes it about another streamer he doesn't like and Israel.
Are you okay? How are you any different than the fucking weirdo Epstein fans who literally saw October 7 and then watched as Israel started bombing Gaza, immediately killing more people than October 7, and went to work to be like, this is our opportunity to make sure that we compile every single thing that Hassan says so we can make this a national story later down the line.
Let me just remind you what this is in response to.
Apologies to everyone who's been warning you about Graham Plattner from the beginning, you performative coward.
There is not a single topic of discussion on Hassan's streams that he won't tie back to Israel in some way.
If you see incidents taking place of national consequence and your first thought is, how do I make this about a fucking Twitch streamer? You're not going to make it. Shut the fuck up. People will now try to utilize the Graham Plattner allegations to imply that like all burning crafts are this way.
Or maybe they're going to criticize the people who enabled Plattner far longer than they should have, and you're conflating the allegations of him specifically with that to discredit them. This might have had some legitimacy if the allegations came out of nowhere.
I have a real big problem with the pronoun stuff. Like this. Whenever it's like this, these, I'm sorry.
All burning crafts are this way.
Or maybe they're going to criticize the people who enabled Plattner far longer than they should have, and you're conflating the allegations of him specifically with that to discredit them. This might have had some legitimacy if the allegations...
What might have had some legitimacy?
The complaint that Hassan is making? What?
came out of nowhere. But given how many people were talking about how this guy wasn't going to last, it is completely fair to criticize Bernie and Bernie-crats for this, especially since this is yet another case of Bernie's supremely bad judgment of character.
Stop acting like you weren't falling for him too.
But remember, Hasan was just being pragmatic.
I told you, honestly and sincerely, given the information that was readily available at the time, that regardless of my scrutiny, that he was a far better candidate than Janet Mills, who was pro-Israel.
Which, by the way, I endorsed Plattner in the primary, and I think it was, in retrospect, right, the wrong decision. But at the time, I think it was the correct decision. So I also think that that's a position that you can honestly and sincerely.
Did he? It's like what is the highest bomb that we have on the planet? ICBMs. What goes high enough to get like for you to miss the point that much? It's going so far over you. Like, oh man. The point is just that there are so many red flags on the Plattner guy that if this would have been an establishment Dem, all of the Hasan camp would have said all of this was obvious just by the fact that he was a fucking military guy, plus the Nazi tattoo, plus the problematic Reddit posts, again everything. Like they would have said that's enough to know. But because it was their guy, they stood by him until the very fucking end.
Sincerely maintain and be justified in doing so.
Yeah, I saw
and a far better candidate than Susan Collins.
It's the same line over and over.
I would go so far as to say that the timing of this is maybe not even potentially a rat fucking, but instead the timing of this is most likely so that there's an opportunity to swap out the candidate.
You could say that all the other articles about Plattner's history were an attempt to do that as well. The tolerance for all these issues because he said the right
this is bullshit.
Of
He's definitely like implying some, even though he has no evidence, and he was not the only person to do that.
Should be interrogated.
Yeah. Was that it? Would you say that's a major L by Hasan? Was that a big L to imply that there was a Mossad
it's bad.
operation?
It's bad. What do you want me to say?
What do you want me to say? Yeah.
What do you want me to say? It's bad. Okay.
Given this is the umpteenth time it's happened.
Because when you are talking about the Democratic Senate majority, you're talking about potentially millions of people, hundreds of millions of people.
Yeah, true. This is true.
Majority,
Yeah.
And be able to hold Trump accountable, be able to set up hurdles in front of Donald Trump.
Again, it is so disingenuous that he cares about holding Trump accountable after he didn't do anything to prevent him winning in the first place.
Correct. That's a huge ordeal. That's why I was so critical.
You don't get to talk about Trump. You don't get to talk about Trump.
Not you.
Not you. Not you.
Anyone else, not you.
Of Jake Hawkins' loss for casting aside the Senate majority because he was worried about Graham Plattner's perspective on Israel. It was fucking ridiculous at the time, right?
That was crazy. No, that is the correct take. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. The Wick class is wrong about this. That contemporaneously, that was the wrong take. And I'll stand by that, and I'll argue that till my dying fucking day. So I think that's another L for Conduit there. I do agree that he's kind of implying something more nefarious.
It was a huge ordeal. That's why I was so...
I'm so disingenuous that he cares about holding Trump accountable after he didn't do anything to prevent him winning in the first place.
That's a huge ordeal. That's why I was so critical of Jake Hawkins' loss for casting aside the Senate majority because he was worried about Graham Plattner's perspective on Israel. It was fucking ridiculous at the time, right?
That was crazy. No, that is the correct take. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. The Wick class is wrong about this. That contemporaneously, that was the wrong take. And I'll stand by that, and I'll argue that to my dying fucking day. So I think that's another L for Conduit there. I do agree that he's kind of implying something more nefarious. It did all work out in the end.
Well, I'm so confused. Wait, what was the L take?
I'm not sure.
That it sounds like he's implying that the L take was that people like wouldn't support Plattner in the general, but we were still in the primary, so I don't even know what the L take is here. I don't know.
Probably, honestly,
I was supporting Plattner until he dropped out.
True, actually.
Vis-a-vis Mills. That's just my opinion in terms of who has a better chance to beat Susan Collins. But I don't agree that that vindicates those who are like sitting on the fence, given what we knew at the time.
It's about to get worse, and you need to tough it out because you need to understand what is happening here.
There are plenty of people I despise, even in the Democratic Senate, that I would never cast a vote against in order to build a reliable coalition against Donald Trump.
Look at what he says. I will never cast a vote against. What is it that like is keeping him from saying cast a vote for? I hate.
Because he doesn't support them?
I wonder what that could be.
What? How is this so... Well, I don't understand. It's like, imagine walking into, like, fucking Hitler's bedroom, and there's, like, swastikas all over the fucking four corners of the room. There's, like, a massive fucking picture of a dying Jew. There's, like, Mein Kampf books scattered everywhere. There's, like, Hail Hitler posters everywhere. And, like, PISSCO walks in, and he, like, pulls up the blanket on the bed, and then on the phone, there's a video of Nick Fuentes, and PISSCO's like, is this guy anti-Semitic? I'm not sure. We need to investigate more. Like, I can't tell if he's, like, genuinely, like, posing this question here of, why doesn't Hasan just say he would vote for them? Like, he thinks he's, like, picking out some, like, very clever, sneaky language trick by Hasan. This would have been clever and sneaky, like, 5 years ago, but like they're so much more on the nose now. He doesn't hide it anymore.
Against Donald Trump.
Look at what he says. I will never cast a vote
I think
against.
I may have told you, but I have a conspiracy theory on Hasan's voting thing. So Hasan said that when he voted in California for president, that he took a photo of who he voted for and that he would reveal it at a later date. And I'm pretty sure what he was expecting is that Kamala was going to win and that Kamala was going to do a bunch of bad shit. And then he was going to go and reveal who he voted for. And it was going to be a write-in for like Bernie Sanders or something like that. Being
Sure.
like, I never voted for this because I fucking knew this was coming. And I think that he just completely lied when he said during the Ethan confrontation that he voted for Kamala. Because he really, if you go
he was
back,
pushed really hard
he took
there, yeah.
he took like 5 seconds to answer. And he was like trying to do like fucking, you know, calculus in his head. Like, should I say yes or should I not answer? Like, piss off my audience, etc.
Yeah.
Is it that like is keeping him from saying cast a vote for? I hate that shit. That to me is like, so this is like when Wick says I'm gonna stay home. Like, dude, we're just asking who would be preferable to win. Just tell us that. This whole like I will vote, not vote, I'll sit out. Like it just fucking triggers the fuck out of me.
Against
I gotta stop swearing so much.
Or to build a reliable coalition against Donald Trump, to hold Trump accountable, right? Adam Schiff. I voted for Adam Schiff. He's my senator.
Hasan supported the Trump administration arresting Schiff last year because AIPAC.
Oh my God. Senator Adam Schiff under federal criminal investigation for alleged mortgage fraud violation.
Like, honestly, this is one of the things that triggered me the most that I saw. I think we talked about Live and Learn.
Mortgage fraud violations. Oh my God, I hope they arrest him. Oh my God, I hope he goes to prison. Yeah.
That's so fuck. This fucking disgusting. This
Is it a major L? Was it a huge? Would we call that a big L? Maybe.
Wait, is he skipping through it actually? So he doesn't have to watch it? He
I
might
don't know.
be.
fucking pisses me off more than some of the other tanky slop shit.
This is political. Sure, I don't care. Lock him up. Lock him up. I know Trump is doing this out of pure malice. This motherfucker got like $6 million from AIPAC. Shifty Schiff.
The idea that he would admit he voted for him is either one, a lie, or two, an admission that he knowingly rat-fucked the Democrats with Israel because Schiff was on the same ballot as
True. Conduit's got him dead to rights there.
Trump in the 2024 election.
Dead to rights.
But wait, there's more.
He's a freak. He loves Israel. Not a great Democrat at all. And I voted for him. Why? Because you have to have.
But look, yeah, he voted for Schiff. But you notice the problem that puts Hasan in, right? That you're voting for someone that you think is taking money from AIPAC specifically to further a genocide. And so, what the fuck? What gives? You vote for someone who should be like immediately arrested. And so why would you just endorse Kamala? It's crazy.
Or why do they accept Kamala's endorsement now, but they wouldn't endorse Kamala against Donald Trump, the guy running for president? Like,
you also, but then why? I am triggered. I get so fucking triggered at these little delineations.
Have some level of accountability against this administration.
If you want to hold the administration accountable, then on some fundamental level, you are aware of the danger it posed beforehand. And the takes keep coming and they don't stop coming.
No,
Wait. We need more Shrek. We need more Shrek in this video. This video has a dangerously low amount of Shrek.
And the takes keep coming.
I'm sorry.
And they don't stop coming.
All of these cutaways should just be Shrek shit.
No, being a part of the military is not a fucking red line, dude. And it's the same for IDF as well. I've already said this. The best possible candidate is always...
It's not a red line to be part of the IDF? Wait, what? Baby settlers were okay, but IDF people and U.S. military people aren't? Why does he cheer on somebody U.S. military people getting killed then? Kind of weird.
Forever going to be an art history PhD that
I have to stop soon because it's getting incredibly late. I honestly don't know why I did it. I was like, at the end of that conversation with the RTC, I'm like, I just talked about Hasan so fucking much. I'm just like, I don't want to talk about him. And then I had this intrusive thought. Like double down, triple down, and just start watching Conduit's video. I don't know why I did it. And I saw I really didn't want to keep talking about Hasan. And there was just this massive intrusive thought, which is like, no, just keep talking about him. And I don't know why I listened to it. It was so crazy. I don't know.
Is he running?
Insufficient
I think
Shrek quote.
he's done
Be
watching
honest
this
here.
video.
I think it's a little bit more lighthearted. Yeah, I did get paid. Yeah. Endorsement versus vote. Didn't endorse either. Address it. Wait. Yeah, I think I said that this is dumb. Yeah. I hate that shit. I voted. I just didn't endorse. Lame.
Especially as an online content creator, when that's where most of your power is.
Background suspiciously is identical to your lived experience. We got it. If you've ever read, for example, any Israeli new historian with the exception of Benny Morris, you have read the works of prominent anti-Zionists who served in the fucking Israeli occupying forces. Shut the fuck up. I've never wavered on this principle. Someone's past is only indicative of who they are as a person now if it corresponds to their current behavior.
Absolutely not true. Hasan has on multiple occasions completely
I absolutely don't think, guys, I definitely don't think that Hasan cost Kamala the election. I promise you, he didn't.
Oh my God.
I promise you he didn't.
That's so
and I don't think
not
it
the
was
point,
either.
but okay.
That's not what this is all about. It's not about the effect on the outcome. And I think anyone who thinks it is needs to make that case. But I have argued consistently against that. There's just not any good proof. I think Joe Rogan had a bigger impact.
Wow, really?
True people's past actions as who they are now, regardless of whether or not those past actions are even real. Most notably, Hasan has gone after his former podcast host's wife as an IDF baby killer.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump code.
Well, he was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
And he got rid of him, or at least a more moderate voice. I don't know anything about the guy.
The person they're calling a moderating voice said this, which is the reason why there is an active petition, an active application for a warrant for his arrest by the ICC.
Obviously, the purpose of this clip is to show how Hasan Buddy put obviously. Like that's. I will sometimes put obviously, and it's a bad thing. But like, don't put obviously if it's not like. It just makes you seem condescending, and I have this problem too. Obviously, so take it from me. Obviously, the purpose of this. Obviously, my hands are cold. Who the fuck's that? Is that Bosch? That's Bosch.
Yes, Avi Shlaim, Ofer Kasif.
Avi Shlaim has unfortunately turned into a bit of a crank, which seems to be the inevitable conclusion of every Israeli historian, because now he supports Hamas, and Ofer Kasif is literally a communist in the Israeli Knesset. Hassan's idea of redemption in this context is extremely narrow too.
Worked at Starbucks and has your background. Suspiciously is identical to your lived experience. We got it.
Hassan also explicitly rejects the parts of Avi Shlaim's historical narrative of Jewish migration to Israel that he doesn't like.
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Wait,
even
listen.
if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs. It was persecution by the government. And I concede that.
Take the 4K ring off your finger next time you read imperialism, you dog, which is the 4K.
I'm just like lost a little bit. I'm trying to pay attention. It could be that I'm like insanely tired. But I'm just lost at the points being made.
Ring. You're hallucinating. I guess he's talking about the cock ring.
Fantastic.
But what I said at the time was, were people in love with...
He's like the cock ring. Fantastic. That's great.
Fascinating. I guess he's talking about the cock ring.
Fantastic.
But what I said...
Why?
Dog, which is the 4K ring. You're hallucinating. I guess he's talking about the cock ring.
Fantastic.
But what I said at the time was, were people in love with Grant Plattner because he's a white guy, or were people in love with Grant Plattner because of the policies? That remains to be seen.
And now it's time for Hassan to call out his...
So are we still on day one?
Okay, I'm good on this.
You get
to another Hassan clip.
This is like
there are going to be people that,
masochistic
for example,
way.
come to you and say, "Oh, I guess you love Hamas then," and in that moment, you can't fucking yield, okay? And I feel like if push came to shove in that regard, AOC 100%, I can see her being like, "No, I hate Hamas. Hamas is the most condemnable force on the planet. They need to go away, and I will vote for every bill that says we need to kill more Hamas." That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that she wouldn't dance around that and basically offer a major victory that basically says, "Yeah, I'm in the wrong, and I'm sorry for ever criticizing Israel." That you get, there are going to be.
Jesus. Okay. What do you say?
I forgot.
Good. That was the point.
Okay.
Leave Dan alone.
Looks like PISSCO's not blue no matter who. No, after all, what is this?
Endorse Francesca. Would you endorse Francesca Hong or Tom Tiffany in the Wisconsin governor's race?
Wait, did we watch this already?
Golly,
so.
Probably Hong.
Hell yeah, based true lib.
Wait,
never change.
Would you be blue no matter who if you switched out Hong for a Dixiecrat?
A Dixiecrat?
Yeah, Bull
Like
Connor.
like
Bull Connor versus Tiffany.
Yeah, if you're really some fucking racist, there's some lines that I'll draw, and that will be based, I think, a lot.
The line is just racism? Before, my examples were like Nazis. It's just if you're racist or mega racist, I guess.
On like
he
the
walks it
overall
back.
party brand stuff. I said that of Plattner too. I just don't think it's applicable to Hong. Like this would apply to Nick Fuentes, for example. Now I do think that Nick Fuentes would be harmful to certain Trump strategies. He would vote against the Iran war. I just don't see Francesca Hong as having the same reputational risk as these people. And so I'm not.
Now it's about
I'm not,
reputational risk?
Totally against that argument. Just like where it will land is in very extreme candidates. I would vote for Francesca Hong if she was dead.
Yeah.
I would vote for her if she. It really is a case of like the most extreme, where the reputational risk will really. My intuition on that's going to turn on maximally, and it doesn't exist for these types of DSA figures. And I'm sorry if that bothers you. It's just my intuition about the the American electorate and what
does bother me. Well,
what the track record has been.
So with the Dixiecrat with Bull Connor, you wouldn't be convinced by any of the arguments that a lot of these people are using
These
for
are
DS.
segregation people.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
These are people who.
Yeah, but obviously, you wouldn't bend to the argument that a lot of these DSA types are saying are like, yeah, he's a Dixiecrat, but it's not actually on his policy platform. He's just said it a whole bunch that he wants it at times, and
so if he's walking away from it,
well, he's not walking. He's not really walking away from it. He just can't do it, can he? He can't do it, and he probably won't do it. But it's an aspiration.
No, but is he an avowed Dixiecrat?
He's about as Dixiecrat as Hong has abolished the police, right? She's clear she believes in it. She's just not going to do it.
it's clear that he is racist. In other words, but he's not going to institute.
Well, we
segregation.
don't know. We don't know if he's a segregationist because he sincerely believes whites and blacks will be safer. And but you know,
I basically assume MAGA Republicans are racist.
Yeah.
That's his issue, or I don't know. Never mind. I just,
you know, if the shoe fits.
So to you, it's more because, but yeah, coming back to that, like, would it matter if he used the same defense that DSA types use for like abolish the police, in the sense that like it's clear, it seems very clear that they want it, and they've stated that they want it, but they're not going to do it.
Yeah. So if he said something like, segregation is a long-term goal of mine, it's all academic, I just think it's better for the black race to be separated from the white race.
Yeah,
that's going to land differently than the prison. I think both are. I think that prison abolition is fucking stupid, radical. Police abolition is stupid, radical. It sounds horrible, whatever. I think the reputational risk associated with those are different even now.
Okay.
And I'm sorry if that triggers you, but
no, it doesn't trigger me. I just want to know. Would the Dixiecrat who says everything you just said about how, you know, it's just aspirational, academic, not actually going to do it, you pick him or Tiffany?
Yeah, so I would pick in the context of Tom Tiffany versus an avowed segregationist who sees it as a long-term goal. And again, we're not talking about like woke racism, right? We're talking about like deep South anti-black racism, correct?
Yeah, he wants to bring back segregation. Yeah.
So I would treat them differently. I would treat Hong differently, and I would support as an instrumental end Tom Tiffany.
I feel like I'm pretty sure we listened to this.
Present it before us. Same
That's
thing
part
with
of
Jeffrey
a
Epstein.
longer
By the
video,
way.
I think.
If Jeffrey Epstein were the candidate, I would vote for the MAGA person. If the candidate were Hitler, I would vote for Tom Tiffany. If the candidate were Nick Fuentes, I'd vote for Tom Tiffany.
What if it was? What if it was a DSA candidate who like wants to arm the Houthis?
There is something different, yeah, because of the reputational risk aspect of it. It's about reputational risk. You understand? It's about what I understand people will respond to on a national platform.
So to you, reputational risk matters even if it's aspirations that they're not realistically ever going to enact, right?
If my intuition about their effect on the electorate is that it will have a given effect, then yes.
Okay.
I'm always sensitive to that. I'm open to that argument. I just don't think no one is presenting that, that extreme of a case for me, such that I would think that. I mean, these people, AOC is a prison abolitionist person. You understand?
Yeah.
Mamdani has said shit like that in the past. All right. So, and they're one of the most popular figures in America. And so that isn't true of the segregationist, right? That isn't true of the Hitlerite. And I don't think that's true of the Groyper. Very, very different.
So if they were more popular, it would be okay? I don't know. Okay. I have to go do work.
Oh my god, bruh.
After traveling. Good luck. Pocket, wrist, papaya, palm, stash, corn, jacaranda, olive, knuckle.
Oh, don't forget the TTS.
Is there such thing as a palm watch?
Play the whole thing. Steven Discord join.
Hello, is this thing on Corn Pop? Can I get a Corn Pop? Sendi Changye Wei Ban? Or Jundao Bengdu, Jintiantia Sanfran, Ijo PB, Zicheng Wiji Tsuan just Chuya, Ran Shiri de Chen, Busit Yune, Jun just Wan Shen.
Seven more seconds, okay? Good job.
That's it?
Good one.
Don't make fun of Hasan! He's ESL like me! 先帝创业未半，而中道崩殂。今天下3分，益州疲弊，此诚危急，存亡之秋也。然士为之臣，不懈于内，忠子之士，忘身于外者，盖追先帝之殊遇，欲报之于陛下也。 Oof, wow.
What? Why is that funny, Mooten?
How are you getting these? These are crazy.
Yakayatane, kawaiko, mama wa anato honturni hokoli ni omotirio, oner chanakoto honturni daiskinandane, onir chanwa imorto no mendo mirimonadayo, awawa wa.
Would you be willing to live stream PISSCO's reaction if he paywalled it? It would be the exact same scenario I have been talking about.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Then why'd you laugh?
Throw it into the fire. Deathroy it. What are you waiting for?
The stream is mine.
No.
I'm down bad, man. I spent all my money on the DC trip, and these chatters still complain to me about emotes every goddamn day.
Alright, I'll do it.
Can I go next?
Okay.
Hey pal, heard you're going on Jubali again. What is it this time? Destiny versus 25 divorce attorneys. Destiny versus 25 substacks. Good luck, retard.
Thanks.
Not funny.
Have you ever done DMT before?
Elmo used to do that shit in a forest in South America with Big Burb's cousin. Shit was so cash.
Yeah, I love it. Really frees the mind.
Elmo's only issue is spiders in Elmo's skin afterwards.
Hey, Elmo, I know PB's got defunded, but let me borrow 10K.
Train, I think you have a problem. Elmo knows an addict when Elmo sees one.
You little Zio. I will tell you if I have a fucking problem, Elmo. Now give me the money.
Listen, Elmo, she gave me consent before the drinks kicked in at the DGG sex party. I'm not a rapist.
No, Mr. Moot Dan. Elmo doesn't think it's okay. If she was passed out, Elmo thinks what you did. Worried. Elmo thinks she couldn't consent.
Okay.
We'll just have to disagree.
Oh, thank God.
That's it?
That's it.
What business do you gotta do that you can't do on stream?
I need to do my laundry. I have to do emails and messages because I didn't even do them. I came home and streamed. And then, because I think we're going to Austin on the 15th for another event thing. So I gotta get all my affairs in order.
You'll be back the 18th though, right?
14th, 15th.
We got a court case on the 19th, man.
Oh, yeah, I'll be here. Should be fun. Oh, boy. For sure. Definitely not going to get pushed back again, right?
Dude, I would be so fucking mad.
They can't just keep pushing it back always, right? That would be crazy.
Surely not. You know, if someone really wanted to fuck with you, they could do this, but I'm not gonna say it on stream because I'm not retarded.
I don't think your mom would actually do anything, but maybe.
True.
Okay. I'll be back tomorrow.
Burrito, cappuccino, cappuccino. You gonna do it?
Yeah. Ribena, cappuccino, 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 doing this. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Be careful.
Chi.